All right, good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the Education Interim Committee meeting, and so glad that we have a full house here today to talk about student achievement. We will do our best to stay on track, but no promises. And so if there's someone that's looking for a seat and you have one near you, if you could just lift your hand so that person can maybe find a place to have a seat. As the day goes on, maybe there'll be some seats available for everyone. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm Chairwoman Christy Williams, and my ranking member is Valdenia Nguyen, Representative Valdenia Nguyen, and my vice chair is Senator Molly Baumgartner. So thank you, committee, for being here today. And looks like we have Senator Straub here in person today, so welcome. All right, so our first item today is to look at improving student achievement and outcomes. Since the state assessments have gone online, we now see the results of post-pandemic and also since 2015. How are our kids doing? How are our subgroups doing? And what can we do to change the negative decline? So we've invited individuals from various school districts to talk about what they plan to do regarding student achievement. And so Terrell Davis from Wichita 259 is here. Terrell, thank you for making the drive up. Terrell is the Executive Director of Public Affairs and Special Projects, and he will give us an overview of Wichita's plans to address academic achievement. Welcome.
Students, 31% Caucasian, 20% African American, 36% Hispanic, and 13% other. 78% of our students qualify for free or reduced lunch. 16% of our students receive special education services. 19% of our students receive ELL services. There are 105 different languages spoken in the homes of our students. As you can tell by this data, our schools are diverse and complex. Not only do we celebrate that diversity, we strive to ensure that every student can dream, believe, and achieve. Let me start by saying that our student achievement as measured by the Kansas State assessments in ELA and math are not where we would like them to be. Our data has not been as high as we would like. We can and we will do better. We have developed and outlined a comprehensive plan to address academic improvement in our district. That plan is attached to my written testimony. We would like to share and state for the record that we do not believe that school districts should be judged by just one data point, as this one data point is not an accurate picture of our school district nor of any school district. To gain a better, bigger picture of school districts, we would recommend that not only the state assessments should be considered into consideration, but also interim assessments, universal screener data over time to show growth, graduation rates, and individual plans of study completion. School systems are complex organizations. Teaching and learning is a complex process, and student achievement is complex, and measuring that achievement should take into consideration those complexities, especially when you take into account systems that work with students of poverty. Poverty adds to the complexity of an already complex system. Children who live in poverty come to school behind their more fluent peers in terms of literacy and language development. In Educating the Other America, Susan Newman states that after more than 50 years of research, children who are poor hear a smaller number of words with more limited syntactic complexity and fewer conversation eliciting questions, making it difficult for them to quickly acquire new words and to discriminate among those words. These students who are identified as at risk are in need of additional support to bridge the educational gap. Currently, we use 76% of the state's approved intervention programs with mixed results. Some would ask why. Well, it's because moving the academic needle for students of poverty is complex. is not a cookie-cutter approach. What works for one student may or may not work for other students. There is a diversity within students who are at risk. That's why assuming that a student who scores a 2 on the state assessments are failing or target to fail is an erroneous assumption. There are and there could be a number of reasons why students have scored a 2 or scored in the 2 range, and some of those reasons may not be academic. I would like to share in my final minutes of this testimony 2 students who, you guessed it, scored a 2 on the state assessment. While at a glance, you might make the mistake of assuming that both students have the same deficiencies, you will learn just how complex the needs were for these two students. First, Dejiana scored a 2 in ELA and math. That fall, she scored an average on the universal screener in math and ELA. For the next 3 years, we enrolled her in intervention classes for reading as we diagnosed that she had some holes in her reading skills. She attended our summer school to provide extra support for her math skills. She attended our Southwestern College campus visits. For Dejiana, we addressed the learning gap with fluid intervention classes as she had missed some critical days in elementary and had some holes in her learning. As we addressed the enrichment for math and with an extended school year approach, we addressed the exposure gap with the college experience. I must share with you that Dejiana assessment results, even with all of those interventions and supports, she never scored over a 2 on the state assessment, even as an honor roll math student. But her big picture is, it showed improvement on her universal screener every year. She improved her attendance with over a 95% attendance rate. She never got in trouble after her 6th grade year. She even had her goals met as outlined in her individual plan of study. She graduated and accepted the highest scholarship at Southwestern College in Winfield, Kansas. She is now completing her sophomore year and has made the president's list for academics. She's still working toward her IPS goal of journalism and covering football and basketball teams for the school newspaper. Her 2 on the state assessment was due to a Swiss cheese education. She had simply missed too many days of school growing up. Finally, I will share with you another student who scored a 2 on the state assessment. Unlike Dejiana, Maria is a gifted student. She came to middle school on grade level as determined by the universal screener. Over the next 3 years, she would go from on grade level to above grade level to well above grade level. Maria's issue was not a Swiss cheese education. She had great attendance in elementary. She mastered concepts in reading and math. Her issue was confidence in life. For Maria, it was easier for her not to try than to try and fail. Maria attended our summer school, not for intervention, not even for enrichment. She attended summer school for confidence. We needed to build up her intestinal fortitude. Maria attended our 0 hour that pre-taught math concepts to students because we wanted her to be confident when she walked into math class. Maria came to the Capitol to page for Senator Mike Peterson because we wanted her to see potential in herself. Maria finally scored a 3 on the ELA assessment and scored a 3 on the math assessment, but not until her 8th grade year. Let me share with you Maria's big picture. She graduated high school, completed her IPS goals. She is now a student at Newman University. She just made the all-academic team for soccer. Last year, she made the dean's list for academics, and she's still working on her IPS goal and studying nursing. I attached a Facebook exchange between Maria and I where I congratulate her on her accomplishments and tell her that I'm paradise proud. Maria's response is truly Maria. She says, "I'm glad that I'm able to give you something to be proud of. You taught me about adversity, and I still live by those words today." Adversity and perseverance cannot be measured on the state assessment. For Maria, adversity was keeping her from moving out of the level 2, not her aptitude, not the instruction in the classroom. She was not able to overcome the issues in life, and for her, those issues were more important than the state assessment. For Maria, she needed to learn perseverance and the science and art of perseverance. I share with you those 2 stories because they represent so many students who score a 2 on the state assessment. Some would call them failures. Some would say that they were not college ready, but that's not looking at the big picture. They are what public school and public education is all about. They are the examples of the educational process at its best. Some students may not ever demonstrate their academic potential on the state assessment. And as legislators, you should want to know the whole story, the big picture, not just a single data point on the state assessment. The kids of Kansas may not all start at the same starting line. Some have hurdles in their lanes, others have an open track. Some are running with new track shoes, while others have old tennis shoes. Some are running with aerodynamic track suits, while others are running in old sweatpants and pass-down t-shirts. Our focus should be on each kid moving down the track and on each kid finishing their race. State assessments with interim assessments and graduation rates and individual plan of study completion and universal screeners over time are the best indicators of student success, not just a state assessment. Dejiana and Maria are not the sum total of twos that they scored on the state assessment, but rather they are the sum total of many teachers, paras, administrators, and caring adults who would not let them quit and provided them with the academic and emotional support for them to bloom into the fine young ladies and scholars that they are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Terrell. Great testimony, and committee, please take note of the academic strategy plan that is attached. And we're going to go ahead and allow for questions right now since you're at the podium. So committee, what questions do you have for Terrell? Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming. I loved your testimony. I've heard you speak a couple times, and I love listening to you talk, and I love the stories you tell. So thank you for that. Just a comment. I want to correct something. In your testimony, you said some would call them failures, these students. I want to correct that because I think it's very important to distinguish between. I have never heard anybody in the K through 12 budget refer specifically to students as failures. I think what we commonly say is that we often fail our students. So I want to make sure there's a clear distinction there. We're not calling our students failures. We're saying we are failing our students. So I just wanted to make that quick comment so we understand that I would never call a student a failure. I would just say we're failing them, as I have before, and I know we've talked about that in committee. So just wanted to correct that record, if I may.
Committee, other questions? Representative Hubert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I appreciate your testimony also. I think I have an idea of what universal screener is, but could you go into a little more detail what you do with that process and as far as working with the student and helping them to achieve?
Thank you. So a universal screener could be, there's a number of those out there, Ames Web, iReady, whatever the case may be. What it does is that it screens a kid's academic skill set at that point in time in light of where they should be, if you will. From there, they are able to be enrolled into intervention classes. If it's a reading screener, we're able even to drill down through a QPS all the way down to the level of, is it a blends issue? Is it a multisyllabic issue? And so we're able to give an intervention to a kid that is specific to the needs of that kid. So for Dejiana, through the QPS, we were able to see that, hey, she never did conquer the blends of CC or KISS-B. So now we're able to give intervention specifically for that. She may only be in an intervention class for 2 or 3 weeks, then she's back out into a fine arts class, if you will, and then later on we may pull her back in when there's another area that we're covering an intervention that she specifically needs.
Is a universal screener, is that something you're using with all students throughout their entire career at Wichita Public Schools?
Yes, sir. So a universal screener would be given every single year. And so a kid may or may not slip in and out of an intervention or at-risk target in terms of that specific intervention or that specific screener for that specific year. And what we want to see is, let's say a kid comes in and they're 2 grade levels behind. Well, we know we may not be able to make up those 2 years in 1 year, but we may be able to make up 1.5 years. Well, that will never be identified on the state assessment. But by looking at some of the screener data, we're able to show, hey, this kid has grown 1.5 years. And so, yes, are we making improvement? Are we making growth? Absolutely. And we want to have that opportunity to show that to not only the committee, not only to the legislature, but also to our community as well. And so that data is given to our parents.
Are you working with gifted students the same way to help them if they're, so they don't get bored in class? If you got them pigeonholed and they're not getting challenged, you get them challenged using those types of evaluation tools?
Absolutely. So for Maria, that same screener that identified some holes for Dejiana, showed some above average and well above average for Maria, and so now we're able to move her into some advanced classes for her based on that screen of data and make sure that she's challenged as well, and to also measure her growth over the year.
Well, I appreciate the individual attention to students, seeing where they're at and helping them, like you said, to run the race and to improve. So I appreciate the efforts that you're doing in that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Senator Baumgartner and then Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Davis, it's good to see you again.
Great to
You've
see you.
testified many times for Senate Education. Quick question with state assessment. So does the Wichita School District, how many times do they give the practice assessments? I believe that KU told us that they have 4 of those available. So do you administer those throughout the school year?
Yes, so this is the first year that we're doing it throughout. Last year, we started piloting this last year.
Okay. And so are you using that as a diagnostic for some of these quick dip opportunities for students?
Absolutely, and so we're able to gauge, again, the strength of our intervention, but also if a kid needs a more intense intervention or if a kid needs to be moved out of intervention. So it's another data point that we're making decisions on that kid's academic journey.
Okay. And Madam Chair, the reason I asked that question is, we've had the University of Kansas, who produces that state assessment, testify several times. And it was surprising for us to learn that those free practice assessments were available and that not all districts were using them. So again, part of today, what we want from today to be is sharing of best practices. So you guys started that last year. Hopefully, other school districts will be listening. We're going to have KASB as well as the superintendent's organization spreading the word as well. But again, that notion of state assessments is just one diagnostic, but to have 4 or 5 practice available for districts to use at no additional cost are other opportunities for the districts to utilize. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Terrell, always good to see you. Terrell and I go way back and sat through many Principal Academy meetings together back in the day. So appreciate you being here, Terrell. Did you get the data that was shared yesterday about the assessment results for
Yes.
USD 259?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So,
I don't have those in front of me, but yes, I did.
okay, just want to make sure you got that because it was, quite startling, to be honest. The trend data, obviously, as you acknowledge, academics aren't where you would want them to be. When I look at your academic strategy plan, however, it references your goals are tied to the state assessment. And those are your, we didn't tell you guys to put, you're focusing on the state assessment. Obviously, state assessment results aren't going the way you would want them to do. The student achievement's decreasing, not just for Wichita, but across the board. So my question is, when the legislature was sued for over school funding, we were told that if districts had more money, what would be the outcome of that?
Is that the question?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
yes. What would be the outcome if districts received, we were sued, if you give us more money, we can do what with it?
I believe it was that we would have more kids who would be able to reach the Rose capacities.
Okay. So the data that we're seeing is not bearing that out. Then my follow-up question to you would be, how long do you anticipate your academic strategy plan getting Wichita students to that level?
So that's a great question. I think what we really need to look at is that the Rose capacities are not just a state assessment. The Rose capacities are a list of different things. As we look at that list, I would say that if we're going to evaluate schools, you can look at the fact that there's an increased graduation rate to show that improvement is happening in Wichita. You can look at the fact of more kids who are taking concurrent and dual credit. That's an increase, and that's an improvement for Wichita. So there's other data points to look at in terms of the Rose capacities, not just a state assessment, if we're going to gauge achievement or gauge growth from that. And so we would say that with the additional money, we have been able to meet some of those other things. State assessment and that academic improvement is kind of like weight loss. Before you see it on on the scale, you're going to lose inches. Your blood sugar may go down. There's some different indicators that show that you're doing the right thing. The last thing that you may see is the weight going down and your A1C going down. That's just for me and my diabetes. And so student achievement is that same thing. So we've got these things in place. You're going to see a movement on specific skill sets or specific targets first, and then eventually you're going to see that state assessment needle move up. But when you get a kid who's 3 grade levels behind, that's no fault of anyone, if you will. That just is. I'm not going to blame the elementaries. I'm not going to blame the preschools. I'm not going to blame the parents. That just is. We've got to deal with the students who walk through our doors, and with that, a comprehensive plan may not show that needle until, for Maria, that 8th grade year. Even though we have things in place from the day we met her as a 6th grader, and we have the interventions in place, if we just look at the one data point, someone would say the system failed her, when the reality is the system actually helped her. She just didn't show the evidence until that year because of a number of reasons. She had the aptitude to show that as a 6th grader, but life happens to her kids.
Absolutely, there's no question about that. That's not what we were sued over. And the state has to look at, we have to be good stewards of our taxpayer money. And when we are paying billions more for declining results, that you can understand why that's of concern. I do want to ask you one other quick question, if I may, Madam Chair. So graduation rate, is that objective or subjective?
I think it's a little bit of both. It is objective in that there's a number of credits and they have to meet those credits. It is subjective in terms of the grades that are given by teachers. But with graduation rates, what we found in Wichita, we put a lot of stop gaps in place where it was easy, if you will, for kids to drop out. And by putting those things in place, we were able to catch more kids, allow them to go into more interventions, which then raised that graduation rate up. Plus, our summer school last year was robust, the largest summer school we've had in high school in probably 50 years. And so we were able to get more kids in summer school, which then led to that increase in graduation rate as well.
And I asked this question yesterday of some other conferees, and I will ask you, what does it say about the quality of a diploma and what it represents when graduation rates are increasing and student achievement is decreasing? And not just on academic, not on just academic standards. We see it on social emotional measures. Suicides are up. On any objective measure, our kids are not growing and succeeding. So what does it say when more kids are graduating with that diploma and on objective measures, we're declining? And that's my final question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think it shows that as a system, not only in Wichita statewide, we need to make sure that our instruction and our goals are aligned to whatever the measurement piece is. And with it, our instruction has to be at that same level that kids are going to be tested at. You and I remember our days as principals when at one time we were teaching at the acquisition level, but then we were being evaluated more at the synthesis level. And so we then ramped up our instruction to meet where kids were going to be evaluated at. It's the same concept now for kids. If we know we're going to be evaluated here, then everything has to go up to that level so that we're meeting that.
Okay, great discussion. We have more. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Wynn and then Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hello, how are you?
Hello.
I'd like to focus on your conclusion where you say that Maria, essentially, her success is the sum of many teachers, paras, administrators, and caring adults, okay? Now, I don't think you'd get an argument from that because we know, as you say, and as we know, there's more to success than student achievement, student assessment scores. So my question is, how do you hire and maintain effective, qualified teachers, paras, administrators, so that there is that support system for Maria and others? Now, before you answer it, what we hear, and I'll tell you what the comment is, what we hear is that, oh, there's just a shortage of everybody. You know, there's a shortage of trash cans, if you want to, I mean, as they go through the whole list. And one of my colleagues would say, that's an excuse. We don't need excuses. You get a ton of money, you don't need excuses. So circle back. So how do you hire effective teachers? How do you hire diverse teachers? How do you hire administrators who are qualified to do the job and more?
Great question. First of all, it's getting more and more difficult. And so
That's an excuse.
that's actually, that's reality, and that's the world we live in.
That's an excuse up here.
I understand.
Okay.
I think what we've tried to do is, in some cases, grow your own. And so identifying those high school students who have a heart through our individual plans of study, who want to go into education, and we start cultivating those relationships. We have future educator programs on all of our high school campuses where we're working with those kids. We're investing in those kids as they go into college. If they're going to be local, hiring them as paraprofessionals, that we're keeping a tab on them, but keeping them into our schools, and then hiring them outside when they graduate. Another piece is a lot of our teachers are just burnt out. I mean, it's been a tough 2 years, and the money has allowed us to keep those salaries high. I even wish they were higher, but it also allows us then, even for a decreasing enrollment, to keep that staff at the same level, so we keep those classrooms smaller, so again, we can show that impact and those relationships with those students. And so it's a hard push, it's a hard sell, but we've got to keep making sure that we have the message that we value our educators, and we want people to go into education, and they're going to be compensated, but more than anything else, they're going to be valued as a valuable part of our communities.
The problem with grow your own, that junior, senior doesn't have time for you to grow your own. So what's your answer to that student?
That junior, senior in high school?
Oh yeah, I mean, anybody. If you grow your own, they've got to graduate first, then go through 4 years of college.
Yes.
And come back. And you're hoping that they are effective, qualified when they graduate. But that takes too long.
It takes too long, but it's the reality of what we have. And so we've got to invest in that future. For new teachers, we've got a robust teacher induction program. We've got those coaches who work with those teachers. So we're always trying to give them additional skills, if you will, additional strategies that they can be effective in that classroom. Even as administrators, district level administrators, we go out to schools this year. I've seen my colleagues at the district level serve lunches. I've seen my colleagues serve as paraprofessionals and as substitutes. I've went in and mentored kids and did training with staff. And so it's an all hands on deck right now, just because the shortage of teachers, parents, and everyone else, we've all got to be involved in this, and all of us have to put our hands in.
Okay, if you permit. So what kind of programs, I think this circles back to some of the other questions. What kind of programs, interventions beyond student learning do you find Wichita having to adopt to keep up with the basic needs to succeed at the Rhodes standards?
And this is going off the top of my head. So you're talking about the mental health pilot. The reality is that some of our kids come from some troubled neighborhoods. We're dealing with a situation right now at Truesdale Middle School where those kids showed up to school ready to learn, but one of their classmates was shot the night before. When there's not a teacher in that building who has a lesson plan can go in and just start teaching. They've got to deal with the emotional issues that those kids have at that point in time for those kids. And that's a real life just yesterday. Well, that doesn't happen one day. For some of these kids, this is a reoccurring thing. And so the mental health pilot is important. Partnering with different colleges and universities to get our kids on their campus so they have that exposure gap closed, because a lot of our kids don't see life outside of their neighborhood. And so taking a kid like Dejiana or Maria to Southwestern College, to Wichita State University or KU or K-State allows them to see there's life outside their neighborhood. Bringing Maria here changed everything. She was able to see legislators who looked like her, but also legislators who talked to her as if she was a person and spoke life into her. I appreciate Senator Peterson sitting down with her and just saying, I've heard that you're doing so much better. I've heard that your school is so much better. That brought pride in her. She's able now to go back to her campus and be a leader, but also share with other people, hey, if your grades are good, if you have good behavior, Mr. Davis will take you to the Capitol and you'll get to see Topeka. You'll get to see Washburn University. And so for a lot of these programs, it's very grassroots. They may not necessarily all be identified on the intervention list, but they're grassroots programs that pay off 2 and 3 years down the line. We've got to get kids to trust the process, and we got to get our teachers to believe in the process and stay committed to the process.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we have Senator Sykes, then a second for Senator Erickson, and then I will close up with some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Representative Wynn actually asked one of my questions because I was going to ask, what are those other things that you have to do besides just classroom learning? Wanted to comment, thank you for sharing these stories, especially that one about Maria where you taught me about adversity. I think so many times we don't like tension and we just try to gloss over something instead of actually digging in and there's adverse tension and then there's good tension. And I think sometimes we try to get away with all of that. So rambling on, but my question then is, in view of like what you're doing in Wichita, how do you think we could realistically look at those improvements and how we can measure that to help you, but also so that we're all, I think everyone in this room wants our students to achieve more. And I know that there's a lot of issues. I think there's a lot of policies that we could do to help so that when students get into the classroom, they're better prepared because they're not worried about healthcare or food and some of those things. But how can we set appropriate expectations from your opinion?
I think one of the first things is make sure that we're celebrating the effort and the growth that schools and teachers and districts are making, and making sure that we're applauding them for that growth. Senator Erickson and I were blessed and maybe punished, if you will, in some cases, to serve as principals of some of the schools that were not necessarily the highest performing schools. And she can tell you that sometimes your best effort, your best programming, your best staff may only show a 3 to 5% growth. And again, that may not be over the hump, if you will, if we set the line here, but from where you start at, that's huge. And I love what Senator Baumgartner is saying, many different data points so that we get a holistic, what I used to call a 3D view of students. The different interim assessments, the screener data, the IPS, our kids identifying what they want to go into. Are they setting their coursework to align with that? Are they getting the proper certificates so that when they leave, they're on target to do what they selected to do? Those things have to be taken into consideration and should be applauded when those things are met.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And for my own children, I have always looked, I can tell when they're coasting and when they are looking for that improvement, so thank you. I think we should always be looking at that improvement, and even when we're doing well, there's still room for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you. I'll be brief. It just came to my mind as we're talking about this, Terrell, that how long have we been trying to address, the war on poverty, Ruby Payne? How long have we been fighting that? How long have we been fighting to get students engaged in school? How long have we been fighting for appropriate professional development and the number of teachers? How long have we, these are not new areas that we've been fighting them for decades, as long as I've been involved in education, which I won't say how long that's been, but these are nothing new. And I agree with you. It's growth, it's positive growth that matters. Everything, and correct me if I'm wrong, everything I'm seeing is, but we're not growing. We are going backwards after decades of trying to deal with these issues. So in your testimony, you do say, we can and we will do better. What should be the response of this body if we still continue to see, after decades, declining measures in those areas that we're trying to address?
Okay, and let me just say this. The decline is at one data point in terms of the state assessment, and then, of course, you have other things. Some of these other pieces, the screener data, I think you would see that there's growth. And you'll see kids are closing that gap in those screener data sets, or case may be. In the interim assessments, you'll see that there's growth in those things. And so those are things that we're not looking at. So the question becomes, what happens if we don't see growth? I think the great thing about education and is that when we give kids hope, when we give districts hope, they live up to it and they rise to the occasion. We were able to present a early college program. Those kids have done fabulous, and I thank Senator Baumgartner for working with us on that. Those kids have done fabulous. Those are the same kids who may or may not have scored a 2, who may or may not have felt like the system may have failed them, who now we look at and say, regardless of that state assessment score, they're being successful because they're getting college credit, and they're able to go to school with college credit already. And so what happens if we don't? I think we come in, we get a team together, and we work with those districts who are still struggling. We put the right people in place to work with them, to look at their interventions, to look at the class sizes, to look at the money and how it's allocated. But we make sure that that we understand they're still the experts of that community. And so what we're giving them are some different insights, some different strategies, but still leaning on their expertise in that community.
Okay, I am inserting Representative Thomas. He has a couple really quick questions, and then mine are a little bit more lengthy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to know, I know the Wichita School District compared to other districts received quite a bit of ESSER funds. I want to know if you were able to, and if you know how many extra paras, extra counselors to assist with like mental health and some of these at-risk students. Do you know that offhand, how many?
Yeah, I don't know that offhand. I can tell you that we've added paraprofessionals, we've added additional para time, we've also added mental health staff. So we've added those things. We, again, did a robust summer school program. We've got different tutoring programs. We did tutoring programs in the community, partnering with local churches and local community centers. And so we've done extended day, extended school year, and so we're using those ESSER dollars to impact student achievement.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, yeah, you're definitely welcome. And because you have such a high level of poverty in the 259 school district, you receive, and you're the largest school district in Kansas, you did receive the largest amount of ESSER funds. I can't remember what that amount was. Do you? Total?
I would not say for sure without it being written down.
Okay.
I don't want to mess it up.
Norma might be able to find that for us. Okay, but I do have a few questions before we close up, and thank you again for your testimony. You did a great job answering our questions. Discussion is exactly what we need. So I want to ask you a little bit about your goals, your district academic strategy that you provided for us. Are those goals, were they submitted or will they be submitted for accreditation purposes? And what I mean by that is the new rules and regs has a committee that is called the ARC committee that will go to individual school districts, and they will have their own method to evaluate improvement. And that improvement is not really defined. It's just whatever is sufficient to fulfill the Accreditation Review Council. So my question is, will these goals be submitted as your accreditation goals?
I would say yes, in terms of these goals are in alignment with KSDE's goal of having 75% of our students in levels 3 and 4 by 2030. And so that's where these goals are in alignment with over the next several years, how we would get there.
Okay,
based on the data where it is now.
That's great to know that that would be included. Should the screening, I love the fact that in your testimony, you provided actual potential ways that we can address and assess student learning. And you're not a fan of just using one bullet point, but you give us some ideas of others. So the interim assessments, the universal screening data, those are not, for example, universal. Not all school districts use the same types of assessments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would it make more sense if these types of assessments were part of the accreditation process so we could see improvement uniformly across districts? What is your thought?
My thought would be yes, as long as school districts are not necessarily picking up the tab for that, because some districts may not have the money, if you will. So making sure if we want it to be universal, that we're funding that from a state level, that the playing field, if you will, is level. I think it would be one of the arguments I would throw out there and considerations.
Okay, and so then the last question really comes back to accreditation, and you've given us ideas of appropriate measurements that give a better idea of how kids are doing. You included graduation rates among that list. You did include individual plans of study, which is part of graduation rates, and individual plans of study are part of the accreditation process. But you also mentioned different types of assessments. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but the new Kansas recently passed by the State Board of Education rules and regs list 8 criteria, 8 requirements for accreditation. And the only thing that they have for assessments is that you participate in them. And improvement is decided in each individual district. And so I guess my final question is, because you've included these as your goals and because you've suggested that there are some interim data, would you think that that would be a reasonable inclusion so that the legislature, the state board, our school districts would know whether improvement is actually occurring by incorporating multiple types of assessments within the accreditation process?
I think it would be great. I'm not in those roles to be able to make the decision in terms of what they took into account to make their decision. So I don't know if I'm necessarily qualified or it's above my pay level to give advice on that one.
Okay, so we do have some state board members here today, and I, again, am just hitting the point that we hit yesterday, that the only assessing that is included in the list of 8 criteria for accreditation would be assessing social emotional learning, and the assessing of student progress is not listed explicitly in those items. So great job, glad it's part of the accreditation plan for USD 259, and we look forward to seeing improvement, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, our next individual providing testimony is Dr. Renee Nugent. She is a superintendent from USD 409 Atchison, and we have heard great things from your previous testimony, so welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for those kind words. Madam Chair and committee, I so appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony today. As the current superintendent of USD 409 Atchison Public Schools, I think I bring a unique and authentic perspective to this conversation. Atchison is a 4A district, and it shares a very positive working relationship with a 2A private high school and 2 private elementary schools in our community. I accepted this position as superintendent because the district was rural yet diverse, and I truly saw potential in increasing student achievement. I then made a commitment to visit classrooms weekly so that I could truly make decisions based on the needs of students and staff unique to each building. In fact, already this year, I am approaching 400 classroom visits. I share this with you because as we discuss improving achievement and outcomes, it's critical to understand the entire picture related to education, specifically those of us in rural areas where access to many services for students is quite limited. Today, I'm going to really focus on 3 areas that I believe greatly impact student achievement and outcomes. That is access to those quality interventions, materials, and training for all staff, especially in light of the interruptions caused by the pandemic. How special education needs and costs are very negatively impacting student achievement and outcomes, and the need to recruit and retain quality educators in order to achieve high levels of success. I've included here just a little brief background about Atchison and the district. I won't go through that. But in terms of academic achievement and quality intervention, I am 100% in favor of the idea of improving student achievement, outcomes, and accountability. I especially want to see individual student growth throughout the year using a variety of measures. Academically, USD 409 focuses primarily on data from iReady screeners and assessments in math and reading, state interim assessments, ACT scores, NAEP scores when we're chosen, Kansas assessment scores, graduation rates, and post-secondary success data. This year, we added a school capabilities assessment to the mix in which we measure how classrooms utilize high-effect strategies to increase learning at a faster rate. USD 409 applied for and was selected for the LINK grant in 2018. We currently put 80% of our FTE funding into salaries and benefits for staff. So that grant provided the district with opportunities for resources and professional development, including the robust screening and assessment protocol using iReady to equip teachers with the most research-based approaches to teaching reading and literacy. Our iReady data after full funding and prior to the pandemic showed that we were making steady growth. Our annual fall data indicated that year to year, we were seeing steady improvement and retention. Our staff was confident that these results, because of the appropriate interventions, could result in the growth on the state assessment as well. And then literally the reality of COVID punched us all in the gut. COVID is not an excuse, and we are ready to pick up and move forward. But the data is clear that we have to make progress, and this regression will not be an overnight fix for any district. We have committed a high percentage of our ESSER funding to train all staff using John Hattie's research through visible learning to ensure that we are using the best teaching and instructional practices to move students forward at a faster rate. Each building went through an assessment process to gauge current teaching practices and develop a plan for what works best for the teaching of all students. This is a 3-year commitment for our district, and I really have never been more excited to have an opportunity to train all staff across all content areas at the same time in order to move the needle in a positive direction. This growth is going to take time, but I believe we will get there, and it's going to take every ounce of that funding to make change happen. Another important factor to consider when discussing achievement and accountability is special education. The special education population of USD 409 is nearly 27%, almost double the state average. If all of the student population in the city of Atchison attended public schools, this percentage would align more closely to the state average. Conversely, Atchison Public Schools carries the enrollment for all but a very few, small percentage of special education students. And USD 409, as per law, provides special education services to all students, whether they attend a public or private school. Although special education does have its own funding source, the needs of the students we serve exceed that allotment. In 2019 and 20, USD 409 supplemented the special education fund over $1,300,000. And in 2021, that fund was supplemented well over $1 million. To put the cost of educating special education students in perspective, USD 409 has already spent $21,500 plus on a 4th grade student who has autism as we contract out ABA therapy services to meet that student's needs, along with OT, PT, and speech. This doesn't even include the certified teacher's salary or special education support. A student at the high school level needing similar services but is more medically fragile already has used $24,961 this school year for educational services. Again, we do receive special education funding, but the limited access to local services drives up the cost to provide that free, appropriate public education. A little over 1% of our highest needs special education students take the DLM, the Dynamic Learning Maps Assessment, which means that then over 25% of our student population, special ed population, takes the general state assessment, and they're expected to learn on grade level content. By definition, special education requires a set of services provided to students who experience exceptional learning needs. Finding the right tools to improve academic achievement and outcomes is important and expensive. Of 176 special education students at USD 409 who took the Kansas Reading Assessment last spring, grades 3 to 11, 122 scored a level 1, and the remaining a level 2. If we were to utilize a growth model approach to measuring learning outcomes, such as a combination of measures, it would be clear that our students are making progress. Unfortunately, one test in one moment of time often tells a different story. As mentioned above, not only are we supporting our staff in quality professional development with our ESSER funding, we are also accessing increasing access to after-school programs and summer programs dedicated to meet the needs of students, including at-risk special education students beyond extended year services. We completed our 2nd year of summer school and saw great gains, and the data that I provided are just the gains of our summer school students from their last spring iReady scores to this fall's iReady scores. We've committed to 2 more years of these programs through ESSER funds, which includes transportation, but after that, it will be difficult to allocate money based on the rising costs of services that extend beyond the FTE amount allotted. When we received full funding after the Gannon ruling, we knew we were facing, as a nation, an unprecedented national teacher shortage. In 2020, USD 409 was finally able to use our full funding to get our base pay to $40,000 for new teachers. With our geographical location, however, we're competing with districts less than a 60-mile radius from us who have base pays at $44,000, $46,000, $48,000 or higher for a starting salary. We were also unable to fill 3 special education positions this year, which, as I've mentioned, is really tough for our huge percentage of special ed population. We've used ESSER money to secure some contracted long-term subs who are committed to getting their education degree. In addition to finding quality teachers, it has been a struggle to fill paraprofessional positions, bus drivers, food service, personnel, and substitute teachers, to name a few. All of these positions do impact student performance and accountability measures, both directly and indirectly. John Hattie's research is clear that a teacher with a high efficacy rate, that's a person who believes in his or her students and his or her ability to teach students, they can achieve and learn at an effect size of 1.29, where an average effect size is 0.40 in a school year. In order to really see impact and improve student achievement and outcomes, we have to invest in the teaching profession as a whole. In closing, I do know and believe that students can learn and achieve at high levels. And I appreciate the funding that has been provided over the last 3 years and that is to come in the next few years. From our class of 2018, prior to COVID, we have 28 students currently attending college in their 4th year, 7 of whom were identified as either ELL, special education, or in foster care. Their average state assessment score for ELA was just over 2, and over half were in the low 2 score range. For math, the average score was 2.39. Yet they are achieving and succeeding in college. If only a single measure, such as a state assessment, was utilized to predict post-secondary success, this would have been discouraging. Using a growth model approach to measure student outcomes creates a much better picture of success for individual students. As we discuss improve student achievement and outcomes, there is a bigger picture that I hope I have begun to paint for this important committee. And my examples don't even include the number of foster students we serve, the number of students with mental and physical aggression, and the number of homeless population that continues to increase. These examples are not excuses. They are human reasons to push forward for the success of every student. I really hope I can work with you in determining how that success can be measured and understanding that there are multiple options to measure outcomes. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Nugent. Questions from committee? Representative Nguyen and then Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hello, how are you? Nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Do you have at-risk students?
Very many, yes.
What's your percentage?
I think we're at about 67%.
Okay. So with
Based
that,
on our free and reduced lunch counts from the last time those were official.
correct, thank you. So based on that, when you think about the things your district needs and then what you spend your at-risk dollars on, can you share with the committee the value of those approaches, those decisions, and how do you make those decisions?
Yes. So we really utilize our district site council to drive our decision-making for how we spend money, especially when it comes to at-risk. We've done that for ESSER. I have a meeting tonight to really start the conversations on ESSER 3. But what I have found is often we look for single programs or we look for individuals to lead programs, but it's truly a combination of all the above. You need quality, researched, and evidence-based programs to support at-risk students, and you need quality professionals to put those in place. So if you have one and not the other, it's truly not going to be as effective. So the money that we're spending on visible learning, typically in years past, you would send 3 people to a conference to learn a technique, or 5, or a group, and then they would come back and begin sharing that with staff, and that would take years, and then people would leave and move, and it just really was an inefficient way to professionally train staff. So this opportunity to bring that professional learning to our district for 3 years and truly train all of our staff. So if we lose 7 to 10 to 15 staff members, we have then 90% of our staff available to pick up that slack and help and support the newcomers.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I have a couple questions, if I may. How many students are there in your school district? I might have missed that.
Yeah, it's about 1,600. We're a little under 1,600 this year.
All right. And I appreciate your layout personally of the ESSER funds and how you guys have used them, and I hope you'll use them. A little perspective. So you guys, after ESSER 3, will end up with about $5.6 million, I believe, in ESSER funds. Is that?
I think that's a little high. We were about 1.5 with ESSER 2, right under 5, I believe, correct?
Okay. And just for comparison pieces, the Wichita School District after ESSER 3 will get about $262 million.
Mm-hmm.
So just wanted to put that into perspective. But I appreciate everything you've said, and I wish you all the best. I hope you're not into a situation like my school district where even after the ESSER funds, they're still accruing costs and they're still trying to find money because the per student average with the ESSER funds is far less than other districts. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, we have Representative Hoffman, and there's no one else in the queue, so I will close with a few questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Doctor, thank you for being here. I just had this is kind of a little different question, but in your first paragraph, you say that you accepted the position for this rural yet diverse district. Mm-hmm. Can you explain that? The word diverse just seems to get thrown around all the time anymore.
Sure, yeah, especially because I came to Atchison from Southwest Kansas where there were 35 languages, and it is difficult to find what we often think of diversity in a smaller district, a 4A district. We are somewhat diverse ethnically, but we're very diverse with our socioeconomics. We have a very high poverty rate for a small community. I think Atchison is also double the state poverty rate of the state of Kansas. And so our diversity is both economics and cultural.
Well, I appreciate that. I think that there's a misconception out there that rural is not diverse.
Oh, yes.
We have maybe different diversity, but we have our own
That's
diverse
correct.
population.
Yes.
So I appreciate your answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
How can the city of Amelia Earhart have such a high poverty rate, such a charming little town?
It is, but it is, what I've always said about Atchison is that it almost lacks the middle class. We have extreme poverty and then the opposite extreme.
It has great history, though.
It's
All right.
amazing.
Okay, Senator Sykes, and then I'll close.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked the previous presenter. In your view, how can we set appropriate expectations for student growth?
Yes, well, I think that we have to do that individually. And I'm starting to see that in my classroom visits when a teacher gives an iReady assessment, those students set goals. Here's where you were in the fall. Here's where do you want to be at this winter score? What kind of growth? And we look at stretch growth. So I would love to say we're going to see a 10% growth across the district, and that would be awesome. But what I really want is individual student growth. And I want to see growth from every student. I mean, I'm a believer in that. But I hate setting a one-size-fits-all standard for growth.
And if I may follow up on that. So, and because of privacy, so how do you report that to us?
I think it's doable. I mean, I think the question before was, should we have a universal screener? And maybe, but all the screeners that typically I know of in the state are very much approved by the state. But I think, I mean, on our accreditation, we do report our iReady growth scores and our stretch growth scores. And we look at that data at our board meetings, and we look at that data in our PLCs. I do think it's reportable. It would require some work to create a system. How many students have completed your IPS? What does your ASQ data look like from year to year for kindergarten readiness? You know, what of every assessment you give in your district, how can you show growth? I think it's doable.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. And I do have some closing questions. So you talk about incorporating these summative and formative assessments together, and that maybe there is a system that can be created, or does it exist that can take this magnitude of information from IPS, the individual plans of study, and show growth of students collectively? Is that something that's doable today, or would it have to be built?
Well, I think it wouldn't take years. I don't know we could do it today, but I mean, we report on our accreditation yearly, and we have to give updates that shows that growth on IPS, on social emotional. We do iReady data. So I think we're already doing it. I just don't know that there's a systemic way at this point, but I do believe it can happen.
Okay, and then also to come back to the topic of accreditation, it's one in which there's accreditation and there are 5 key points of kindergarten readiness and the individual plans of study and graduation rates. And, you know, there's a list of those 5 things. And then you have the legislature who we want the quantifiable data. And so I am hearing over and over that we don't want one size fits all growth. We don't want one type of test. There's got to be some common ground between the accreditation in which you are reporting growth, but it's not required per se in the explicit list of items. There is growth that they want, improvement that they want, but it's in individual plans that go to the ARC, the council that reviews you, and they're different for 286 districts. So I couldn't go to your school district or to my school district or to Representative Wynn's school district and figure out what was your growth. I couldn't compare you to any of the other districts. So do you think that there is a disconnect between what the legislature would like to see, what you would like to see, and what the state board is asking to see? Where is there a disconnect, and how can we better align?
I do think there is that avenue of looking at different school districts and having the same data snapshot on the KSDE website. They have the data points for graduation rate, ACT scores, state assessment data, and that's all disaggregated by special education, you know, by ethnicity, by males and females. So all of that is on a dashboard on the KSDE website. I look at it a lot just because I want to see how I'm doing compared to other 4A districts in the state. In terms of the accreditation process, so I'm probably a unique one to ask because we use 2 accreditation processes in Atchison. We, of course, do the state process through KISA, but we're still with Advanced Ed, which is now Cognia. And that's because our private schools use Cognia Advanced Ed, and so we want, you know, to show that as well. And so that's 2 ways that I think we have to prove growth to get accredited by each of those agencies.
Well, and the reason I keep hitting this is because the showing improvement is there's no defined criteria anymore on the new rules and regs. But what existed prior to this year and the state board approving the new rules and regulations for accreditation, what existed prior was this: showing a percentage of students performing at or above proficient on state assessment, or whether or whether there was an increase of overall student achievement by a certain percentage with each applicable percentage determined by the state board. So there was a defined, we want to show growth. It was in there. Every district needed to show that. We don't have that anymore. So I think that's why I keep hitting on it, and I'm really glad that you incorporate a couple different accreditations and can get the best of both worlds.
If I could
Yes,
just
sure.
touch on that. So I think when there were percentage data points expected, that was with the old assessment, which was really cut and dry. And you were very much able to teach to that assessment. The new assessment really makes you think, analyze, apply. It is different. And so it really is more difficult to set those, I think, cut score expectations.
We've had the same assessment since 2015.
Well, yes, but we have it, when that assessment came in, you have to consider it's not an overnight fix. So our sophomores, for example, who took that assessment in 2015, had been used to taking a whole different test for all those years prior. And so it really had to change the way we teach about, we think and teaching. It changed all of those strategies. I mean, I'm expecting my teachers to ask very high-level questions versus what might be on that test.
Okay, good to know, but that's 6 years since 2015 that the curriculum is designed to it. We would never want any school to teach to the test. Wouldn't be our aim. Our aim would be that the kids would be comfortable with content, that the curriculum and the testing would just be integrated in such a way that it would be a good picture, a snapshot of how the kids are doing. One last quick question, and it's summer school. Summer school keeps coming up, and that is, you said that you've used it for the last 2 years. I think that we hear about the summer slide all the time. Do you think that this has been maybe a gaping hole in our education system in which we stopped providing summer enrichments? And then do you think it'll be something that will stay so that we can reduce summer slide and hit the kids that we know are not where they need to be?
Yes, a huge chunk of our ESSER funding has gone to summer school and Spark funding prior to ESSER. It costs a lot of money to run a summer program. So if we can continue funding for summer programs, absolutely.
But I'm going to push back at you a little bit, because we are increasing every year through Bay State aid how much we are providing for our schools, to the point that I think in 2022 or 2023, it's an additional $283 million just in Bay State aid, which that then increases your weighting amounts so that your at-risk kids are going to get more, and that each weighting is going to get more because it's based on that Bay State aid. So I would hate to see the schools say we can't afford it because the ESSER funding went away when we've had billions more incorporated, and we are saying that your number one priority is that your kids can read and write, and that they can do basic math. And if they can't do that when they get out of 3rd and 4th grade and that group continues to grow and not being able to be successful or proficient, and school districts say we can't do anything about it because we can't do summer school, I would say then your priorities are wrong.
Well, when that funding came back to us, we had made substantial cuts prior to that. And so we used that funding to get us back on track, such as salaries and the programs like the iReadies and such. So yes, if we can make summer school work, it is definitely a priority, but 80% of our funding is going to salaries.
Okay. I would just say that I would hate for us to not, to use any excuses that the ESSER funding went away, and so now we can't do the things that are most important to our kids. So I hope that's not something we hear in the future. I did get a please, please, please from my vice chair, Representative Kyle Hoffman, in the regular session. So he is going to have a quick question, he said.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned a couple of times the private schools in your district through the accreditation, and that you've got a good positive relationship with them. And probably it's through the special education, helping them with special education is probably part of it. But what other areas are you working with them? Because I'm encouraged that I'm hearing that from
So
you.
as horrible as COVID was, it really brought us together as a team to really talk about strategies during that time. And we began meeting weekly last year as a group. This year, not as much, but we still make it a priority to try to get together at least once a semester just to have conversations about what's going well. We do work with them. They get title funding allocations, and so we work with them and we try to involve them. We invited the private high school to our back to school kickoff where we had a major speaker come in. And so, I mean, we're all one community, and so it's just important that we work together.
Thank you, Dr. Nugent. We really appreciate your testimony. We hope we see you again and continue to keep the conversation going. We have one more on our agenda today that is testimony, Dr. Anna Stubblefield. She is the superintendent of USD 500 Kansas City. Welcome.
Good morning. Chairperson Williams and members of the interim committee, I'm pleased to be here today to provide information regarding improving student achievement and outcomes. I was selected as the superintendent of Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools on July 1st, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. During the course of my 20 years as an administrator in the state of Kansas, I've had the privilege of working in one of the most affluent and high-achieving school districts, Blue Valley, one of the most educated communities, Lawrence, and one of the most diverse and impoverished districts, Kansas City, Kansas. What I've learned in each of these districts is kids are kids and families want the best education for their students. I've also learned that while there are commonalities in all of these districts, each of these districts have unique characteristics that require different resources and supports. In USD 500, we serve over 21,000 students. Our student demographics are as follows. 55% of our students are Hispanic, 24% African American, 12% other, 9% white, 86% of our students are free and reduced, 16% qualify for special education, and 14% qualify for ELL services. I'm sharing the demographics of the districts because the negative impacts of poverty on academic success are often compounded when families live in communities of concentrated poverty. In Kansas City, Kansas, in addition to mitigating the disadvantage experienced by low-income students, we face additional challenges. As all of you are aware, Wyandotte County experienced COVID-19 infection rates as high as 43%, which was well above the other counties in the state. This was compounded by the high level of poverty in our community last year. KCK showed strong academic gains in the spring of 2009 based on the state assessment results, which showed a significant number of students moving into proficiencies levels 3 and 4. Overall in ELA, the district proficiency rates proficiency rates by 4.3% from 14.3% in the spring of 2018 to 18.6%. Gains were made across all grade levels and subgroup populations. Among schools, 39 of the 43 show positive growth in ELA. 5 schools had growth between 0.1% and 2.4%. 13 schools had growth between 2.5% and 4.9%. 16 schools between 5% and 9.9%, and 5 schools with 10% or more. In math, the district increased proficiency rates by 6.2% from 11.4% in the spring of 2018 to 17.6% in 2019. Gains were made across all grade levels and subgroup populations. Among the schools, 40 of the 43 showed positive growth. 4 schools between 0.1% and 2.4%, 6 schools between 2.5% and 4.9%, 14 schools between 5% and 9.9%, and 12 schools between 10% and 14.9%, and 4 schools with 15% or more. It is important for me to acknowledge we have a huge challenge ahead of us and to bring assessment scores to a level where we want them to be. However, USD 500 experiences high level of student achievement in pockets. Sumner Academy consistently is ranked as one of the top high schools in the state and in the country. 2 of our elementary schools were selected to receive the National ESEA Distinguished Schools Program Award in the last 3 years. Schools are selected for this award. They demonstrate a wide array of strengths. Both schools were selected for closing the achievement gap between student groups for 2 or more consecutive years. Bertram Carruthers Elementary was recognized this year, and New Stanley Elementary was recognized in the 1920 school year. We've also invested in our Student Services Department to address the needs of our students and families. The department's priorities focus on trauma-sensitive and resilient schools, social-emotional learning, and program support, including Attend to Achieve, alternative education, behavioral health, community partnerships, McKinney-Vento, and parent engagement. Services provided by the department's other services that are provided to support the staff and students and families are, again, Attend to Achieve, alternative education, behavioral health, social workers, counselors, bullying prevention, community partnerships and volunteers, 24-hour care line, critical incident response team, family and community engagement, Kids Zone, language support, McKinney-Vento, trauma-sensitive and resilient schools, and social-emotional learning. Taking into consideration all of these factors, we started this school year in USD 500 with the focus and commitment to rebound, reimagine, and renew what teaching and learning looks like for our students to create a system where the students would experience success. As the new superintendent, it was important to build and expand on the initiatives and programs we were seeing high levels of student achievement and post-graduation success. In 2014, Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools committed to graduating each student with a high school diploma plus an endorsement. Through the Diploma Plus initiative, our district continues to expand and increase the possibilities of the commitment, facilitating college and career experience designed to ensure students will be successful post-secondary. In 2018-19, 46% of our seniors graduated with a diploma plus an endorsement. 17% of them achieved an ACT score of 21 or higher. 14% earned 18 or more hours of college credit. 14% earned an industry recognized certification. 16% participated in an internship or job shadow, and 1% was accepted into the military. During the 1920 school year, our Diploma Plus data show 48% of our seniors graduated with a Diploma Plus endorsement, 15% achieved an ACT of 21 or higher, 17% earned 18 or more hours of college credit, 15% earned an industry recognized certification, 16% participated in an internship or job shadow, and 2% were accepted into the military. Our students have experienced positive results from the Diploma Plus program, which provides real-world learning experiences. Our goal is that by 2031, 100% of our students will graduate with a Diploma Plus and an endorsement. In order to make this a reality, we expanded and implemented Diploma Plus programming at every level, elementary, middle, and high school. During the 2021 school year, Diploma Plus expanded to all 28 of our elementary campuses. All students completed one industry virtual session with a professional of their choice using the NAPRIS Connector web platform. Through this, students were able to explore careers connected to their learning, hear from local career speakers, and foster career awareness at the earliest grade levels. This year, schools will conduct one virtual visit in the fall and one in the spring. To ensure we have the capacity, USD 500 has partnered with the Kauffman Foundation and the Real World Learning Community. Real World RWL is a Kansas City community initiative to help prepare our region students and employers for the future. In RWL, learners are prepared for work, school, and life after high school graduation. We're leveraging our ESSER dollars to implement programs, professional development, and systems that are research and evidence-based best practices to ensure our students are on track. With intentionality, we are aligning how we allocate the dollars to our strategic plan in 4 broad areas: social emotional well-being, academic acceleration and support, engagement and voice, real-world learning experiences, and infrastructure and human capital. Some examples of what we have allocated our dollars for are summer school, curriculum resources, expanding Jobs for America graduate Kansas JAG-K, implementing Avid, targeted tutoring, translation software, and expanding our Kids Zone program. The foundation to making this happening is implementing a multi-tier system of support to build a framework for teachers on all of our school campuses in order to meet the academic and social emotional needs of our students. Building leaders and teachers will lead the work centered on implementing effective practices with fidelity. Finally, we have partnered with the University of Kansas to complete an environmental and academic scan. The purpose of this review is to provide an understanding of the scope of the academic structure, curricular components, climate issues, communication, and the use of data. Based on the recommendations from this report, we'll develop a dynamic and transparent plan with clear goals and benchmarks that will lead to 100% of USD 500 graduates leaving our system with a diploma plus an endorsement.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. Committee, what questions do you have? We'll start with Representative Nguyen, and then we'll go to Senator Sykes, and then Representative Thomas, and Representative White.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning.
Good morning.
Hope this is not your last time visiting us. I'm sure it won't be. So anyway, thank you for coming. Let me ask you the same question I asked Mr. Davis, and centering on the last sentence of your second to last paragraph in your conclusion. Building leaders and teachers will lead the work centered on implementing effective practices with fidelity. How do you plan to hire effective, credentialed, qualified people to do their job and to support the students and do exactly what you say you're going to do?
From my experience, recruiting and retaining employees, it's a multi-tiered system approach similar to what we do with our students. One, we have a robust recruiting plan. Like all school districts, our HR go out and recruit locally and nationally and sell, the benefits of coming to KCK. We also have lots of grow your own opportunities in the sense of growing our own through our classified staff. We partner with a couple of universities, Fort Hays State and others, to allow a lot of our classified staff who've been committed to the district to earn teaching degrees, and they're already invested in the district. And we also work with some community partners. We have a Teach Fellow programs that allow people who don't have a traditional teaching degree to come in and go through a program so that they can also become teachers. And one of the things that we'll work to develop is a more robust grow your own with our students, because we need to be able to fill that gap. But the reality is, if you're going to recruit and retain educators, education has to be attractive, and people have got to know that they'll be in an environment where they can learn and grow, and they can invest in students. Typically, that's why teachers go into teaching. They love kids and they want to see kids grow and develop. But what we are finding is that what is happening around education is not so attractive for a lot of people, in the sense that there is a lot of negative things that are being said and put out publicly about education. So we are working to change that narrative to create the story that education is a great field and that KCK is a great place to work. My own personal experience in the districts that I've been in, I've had teachers reached out to me from the districts that I work with. Teachers that I worked with in the past have said, and I'm not bragging on myself, but because of my leadership and relationship capacity, they are interested in coming to KCK. So my hope is that we can continue to foster positive relationships and look at multiple avenues in order to do that. But the reality is there is a shortage in education, and when you talk to people who have left the profession, it's a lot of factors, but some of it is just the negative light that their experience has been put on education and the stressors that come with that.
Well, of course, up here, that's an excuse, okay?
I respect that, but that's their reality.
Okay,
Yeah.
if I could ask the same question, what's the percentage of at-risk at KCK?
Based off our free and reduced, it's 86%. It may be a little higher when you factored into some other things, how students are identified as at risk.
So when you think about the things your district spends at-risk dollars on, can you share with the committee the value of those approaches and how you spend it?
So when I think about how KCK, and I'm pulling up some notes because I'm new to KCK, so I don't have all of the data memorized. But when I think about the areas that we are spending our at-risk dollars on, we do spend money on several alternative options for our students because the traditional classroom setting, they need more. We also spend money on, we have a large homeless population in the Kansas City, Kansas area, and those are some of our most at-risk students. So we invest money in our McKinney-Vento program. And the benefit in a lot of social, emotional components as well, because we know without well-being, there will be no learning. So we have to address those factors while simultaneously addressing the academic factors. And then we also look at staffing to make sure that we can support those things that are happening for those students in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 situation for our most at-risk students.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And we do understand the complexities and the difficulties of hiring. Every industry segment is suffering, from the healthcare to hospitality to construction. Just cannot find enough people that will fill those positions. All right, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. It's nice to meet you. My question for you is the same from the other two conferees. In your view, how can we set appropriate expectations to measure student growth?
I think my two colleagues who spoke before me, we share the same sentiments. We do really have to look at individually what our students need, but at the same time have some benchmarks and things to identify if they're making the progress. So one of my goals and our team goals when we get our findings back from the University of Kansas is to identify, from preschool at each grade level, what is it that students need to be able to know and be able to do in order to graduate with a diploma plus. And then once we have those benchmarks, identifying how will we support them if they don't, in order for, by the time that they get to 12th grade, they will be able to leave our school district with a diploma plus.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, you may not want to brag on yourself, but I'll compliment you. Anytime that leadership comes in and more folks are interested and become more interested in partnering with you in your district, that's a huge compliment to your leadership. So I definitely want to compliment you there. And also taking on this role, I mean, I know just by taking on the role of superintendent this year, you're tough, and I appreciate what you're doing. So thank you very much for that. I want to talk, anytime I hear JAG-K mentioned, just on a side comment, I love that program and I love those guys. So that's awesome that you're working with them. If my math is correct, I believe KCK School District got around 127 million after ESSER 3 funds come out. Can you talk to me about maybe the number of counselors and extra teachers and paras that you're able? I know you kind of briefly mentioned it. Are you struggling with that still? And do you have a number approximately that you're
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I do know that we did add teachers, counselors, social workers, and staff just across the board, in order to make sure that we can provide a safe and supportive education for our students. So I don't have the number, but we have expanded that. We also, with our ESSER dollars, are trying to be intentional about balancing, like implementing things that we can sustain beyond ESSER, so that we're not trying to do one-time fixes, and then when it's gone, we have to stop doing something. So we're really trying to be strategic about whatever we implement that is not like short-term, like PPE and those kind of things. But when we're looking at hiring staff, making sure that it's clear, like this is for a temporary gap, or this is something that we need throughout our system, and how do we build it in our budget? So we are being strategic and intentional around those kind of decisions.
Well, I think that's awesome, because some still don't necessarily realize the ESSER funds do eventually go away, and this is just temporary relief. So the fact that you're ahead of the game on that is awesome. So thank you. Can I have one more follow-up question, if I may?
Yes.
And then I'll be quick and I'll leave on. Transportation, I'm curious, while I think KCK kind of held off going back into school, in-person learning, I'm curious sort of with the transportation dollars that are in your guys' budget, and maybe you can answer this, I don't know, but what happened? Was that money reallocated, or is that money kind of in savings? Is it waiting to be spent? I'm just curious.
I was not in KCK last year. Transportation was provided when the students came back. I cannot speak explicitly to that. I will say that there are a lot of services that were provided even though the students were not in session. So meals were still provided. We still, students, my understanding and just looking back at things, students, certain students still had access to campuses based off of what they qualify from, from special ed to just unique needs. So, and there was still things happening, although it may have not been on the larger scale. But I can't speak specifically to that this morning.
No worries. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so in the queue, and this is the last of questions that we'll be taking, Representative Hoy, then Representative Hoffman, then Senator Baumgartner, and Senator Sykes okay, and then I'll close with a couple questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This testimony from our school district presenters this morning has been very helpful. I do understand that we've been talking about some of these issues for a number of years, but I do believe that things have been exacerbated by the pandemic. I have the opportunity to be on the site council at my son's school, and one of the needs identified was a washer and dryer. Students were having more bathroom accidents because maybe they were used to setting up at home during remote school right next to a bathroom. They didn't have to plan to go walk down the hall and make it there. So there are some things that I hadn't really even thought about what it's like walking through the halls as a student during a pandemic. Then we're going to be addressing later items that could be influencing student achievement, critical race theory, improving parent partnerships, mental health, and the impact of masks on student achievement. And a couple of items I've heard from presenters today that I don't feel are on this list are poverty and gun violence was mentioned. And those are issues I feel like are are directly under the purview of the Kansas legislature. We could pass legislation to save families money on their groceries. We could expand access to affordable health care to all Kansans. We could stop weakening our gun laws. So trying to figure out my role as a House member and how I can help students and their families succeed. What do you believe are not contributing factors influencing student achievement, and how do issues affecting students and their families outside of school affect their performance in school?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I actually, that's a reality for the students in KCK every day. Like, honestly, I was just back there listening to the testimony. A text came through, one of our early childhoods in secure status because of activity within the neighborhood. And you think about those students who'll be there the remainder of the day. but that's going to impact what they do. And unfortunately, that happens more often than not daily, but it does. Our students go into those kind of just awareness learning still goes on, but it changes the dynamic of the school day. So that is a reality. The poverty yesterday through a giving program, Loads of Love donated 4 washer and dryers to 4 of our elementaries, similar to the purpose of that, but also just several of our students don't have those basic things in their homes. And in all of our schools, we have like food pantries and those kind of things, because we have to address those basic needs before we can, and not before, but simultaneously while we are asking students to focus on reading and writing and doing math. So the reality of it is, and that I spoke to it generally, is those challenges that some of our students face, but not all of them, are a reality. And when we are planning, we have to plan for those scenarios. And our students are resilient, but they're also human. And we have to address that, and that impacts how they learn daily.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You may have went over this, but I missed it. The Diploma Plus, you say here it's an initiative. Is that a program as far as a company that you're working with and a program, or is that an idea and then you do other programs besides it to reach that
Yeah.
goal, I guess?
So in 2014, Kansas City, Kansas committed to it. So it's not a program in a sense we contract with someone. It's how we structured our high schools at that time with career pathways and specific things that we wanted all of our students to leave the district with. The specific areas are, like, we want each one of our, either for our students to have completion of a full year of college, and that's 18 hours or more, some sort of industry recognized certification, to score 21 or higher on the ACT, completion of the IB diploma, which we have the IB program at Sumner, acceptance into the military, completion of some sort of industry or internship, and then, or an approved plan for transition plan. And in that, I believe the thought process was, we serve a wide variety of students, and some of our students, specifically our students who are special needs that have more severe, if they have a thorough transition plan or what they're going to do once they exit it, then those individuals and their families have a better opportunity of being successful. So that is what we are building out, how we educate our students, but in partnering with Kauffman through that grant, there are 31 districts in the Kansas City area and several businesses who agreed to provide those opportunities for our students, and then also college and universities who partner with us so that our students will have opportunities to get those college hours. So it really is just driving how we will provide education for our students, and not necessarily a program that we are implementing.
All right, and we have Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Superintendent, it's a pleasure to have you here with us today. You did mention in your testimony that you are expanding the JAG-K program. Again, very strong supporter of that. Could you tell us, are you expanding it into your middle schools as opposed to just high schools, or what type of expansion has occurred? And also, is that expansion being paid for out of ESSER funds, which will then drop off in a couple years?
So in our planning with JAG-K, they brought a proposal to us to expand it in our high schools, to have more offerings in all of our high schools. It's currently in one of our middle schools. This initial expansion is being paid out of ESSER funds, but as I stated before, our plan is in working with them and looking at, their funding sources and things is how do we make it sustainable? So we are collaborating with the JAG-K individuals to make sure that it's sustainable and it's not going to go away after ESSER. But right now, it is primarily having more JAG-K opportunities in all of our high schools and one of our middle schools for the upcoming school year. They did expand, I think, a little bit for this school year, but the plan more so is for the 22-23 school year next year. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, we might ask Craig Nunswander to give us some information. I don't believe that the transportation funds can be transferred into other accounts, at least the funds that they receive from the state. So it might be important. Not all districts were shut down for a majority of last year, but it might be interesting if he could provide us with that carry forward that has occurred from last year to this year. Just as an aside, because I think that will continue to come up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I don't see if Craig's here, but he may be, oh, he is, he's right behind. Okay, awesome. If you could kind of look into that for us, that would be great. We would appreciate that. And I'm just going to end on one question. In the last paragraph of your testimony, you mentioned that you're working with the University of Kansas for an environmental academic scan, and you are going to be evaluating components such as curricular, academic structure, climate issues, communication, and scope. Since Senator Baumgartner mentioned best practices, we're trying to perhaps make some kind of note of what are some of those best practices. Would you be willing to share that that scan or that survey or that collection of data with us? And I mean more the questions, not necessarily the responses.
Oh, from the University of
You don't
Kansas?
have, right. you
I
don't
don't
to
have
share-
it with me now.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But I meant maybe forward it so we can kind of get an idea. Is this a best practice so that other districts might want to do the same thing?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
is it a digital survey or a digital plan?
So right now, we met with them on Monday. They're finalizing the survey, but it'll be a combination of surveys, interviews, focus groups, and then looking at the resources that we're using and our actual data. Everything from anecdotal data to actual state assessment data to our interim assessment data. They're just looking at how we function as a system in order to give us some feedback and findings on research-based and best practices for districts that are demographically look like us and what's been successful.
Well, if there's anything from that survey or scan that would be helpful to the legislature as we're evaluating what our next steps might would be or what best practices might look like, I would love it if you would send it our way. You could send it through our research analyst, Norma. You can send it through your Board of Education. Are you chair? Representative, not chair today, but, or you can send it directly to me. So that would be great. And I have to also end by saying thank you because one of my daughters is a talented, gifted teacher for you. So anyway, thank you. Yeah, she's, yeah. I'm just trying to keep her personal autonomy out of respect for her.
She's like her mother.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Notice committee that we have testimony that's written only from JAG-K, CheckNAP, and that's in your folder that you can look at your convenience. Committee, we're going on to our next item on our agenda, contributing factors influencing student achievement. As I mentioned yesterday, everything that we do in our schools and everything that we do not do in our schools will impact how our students learn. Just as those environmental circumstances that they bring with them into the classroom will impact their learning. So the question today is the application of critical race theory or any derivative thereof finding its way in our classroom. So we're going to have a discussion on that. We invited a state board member, Ann Ma, to speak to the question of whether or not critical race theory is in our classrooms. I know that's something that's been briefly discussed in our state board meeting, so we would like to have her review of that. So, Ann? All right, welcome, Ann, and thank you so much for addressing the question, is the application of critical race theory finding its way into the classroom?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. It's a thrill to be back in the Capitol, and we have a lot to talk about today, so I'm going to get right to it. First, I need to remind you that the State Board did take position on this. You probably have a big pile of attachments that I sent, so they'd be handy for you to take a look at. And we have not issued a new position on that since our July statement. But the board simply says that CRT, critical race theory, is an advanced and complex framework of analysis that goes back to the 70s that examines how racism is inherent in our legal institutions. It's largely studied in law school. You won't find it anywhere in our state standards, and you will not find it in any of our assessments. So it's a little difficult to say that CRT is influencing student achievement. The problem that we have is that the term CRT has been co-opted to be an umbrella term for anything anybody has to complain about public schools. And we have a lot of parent complaints, and I would by no means say we ever want to dismiss a parent complaint. They're absolutely legitimate. They should be listened to, they should be welcomed, and they should be dealt with at the local level where they can be best handled. My goal today is to maybe change the direction to start using more accurate terms about what's going on in schools and start using the right terms for what we're doing. So how do we do that through the State Board? One, through KISA, through our policies, and through our standards. So I want to talk about the correct terms of things that the State Board is encouraging. I gave you a copy of our foundational structures, which are the foundational structures from KISA. And the first one I listed was tiered framework of support. And the reason I listed that first is to remind you that academics is our first concern. Student achievement is our #1 goal, and that's why it's our #1 foundational structure in KISA. That tiered framework of support helps schools determine what needs individual students have and address those in a timely manner. Academics, I remember the chairwoman asked one time why academics wasn't our legislative priorities. That's because academics is our everyday priority. The State Board, schools, we all work every day on academics. And we measure it 6 ways from Sunday. Why, certain words weren't put in the regulations, I don't know. But what I do know is that I have been working accrediting both private and public schools for a quarter of a century. I was on the QPA advisory team back in the 90s, and now I'm on KISA. I was on the state North Central accreditation team for 15 years. And what I can tell you is that KISA is a great system, and we study academics up and down. And what I think is important, though, and what I think is really kind of thrilling, is that while the Gannon Court did look at assessments as one data point, that's not what they chose to base funding on. They said, no, we're going to use the Rose capacities. We recognize that assessments are only one data point. There are a whole wide range of things that kids need to know, like culture, like mental health. And so they adopted the Rose capacities to base funding on. And I'm even more thrilled that the legislature agreed, because you put the Rose capacities into statute, evidently agreeing that assessments are only one data point. And our KISA accreditation process reflects that fact as well. So if you want to know what we measure, you can go to ks.gov and go to the local reports, the building reports, and you will find all the academic measures you want by subgroup, by building. You can compare schools. You can do all that. I think if you, and you did have the schools here, they will tell you, we ask a lot of questions about accreditation, about academics. In fact, one of the 29 districts that I represent was just recently received conditional accreditation because they did not meet the level of academic results that we wanted to see. Now, we talked also, you mentioned yesterday, about areas we could work together on. I think there have been a number of times when the legislature and the state board have worked very well together. And the top of that list for me is dyslexia and reading, because we all know reading is so important. In fact, we had legislators work on that team. And out of that, we had the dyslexia report, and I think I gave you a handout on that as well. We decided as a group, as a community, as a state, that we would move towards structured literacy for dyslexia and reading problems. There were a whole list of recommendations, and even though the board adopted those regulations in the middle of a pandemic, and there was a lot of pressure to put off moving this new direction for another year, we said, no, reading is too important to student achievement. We want you to press on right now, even in the middle of a pandemic. And the state board put its money where its mouth is. We put $15 million of our discretionary money into training teachers on structured literacy, as well as college professors who teach teachers. So now we have earlier and better screenings. We have a lot of things going on that I think are going to pay big dividends in the area of reading in a very short time. Now I want to move on to some of the things that often get confused with CRT. The first one is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And again, if you look at our foundational structures, one of them is diversity, equity, and inclusion, because we know that students achieve better when they feel included in what's going on in the school. I'm not going to read the definitions for you there, but I also provided you the rubric that we have that schools have to go through. I gave you the rubric for the academics, which you can see gives a lot of detail as to how schools are to determine if they're moving ahead on academics or not. But then we also have a rubric included on DEI, so you can see what we expect them to do. And I was thrilled again that the legislature agreed that was important because it's in the Rose capacities, you know, some of those things, and the court as well. So physical and mental health, again, mental health is one of those things that shows up in the Rose capacities and in legislation. And we all know that good mental health is important to student achievement. And we are particularly appreciative that the legislature took a particular interest in student suicide. We also, as you can imagine, have a huge interest in that. And I provided for you, all those committee members at least should have a copy of the resource book we put together for schools. It's an amazing document to help them work with this very important topic. We have documents like that in all kinds of areas. I just brought that one to show you the depth that we go to try to help schools improve student achievement. We're also extremely appreciative, I don't know, yes, Representative Landwehr's here, the mental health pilot program that you guys fund, that is just amazing. I can tell you particularly in rural schools that are dealing with a lot of mental health issues, they find that program particularly helpful. We teach history. Who knew? You can find a copy of our new history standards that we adopted back in 2020. Those standards are designed to help students become informed, thoughtful, and engaged. We have a particular emphasis on civic engagement, which is also a separate foundational structure. But we emphasize real-world understanding of history, not just memorize and spew something back out on a test. And that's why we have now moved our state assessments on history to a class-based assessment, where a student actually has to put forward a theory and defend it with facts. They have to actually learn and do history. And it's an amazing thing to watch. It's really, really cool. Another area that we worked in, I know Representative Wynn and Alcala one time came to us. They had a bill in the House to require culturally relevant pedagogy be taught in all of our schools. And we said, why don't you come over and talk to us about it? And instead, they did a Train the Teacher project. I know the representative could probably tell you a lot more about that than I could, that the state board endorsed. And that's quite a project, and I really hope that it can get going again. But again, that is a Rose standard, and so that's why we promote that. Social emotional growth, I know off and on throughout the time we've been here already, you've heard a lot about social emotional growth. It's another one of our priorities. Again, it's in the Rose standards that you adopted and the court adopted, and so we consider that a priority as well. We think that social emotional growth is right along with academics, and it has to be. I think one of the people right before me was talking about what kids come to school that they're dealing with. And if you don't deal with those Maslow things first, the Bloom things never happen. So we consider that to be very important. And why? Who brought that to our attention? Well, as Dr. Watson mentioned back in 2015, Kansas told us that was a priority. We went and talked to thousands of Kansas teachers, parents, community members, business leaders, and what they told us was, yeah, academics is important, maybe 15 to 25% of what you ought to be working on. What we really want you to work on is these other skills, and I gave you a copy of that too. Probably the last handout in my packet is a copy of the competency wheel. And we didn't just make that up. We got those competencies, the academic, the interpersonal, and the intrapersonal from Kansas. They said, this is critical to our kids' success. This is what we want you to work on. In conclusion, I have to agree with Shayla Griffin, who said that working on diversity, inclusion, and equity and teaching accurate history is hard. It includes some hard things about our past and present, and learning about racism is one of those things. But learning about racism is not CRT. And I think our students are smart enough to be able to handle those tough topics. I think we should work together. It's one of the things you might want to put on your list to end this CRT dispute and start using the real terms for what we're doing in schools. If a parent doesn't like a video somebody showed, then go have that discussion with your school board. If you don't like what they're doing on the Equity Council, go have that discussion. If you don't like what the history teacher's doing, go have that discussion. But we have 286 public schools, and they are not all cookie cutter. There is no way we can legislate from this level what ought to be done. That's why we have local control, and those kinds of disputes should be handled there. So how do we move forward to work together, which is our goal, to work together with you to continue to improve student achievement? Well, one thing, like I said, we can stop calling everything under the sun CRT and use those right names. Another thing we can do is to continue the good work we've started. I know Senator Baumgardner was key in trying to get the first 15 passed, and doggone it, I thought we were going to get there, to help every student have free college hours in high school statewide. That was so huge. I'd like to see that done. We can finish the work, or continue and then finish the work on dyslexia and reading, because we know reading is so important. We already agree on that. We've been working together on it for years. And the state board has done, I believe, everything we've been asked to do. Now we need the legislature to do the couple of things the committee recommended you do and keep that going. We can work on computer education. We already have 170-some districts teaching more than 2,000 courses. That's not enough. We know there's no area of work that changes faster than that. We would really like to do more in that area. We can stop bashing teachers. They're not the problem. We can celebrate the work our education heroes do every day and support them and tell them we really appreciate what they do, because right now that's not happening. And we're seeing a record number, I think, of teachers and administrators leave the field. Another thing is some of the superintendents had asked me to bring up about capers. Because we have so many people leaving the field and retiring, we're having a really difficult time. I don't know if you've seen the numbers. We had a large number of positions not filled the start of this year. And one thing the superintendents would like you to consider is to waive the capers assessment and the waiting periods for another year or two so that they can keep going until, you know, we can get some more teachers online in a lot of different ways. And we're working a lot of different ways to bring teachers into the business too. The last thing is just to keep talking. We need to keep talking to each other. I think a lot of times people don't understand the burden that public schools have. So I brought this. This was put together by Jamie Ballmer, who was a state school board member in Ohio, who ran on the proposition that schools should be run like a business. And it didn't take him too long to find out why that shouldn't be at all. This is a list of things that have been added to the public school plate since 1900. And it goes through the 2000s, but I can tell you, it just in the last few years, even more has been added. So if you want to know why the cost of public education goes up every year, just take a look at the things that get added every year, and that'll give you a clue. And frankly, when private schools are willing to step up to this, maybe we could talk about some money for them. But until that time, I wouldn't be in favor of that. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd be glad to stand for questions.
All right, thank you, State Member Ma. We appreciate you being here today, State Board Member Ma. I would just say that on the issue of, there are lots of questions, I'm sure. On the issue of the Gannon, I think that our legislators are very aware of that. And in terms of Gannon 4, the way they measured the ROSE standards, the ROSE capacities, since they're not easily quantifiable, was the standardized test. That is what the Supreme Court justices opined about, is that 1/4 of our students we are failing them. So it was through the standardized test that the plaintiffs justified the increase in money. It wasn't just a list of ROSE standards. It was measured through the standardized test. But we do have a list of individuals that would like to ask questions. We have Representative Thomas, then Representative Humer, then Senator Sykes, and then Representative Wynn will add to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple of different questions, if you'll indulge me. So 2015, you mentioned items that you all came to an agreement to in 2015, and I appreciate that. There was another agreement not mentioned that I want to bring up, and that was a contract between the State Board and the Education Committee that every district shall develop financial literacy. We passed a bill with that. The State Board opposed it. It was bipartisan, and the governor vetoed it. So could you explain that? And also, I mean, frankly, if we're going to have contracts with the legislature and talk about compromise, why anybody would believe that?
Well, Dr. Watson's outside, and I didn't come prepared to talk about financial literacy, but I'm sure he could tell you about that. But we have developed financial literacy standards that have been given to all the schools, as we promised. But we don't assess on those. And I don't know, Dr. Watson, you want to add to that?
No, we're just going to ask our elected officials to respond to these questions today.
I see.
On this topic, yes. You are the expert in the room.
Yes, but yesterday you had let former Speaker O'Neill go to his expert.
Okay, so that's really out of order.
It is?
You
Okay.
are here to provide testimony. You could decline if you would like, but you cannot ask someone else to come up. If I, as the chair, determine that, that is my prerogative.
I see.
Yes,
Well,
thank you.
We did develop financial literacy standards. We're very intent on that. It's one thing students want to learn more about. We just don't believe it should be written in the law. And we did not want to use up another credit hour requirement for financial literacy. So a lot of schools are teaching it, but they're teaching it within other courses.
Sure, a lot of
We
them.
all believe that's
Absolutely.
important.
A lot of them are, but not all of them, as the contract said. And what we heard multiple times from my esteemed colleague, Senator Sykes, yesterday was students and parents have more than enough hours to choose their schedule. So that contradicts a little bit, but I'll move on. You mentioned that we seem to pick on teachers up here. We passed a bill that I believe you guys opposed as well, or we tried to in 2019, that gave a $500 stipend to every teacher for every classroom for supplies, and that got voted down. So I would encourage you, when you're talking about how teachers are picked on and all of that stuff, and you're looking at all of us, I would take a little bit of an issue with that.
I'm not sure that we opposed that. I think the one thing that really hurt teaching was when you guys took away due process. The next year, we had a drop of 1,500 enrollees in our college education programs.
Madam Chair.
Yeah,
Madam Chair.
yes. I was going to address that as well, but Vice
I would
Chair.
simply say, I think there's only one person on this committee that was even in the legislature when that action was taken. Thank
That
you,
was
Madam Chair.
2014, and I would say that it did not take away individual school districts' rights to incorporate due process. Every single school board, 286 school boards, may incorporate that. We do not prohibit it. We brought that back down to the local level. So I think that that's important to realize. Nobody took it away. It's just something that each board has to
No,
determine.
the problem was the message. The message was due process is not important, and the next year, we had a drop of 1,500 in college enrollment in teacher ed.
Okay, so bottom line, individual school districts make that determination. And from what we often hear is that the individual school districts want to make their own choices. And if that is true, then there is a consistency factor here. So that is why it is not there, but it was in 2014 when many of us were not in the legislature. Representative Thomas, did you have any more questions?
Oh, I do, yes. And both my districts, I believe, have due process in their contracts, so I was touching on that. My last thing, while we're taking different things like critical race theory and renaming them, my comment and my question would be, so these assignments that are being passed out, like the one that was passed out to my daughter, this gender unicorn that pretty much tells kids that are questioning their identity to either out themselves or just pound it into these kids' head. I wonder, Madam Chair, what they're going to call that next while we're changing the names of certain ideologies here. But with that, that's
But
all I have.
CRT is about the legal system, not about sexual identity. So whatever assignment your daughter had nothing to do with CRT. It may be something you want to complain about and have a local discussion, but it's not critical race theory.
I already did that, and they said it's not part of the curriculum. I'm simply implying if we're going to rename certain things that are controversial, I wonder what they're going to call that next. So.
We'll have mini conferees that will actually speak to what is actually in our classroom, and so we'll get an opportunity to listen to those individuals. Representative Hubert, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't going to talk about this, but I will mention due process because I was here when that was handled. And again, it is a local control decision. I continue to work with Mark Tallman and the Kansas Association of School Boards on that issue. And I believe we've done a good job in handling that in a respectful way with all sides involved. And as far as I'm aware, there has not been a case where any teacher has been dismissed in a way that wasn't handled properly.
I understand that. What I'm trying to get across is the message the legislature delivered.
And I understand that too.
And the impact that it had.
And I understand for the union, that's still a big issue. For most teachers, it's not. And we can have that discussion
Yeah,
at
we
a
can
later
have that
time
discussion
too.
another time.
But I did want to address it being here and working on the issue. I was going to ask this question earlier, but I decided to wait because I saw it was in your testimony. When we're looking at achievement and outcomes, we are trying to look at assessment and accountability, and you brought up that in your testimony. The thing that I asked when I came over to your meeting back in October, was looking at objective testing versus subjective. You used the term classroom-based assessment, and that is truly getting into subjective testing. You've talked about one data point when it comes to assessing, that we need more than one. And I have respectfully asked for you to, as the state board, to reassess dropping one of those data points that's been used for years. You did that without discussing that with the legislature. And it's an important part of the legislature's role when we look at assessments and accountability. And the fact that you did that without talking to us bothers me. That's why I've asked for you to consider bringing it back. I know you responded to me in person that that probably wasn't going to happen. I believe that if necessary, you know, we can take action to further engage you in that discussion, and I'm hoping we can do it without legislation. But this whole discussion, you know, when we're looking at history, social studies, civics, CRT, all these different issues, we do need that type of objective testing to be a part of even knowing what we are testing. Because when you're talking about classroom-based assessments, we don't know what's being discussed in the classroom and how it's lining up with our standards. And that's the very point of some of the previous questions when we're talking about these types of issues.
Actually, you can find out exactly how that fits with our standards because we've developed rubrics for those classroom-based assessments for every grade that lines up with the standards and show how that classroom-based assessment will meet the standards 1, 2, 3, or 4. So if you guys would like to learn more about that, we'd be glad to come over.
I'm very willing to learn more about that, but I'm also saying don't rule out the objective testing that was in place for years.
Like I said, we should have a discussion about it because it's important. It's very exciting. I've frankly never known the legislature to get directly involved in assessments before, but we'd be glad to have that discussion.
I believe it's an important role for the legislature to work with you.
Sure.
I've made the request. I haven't heard back. I'm not hopeful that that's going to happen unless we do take action. The fact that we're having this conversation might lead to more discussions on that.
Love to.
But you know, I'm going to wait to have my discussion on computing science later in the meeting. I do appreciate that we are going to both get the chance to go over to
Yeah, we're going to
Salina,
CompuCon.
and I'm going to promote that also.
Great.
But I just appreciate that even, you know, in talking about these topics, and especially with CRT, and I know we're going to have more testimony in regards to that, as we hear from parents, and as you hear from parents, we need to be responsive.
Absolutely.
And I think it's important that even as we look at our assessments and outcomes and how we handle that, we have to be able to have more objective ability to analyze what we're doing. Because, you know, I brought this up when we were over again last month. You know, when we use socially responsive, and you mentioned that also in regards to history, as we do that in other areas, we open the doors for things to be brought in that don't line up with our standards. And that's the point I think that's a part of the discussion today that is important for us to continue to work on, so that everybody's clear what is important to parents and as legislators and the state board, that we're using the same definitions, we're clearly communicating, and we're responding when sometimes there are groups, and even nationally with the federal government, that are trying to bring in critical race theory into our classrooms. And if they're doing that, we need to be ready to respond so that we don't let it happen. And when there's grant money coming from the federal level to do that, we need to be ready to not let that happen. And the way things are set up right now, it's very able to happen. And that's why a part of the discussion today is to look at not letting it happen, and where it is happening, to work with teachers who believe they're doing the right thing to understand that that's the concerns we have. And I've had people tell me that we're afraid of teaching race because of saying we don't want to teach CRT. And I lobby back that I've been working for several years with groups that are trying to teach Martin Luther King curriculum as the gold standard in how we teach race.
Representative,
I know.
can you frame it in a question?
There is no question.
I was waiting for
Okay,
I'll be
so
honest,
I
there is
think
no
we could
question.
have an extended discussion, I really do.
Yeah.
But I think I would ask you to hold the extended discussion until the afternoon when we're looking at potential, or
I
you and
will-
Ann can have a really interesting discussion offline.
Well-
But if you have one more question, that's great. If not, we're going to go on to the next
I'm
person.
going to go ahead and go on to the next question for
Okay,
somebody else.
all right, we appreciate it. It's a great, it's a wonderful thing to talk about through, but we just for time's sake, we're going to move on. Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I ask my question, I do want to clarify a comment from Representative Thomas. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I think when I was talking about students and parents have choices, there are consequences of those. My own children chose to do some of their classes in the summer so that they opened up some of those other alternatives. One of my kids did a financial literacy, but I think there are payoffs and there are different choices that you have to make and sacrifices to make those, but absolutely. My question for Ann, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You commented on some of the ways that Department of Ed and the legislature has worked together in the past. And I know later on, we're going to have a discussion of ways that we can find a common goal and move together. Honestly, I think Representative Nguyen commented on this yesterday, that a certain select group of this committee was not a part of that conversation, but I'm going to let that slide with my comment here and say I hope we all can work together, both sides of the aisle and Department of Education. But can you mention some ideas or areas that you do think we could work together?
Well, like I mentioned, I had a couple at the end of my comments. I think continuing the great work we've done on reading would be awesome. We need, the schools now are getting everybody trained. They're starting the screenings. They're moving towards structured literacy. We're getting the college professors trained on that, and the state board used its discretionary money to do a lot of that. And so I'm thrilled about that. We need to, keep moving forward on reading. I think we could work on the first 15 together. That was an amazing idea. Every kid ought to have access to college classes in high school for free, because we know that's just done unevenly across the state. Some kids have access because their parents can afford it, and some have none. It's just, we can do better, and we can have a long discussion about that. Again, the CAPERS waiver, I think the waiver on the assessments and the waiting periods, the 60, 180-day waiting period for a couple of years would really give the schools a little breathing room on getting qualified teachers in front of kids. And those would be probably the big ones. But, everybody has an idea about things when they come to the legislature. Believe me, I know. I had my own. And, if you have an idea that's related to education, just bring it over like Representative Nguyen did. She sat down, she and Representative Alcala and our leadership, and we talked about what could we do about culturally relevant pedagogy. We don't have room in the required classes to shove one more hour in, or kids will be taking 30 credits, to graduate from high school. So what can we do? And they came up with the money to fund the train the teacher concept, had some amazing people come in, and it was really cool. Now we need to figure out how to upscale that. So if you have an idea about something, computer science, we're excited about computer science. I got my granddaughter's grade school principal to put in Girls Who Code. I love that stuff. So a lot of work we can do on computer science. We know it's something we need to get kids in. And financial literacy. One of the things I do, I'm on the Student Voice Committee, okay? And my job on the state board is to go out and talk to kids and find out what's on their mind. So I went to the Student Council State Conference, got to visit with the second-year kids. We have the most amazing high school kids. I got to go to K Camp, talk to about 100 kids there. I went to Educators Rising, the kids who are learning to be teachers in high school. The first question I asked them is, what is one thing you're dealing with that adults should pay more attention to? Anybody know what the number one answer was? mental health everywhere I went. And when I dug into it more, I said, you know, what's that about? And they said, just too much stress. We were isolated for a year or two. We don't know how to socialize. Kids are acting out in the hall. We need help with this. The teachers are giving us 7 or 8 classes a day, you know, with homework. And then I have sports, and we need help with that. None of them brought up history class as a stressor. But a couple of them did bring up they'd like to learn more about financial literacy. And we said, yes, we need to make that happen. So let's work together to see how we can make that happen without forcing the schools to add one more required credit. Because some, like I said, some of them are already requiring. The other thing they asked me to do was make it so nobody can require 28 credits to graduate. They said, it's just too much stress. So thank you for the question. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I just want to say thank you to the board that you have always had an open door policy with me, as well as my local board. And as I've had those concerns, I've appreciated the dialogue and trying to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Happy to be there.
Okay, and I'm going to let you know who is in the queue, and then we're going to cut it off with that.
Okay.
We have Representative Wynn, Senator Baumgartner, Senator Erickson, and then I will close with a couple questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me just circle back to the topic. The topic is factors influencing student achievement. So if CRT is not impacting student achievement or not impacting student mental health, then what is?
Well, I think the big gorilla in the room right now is the pandemic. We had people here from KCK, Topeka, Wichita, all the big districts that had to virtually shut down are going to have a lot of catching up to do. And we saw student achievement drop across the board. I have no reason to believe it didn't drop in private schools as well. So, and we're going to look at that. But, you know, that's one thing. Even rural areas that were in person all year had huge disruptions for quarantines. This year, we've got the test to stay, you know, policy, which is helping alleviate that. But that's the number one thing right now that we're dealing with. We've got to regroup. We're doing everything we can with the ESSER's money to help these kids catch back up.
Okay, thank you. And
Thank you.
we sat next to each other, so I
We
know how
did.
you
We did.
talk.
You've got my number.
All right, Senator Baumgartner.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today. So, you know, you do mention mental health. And it's interesting because you kind of cite that as something that the legislature came along with the State Board of Education in supporting. And yet, the Department of Education testified in opposition years ago when we, in the legislature, were passing the Jason Flatt Act,
Yes.
which was specifically a suicide prevention program. So the Department of Education of Kansas their testimony was in opposition of us implementing that.
No, we were in opposition to it becoming statute. We have never opposed working with kids on suicide.
You were in opposition of that law passing.
Yes, we don't. When you put things into statute, you remove flexibility. And we knew that these issues, that suicide, that's why we created the mental health committee through the board to work on all these issues. Like one that followed that was child sexual assault. There was a bill on that. But Representative Jennings said, no, I'm not going to pass that as a statute. We need to be more flexible. I'm going to give you the chance to deal with it. And we did. We got some things in rules and regs that are under consideration now. So we have never objected to that. We object to putting things in statute because we want to be more nimble to address things as times change.
Nothing could be more nimble, and nothing could have prepared us more for the rise in suicidal ideation in the state, particularly amongst minors, than to have the training for all individuals working within a school district, including coaches that weren't employees but were simply coaching, bus drivers, et cetera.
Well, you might want to take a look at the guide I gave you on suicide. I think you'll find it very comprehensive.
I saw the guide. But I also want to remind you that we appreciate the work of the State Board of Education, but parents and community members come to the legislature when they are so stinking frustrated that the local school boards, the local administration, and the State Board of Education and the State Education Administration do not listen to them. That is why we had to have, it's been mentioned several times by folks from the Department of Education as well as yourself about the dyslexia task force. That would have never happened had it not been legislated. Many suicides in our state, in our schools, would have been completed, would have been actualized had there not been the Jason Flatt Act, where folks within our schools had the training to help with that prevention.
I guess we'll just have to disagree that it wouldn't have happened. I think it would have happened. I think we could have had the same great conversation, the same great task forces, and the training that we do have now.
Well, I would simply say at any point of time prior to legislation, the State Board of Education could have taken that on, and they chose not to. So I don't think it's helpful when the legislature is essentially attacked by the educational community for implementing legislation. And, what we did find with regard to, you did mention, what really hurt public education in our state was when a piece of legislation was passed in 2014 with regard to due process.
I didn't say it hurt public education. I said it hurt our teacher corps.
Well, you said it hurt public education because you had a drop of 1,500 education students. So talk to us about what has hurt our kids in Kansas, because we know that over 18,000 kids were pulled from public schools during the pandemic. That enrollment dropped just under 18,000. And it was parents making that decision. So parents felt there was a negative impact of students being in public schools. So where do you see work can be done? Because, I look at the letter and I referenced that letter when we had a joint meeting with the state board with critical race theory is not a part of Kansas academic standards. We get that. But all that simply says is it's not something that's going to be directly assessed and we're going to receive assessment scores. I don't think anyone from the Department of Education or from the State Board of Education has ever provided us with an example of conflating CRT with educational equity. And yet that's what's referenced in the letter. I think it would be helpful at some point in time where we could receive specific examples where CRT is being conflated with educational equity. I think that the legislature has worked significantly to make sure, to assure that educational equity is available. That's one of the reasons that last year we passed the Promise Act, so that equity would be for the first time ever available for kids that graduated from high school that fit into that middle income range. Not low enough for Pell, not high enough to pay for themselves. So I feel like the legislature has taken the lead to provide and to assure educational equity. But what we are hearing from parents is, I received an email yesterday evening knowing that CRT was going to be discussed today. The parent shared, my child is biracial. And based on what's being said in the school by the teacher, feels compelled, I need to decide, is one parent bad and one parent good because of skin color? And that it's being presented as fact in the classroom, not discussion, not let's research, not let's look at things, but presented as fact. to hear of a parent with a grade school child being told the assignment for today is write a sentence that explains why you're sorry for being white. I don't want to hear that those kinds of things are happening in our school. And we can say that's not CRT, but it sure as heck isn't educational equity. But those are the kinds of things that are happening in our school, and we can come up with a new name for it, but those are the things that parents are hearing from their children when they come home, and that's creating a whole new dimension of what I would refer to as mental health stressors, and a whole new dimension as to why parents are losing faith in what it is that's occurring in our schools. You know, I learned long ago that the number one concern of a parent of their child going to school is my child safe? Second concern, will my child learn? And what we're hearing from parents is, from an emotional standpoint, they don't necessarily think their kids are safe when these things are being taught or lectured in a classroom. So those are the areas that I think, you know, we can take CRT, we can take DEI, we can move all of those titles or identifiers out of the way, but the bottom line is we know these things are happening in the classroom. They don't need a label, but we know that discussions are occurring in the classroom that have never occurred in the classroom before that parents are aware of. And it is very unsettling to them. I'm concerned, I think we all have to be concerned, that we had nearly 20,000 kids, 18,000 some odd, being pulled from our public schools. And what are we doing to gain the trust back of parents in our schools? No one has directly attacked teachers. No one has directly attacked our schools, but we know that these things are occurring in our schools.
Well, I think teachers would disagree with you on that. I think there was a question way back there.
Disagree with me on what? Attacking teachers?
That maybe you're not hearing from teachers the way I am, but in their local districts, they are being attacked. I didn't say by you specifically. I said in their local districts, they're being attacked in many different ways. Now, if I could address your question, you did have a question about the drop and what caused it. I think that was about the only question I heard about the 18,000 drop.
What was going to be done? What is the State Board of Education doing to regain the trust of parents who removed their kids from our public schools?
You should also note that private schools also lost enrollment. It wasn't just public schools. And we have to understand, of course, the driver.
That is not true based on the data we
No,
received from the Department of Education.
No.
That enrollment was up, as was virtual enrollment.
We'll try to get those numbers for you. But I think we all have to admit the reason we lost 18,000 kids was because of the pandemic, that some parents chose to homeschool, and they liked being home, and they're still homeschooling. I know right across the street from where my grandkids live, 5 neighborhood kids got together, and the parents hired a tutor to come in. That was going on all over the place. And what some people found out was that, you know, they liked that. They liked that schooling, or they have kids who are medically fragile, and they're not sending them back yet. They're going all virtual this year. So I'm not sure that it was a loss in confidence at all in public education. I think a lot of it was fear for the safety, the health safety of the kids. But what we're doing about it, we are acting as fast as we can to use that ESSER money to get these things turned around. Now, if some teacher is teaching something in a classroom that you know your parents don't like, they ought to deal with that locally. Their concerns should absolutely be heard. But I can tell you, that's not going on widely. In fact, those kinds of things I've only read about in a few school districts. So if it's not widespread that we know of, and believe me, I get a lot of emails too, But those things should be addressed locally. The state board is acting as quickly. We have, I can't even tell you, I mean, I tell you what, talk about heroes in the Department of Ed, the way they have stepped up to really work to overcome the learning deficiencies, the learning loss that we had during the pandemic. And I think parents are very appreciative of that. One of the things we did last summer, if you remember, we remember all the free passes for families to get back out to parks and outdoors. You remember that? That was wildly successful effort on our part to get families reconnected, to get them back outdoors, and I think that alone will have restored some confidence. So I don't have any problem that will restore confidence. It may be that some people just decide their kids are going to go virtual for the rest of their time. So I don't have any problem dealing with that.
Okay, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Senator Baumgartner touched on a lot of the things. We are here to talk about CRT, but as I sit here and listen to the dialogue, and I've sat here for the last day and a half listening to the dialogue, this probably exemplifies the most frustrating thing about being a public education teacher or principal, which I was proudly for 20 years. We lose sight of the kids. If it weren't for, and I've said this many times, if it weren't for our teachers and our building staff and our school secretaries who wear 50 million hats, if it weren't for those people, because of what we're seeing here today, thank God we have dedicated teachers and building staff members. That's the only thing keeping this system afloat. So let me be abundantly clear about that. But when things happen like are happening right here today, it doesn't hurt me. Quite frankly, it doesn't hurt you, Board Member Ma. It hurts our kids because the problems that we have are adult manufactured problems. And that's what we're seeing today. And shame on us for that being the case, because our kids are paying the price. And if we can't be honest about declining academic performance, declining social emotional attributes and measures, that there are tenets of CRT in our schools and how widespread that needs to be of concern to the state board, that's not my role to say. So I just want to ask a couple of questions. In your testimony, on social emotional learning, you state parents, teachers, community members, and business leaders all agree that social emotional growth was even more important to student success than academics. I would like to see the basis of that statement. Was that from the success tours that Commissioner Watson did across the state?
In 2015, yes.
In 2015?
Yes, parents said that academics were maybe 15 to 25% of what was important, what it was mattered to student success. Businesses rated it a little bit lower.
And was that based on the question of what we would want a 24-year-old to be able to successfully know and do?
And what would be the role in K-12? What does that person look like? Dr. Watson can tell you all about that and what they asked. I wasn't here on the board in 2015, but
I attended those meetings, board member, and I'm sorry, I'm just trying to expedite. I know we're way behind schedule. The vast majority of people attending the sessions that I went to were educators, were teachers from the district, were very, very, very few parents attended those. So I'd just like to see, and the agreement that all think that that's the most important. I would just like to see the basis for
we'd
that.
We'd be glad to get that for you, and believe me, there was, in 2015, it was much more open-ended discussion. They got in small groups and said, what are these characteristics? And that's how we came up with the characteristics on the wheel. You know, if academics is important but not the most important thing, what is the most important thing? And then, as Dr. Watson mentioned, we didn't think we had enough input from business. So Mike O'Neill arranged a second tour to go back out just to talk to businesses and get those same open-ended answers. But it was a much different makeup than you might have seen this time.
And I would just like to say that I think asking we would want a 24 to know and be able to, I would assume they know how to read. I would assume they have those academic skills. If you ask me what I want my kindergarten granddaughter to know and do, I guarantee it's reading. I want her to be able to read. I want her to have a strong academic foundation. So I just don't quite believe that all parents say that social emotional is more important than academics as the role for the public school system. Lastly, I just want to say I couldn't agree more. I think the legislature and the board, for the sake of our students, I believe we all want what's best for Kansas kids. I don't know why anyone would not want that. That's our common foundation. However, I was not privy to a meeting to where legislators were invited to the state board recently. But I did watch the following state board meetings. And I had not talked to any legislators about that, but I did after I watched the state board meetings because there were accusations by state board members that legislators had a list of lies and that they came in threatening state board members. And when that happens after the fact in a public setting, we need to be able to clear the air and focus on the facts. We have the facts of what's happening in our schools. And after all this time, we should have solutions. And we have the funding. So I would like to see us put aside adult issues and work together for the children. They deserve it. We owe it to them. And we need to put aside our adult issues and be honest and get the solutions our kids need. Because right now, they are not succeeding at any level that should be acceptable to anyone in this room. And with that, I yield, Madam Chair. Thank you.
We would agree. We have a lot of work to do. I tried to highlight in my testimony the ways the legislature and the state board can work together and have worked together successfully. And we would like to continue that. In fact, we suggested that during the legislative session, we have a caucus between the legislature and the state board ongoing throughout the session. Because as you said, and I agree, and it happens on both sides, these adult things like CRT is an adult made-up thing. It's a high-level, graduate-level course. We don't teach it. And you may say there are some tenets being taught. There may be some intersections, but that doesn't mean it's CRT. Be glad to have a deeper discussion about that with you sometime.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and close this up, and if you could perhaps be as concise as possible in your responses. So, Senator Erickson mentioned the list of lies. I think that may have been your comment in the board meeting. What was that referencing?
I don't remember saying a list of lies.
Okay, it is someone did. I think it was you, but we can check the audio on that. But we were just curious, what was the list of lies? My next question for you is, do you think that
I know what we're talking about. It wasn't you guys, though, that we were talking about at that time.
What were you referencing?
Go back. I think we were talking about something that had happened earlier in the day that we were presented with.
Okay. Was it related to our discussion today?
It was related to CRT. It had nothing to do with you guys.
Okay. And then would you say that public education is systemically racist?
There is institutional racism in education, yes.
So public education has systemic racism?
There is systemic racism in education.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my question to you on your third paragraph, you say state board has no intention to include it, which is CRT. Students are not assessed on CRT, which is a difference without a distinction. Therefore, it is difficult to conclude that CRT is influencing student achievement. So my question to you, it's difficult to conclude. Is it difficult to exclude? And who did you go communicate with? Classrooms did you go to assure yourself that it is not happening? Because these are very strong statements that you are saying. You are concluding that it is not impacting student achievement. So if it's difficult to conclude, is it wouldn't it even be more difficult to exclude?
No, it's not difficult to
Have
exclude
you,
at all.
okay, then describe to us your research on
I communicate
it.
regularly with the 29 superintendents of the school districts I represent, plus a larger group that I meet with, try to meet with weekly, sit in on, and we have talked about this extensively. CRT is a graduate level study of institutional racism in the law. That's what it is. Nobody's teaching that. Now, you might say, for example, okay, the notion that race is a social construct and not biology. That is one thing included in CRT. It's also included in a lot of other studies. So just because you might talk about that doesn't mean you're teaching CRT. There are a lot of intersectionalities, just like there are intersectionalities between history and science. That doesn't mean they're the same thing. You can't just say, oh my God, they mentioned race, so it must be CRT. No, you need to really look at it. CRT is a graduate level study of institutional racism in the legal system. It has nothing to do with sex. It's just, it is what it is, and we're not teaching it. We are doing, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're doing social emotional growth. We're not teaching graduate level legal courses.
Thank you, State Member Anmal. We appreciate you being here. And in terms of that comment about the critical race theory, we have heard that definition over and over, and I think that we're all a little bit tired of that academic definition that does not in any way conclude that CRT application is not being used. But we'll let it rest here and listen to others that may provide testimony that give us better insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Next on our agenda is Representative Patrick Penn. Representative, we apologize for the extended delay, but welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for having me before you today. It's been a long, long day. And I want to, I'm not to discuss previous testimony or anything like that, so I won't direct my comments toward that. But let me begin by saying thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice, Madam Ranking, for having us here today and the opportunity to speak before you. I know that you have a lot on your agenda, so in the interest of time, I won't give you my 1 hour and a half presentation. I think I'll just hit the high notes. And we'll keep this brief, and I'll stand for questions at the appropriate time. Critical race theory, or CRT, has been a topic of interest nationwide as of late. Not many know what this ideological weapon is, and even fewer can identify when it is in operation or employment, especially in the educational setting. Well, here's a brief thought line to look at the rotten roots of it and the rotten fruits of it. CRT is born of the critical social justice worldview, and you must understand and connect the dots of its origins to realize exactly what is being pushed by CRT proponents in our schools. In the early 1820s, a profound German philosopher by the name of George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel developed a dialectic to explain how positive change is achieved in society. His Hegelian dialectic posited that through a system of incremental interactions between a thesis and a contrary antithesis or antithesis, a new synthesis can be achieved. That new synthesis would serve as the new thesis. It would come into contact with more antithesis, and by varying degrees, incrementally, you get to where the desired result is with the iterative process until that desired outcome is achieved. Hegel had a protege, a gentleman by the name of Karl Marx. Many of you might know that name. Karl Marx took Hegel's dialectic great steps further. Marx was a leading architect of the most dominant school of thought within sociology known as conflict theory. Karl Marx viewed society as a group of different social classes, all competing for a limited pool of resources such as food, housing, employment, education, and leisure time. Most notable was his operationalizing of the Hegelian dialectic into an economic model of conflict between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat that would eventually lead to his desired outcome of socialism. Antonio Gramsci was a student of Karl Marx, and this Italian Marxist endeavored to understand exactly why and answer why did the socialist revolution not catch fire globally as Karl envisioned. He formulated the concept of hegemony. Simply put, Antonio Gramsci says that hegemony is what takes place when a dominant group imposes its ideology upon the rest of society, and thus social control is achieved through conditioning rather than physical force or intimidation. For Gramsci, the concept of hegemony explained how domination and control are maintained not only through coercion, but also through the voluntary consent of both the oppressed and their oppressors. Remember that terminology, oppressed and oppressors, to maintain the status quo. The Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci called for efforts at cultural Marxism against the hegemonic power structure to untether societal moorings and deliver the uprising and revolution necessary to bring about the socialist future that his mentor, Karl Marx, envisioned. After the Marxist revolution failed to topple capitalism in the early 20th century, as we saw with the Bolshevik revolution, many Marxists went back to the drawing board, modifying and adapting Marx's ideas further. Most famous of these thinkers were a group associated with the Institute for Social Research in Frankfurt, Germany, which applied Marxism to a radical interdisciplinary social theory. The group included Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, Herbert Marcuse, and others, and they became known as the Frankfurt School. These men developed and published critical theory as an expansion of Karl Marx's conflict theory. And they applied it more broadly, including in other social sciences and philosophy, as they and their protégés penetrated and replicated their ideology throughout American post-secondary institutions. The Frankfurt School's main goal was to address structural issues causing inequity. They worked from the assumption that current social reality was broken and that they needed to identify people and institutions that could make changes and provide practical goals for social transformation. From here, we arrive at Harvard University in 1989. Harvard University in 1989, you had a gentleman by the name of Dr. Derek Bell. He galvanized the efforts at critical legal studies that you just heard about. And when we talk about critical legal studies, understand that to critique means to problematize, to tear it down, to tear it apart. There's an issue with it. It must be disrupted. A label must be affixed to it. And when they talk about legal, they're talking about the supreme law of this country, i.e. the Constitution. Derek Bell galvanized the efforts at critical legal studies to create critical race theory. Critical legal studies was a leftist movement that challenged the traditional legal scholarship, and CRT is a direct outgrowth of it. According to the UCLA Luskin School of Public Affairs, CRT recognizes, this is their definition of CRT. CRT recognizes that racism is ingrained in the fabric and system of the American society. The individual racists need not exist to note that institutional racism is pervasive in the dominant culture. This is the analytical lens that CRT uses in examining existing power structures. CRT identifies that these power structures are based on white privilege and white supremacy, which perpetuates the marginalization of people of color. CRT also rejects the traditions of liberalism and meritocracy. Out of the many things that CRT is, it rejects what came out of the civil rights movement, and I'll get into that in a second. Legal discourse says that the law is neutral and colorblind. However, CRT challenges this legal truth by examining liberalism and meritocracy as a vehicle for self-interest, for power, and for privilege. Many discussions of CRT have referenced this definition from UCLA's Luskin School of Public Affairs, as it is a clear and succinct definition that you can never find, because while there's an entire cottage industry that's built up now, there's not any formal definition of what CRT is outside of this. It captures both the essence and the major tenets of CRT and comes from a source that has led the charge for CRT in recent years. Hence, it is a case of the proponents themselves defining themselves, not my words, their own. One of the gentlemen that helped create some of the published works around CRT is Richard Delgado. According to Richard Delgado, this analytical lens that one uses to examine the world is based upon 4 key assumptions. I want you to understand these 4 key assumptions so that you understand that when you start hearing, reading, or seeing things in our academic sphere, you measure them up against this and you know that you are in the land of CRT. These are the 4 key presuppositions. Number 1, racism is normal, and it is the usual way that society does business. It is pervasive. It is the common everyday experience of most people of color in this country. For those of you with small kids, you've probably heard the song on the Lego movie. Everything is awesome. Everything is awesome when you walk in the street. Critical race theorists believe that everything is racist. Everything is racist when you walk in the street. If you walk into a grocery store as a black person, and you own the grocery store as a white person, but you choose not to help me, it's because you're racist. If I walk into that grocery store as a black person, and you own that grocery store as a white person, and another white person walks into that grocery store and you help them first, it's because you don't recognize me as a human being and you're racist. You either attend to me first because you're racist and you don't want me in your store, or you don't attend to me at all because you're racist and you just dismiss me. This is a new religion that you cannot win. You will never get out of this purgatory. Convergence theory is the second piece. It says that racism advances the interests of both white elites materially and working class whites mentally. Large segments of society have little incentive to eradicate it. This means that whites are incapable. I just used the term religion, and I want you to understand why. Because in their own words, they use religious words and iconography. This means that whites are incapable of righteous actions. That is a strictly religious word, righteousness. They are incapable of righteous actions on race and only undo racism when it benefits them, when their interests converge with the interests of people of color. Number 3, anti-liberalism. We're talking about classical liberalism. CRT questions the very foundations of the liberal order, including equality theory, personal responsibility, legal reasoning, enlightenment rationalism, and the neutral principles of constitutional law. This is why you can see that we are talking about defunding the police. This is why you hear how the police system is systemically racist. This is why you hear all of these terms used across our society. It comes straight from CRT. And when you see it in diversity, equity, inclusion, training, or SEL, you're talking about CRT. Knowledge is socially constructed. Storytelling and the narrative reading is the way that black people forward knowledge versus the science and reasoning method of white people. Minority status, in other words, brings with it an exclusive and presumed competence to speak solely about race and racism. As Tara Yoso, one of the most cited academics on critical race theory, says as she expands on Richard Delgado's 4th tenet, she calls it the centrality of experiential knowledge. And that says that CRT recognizes that the experience and the experiential knowledge of people of color is supreme, it is legitimate, it is appropriate, and it is critical to understanding, analyzing, and teaching about racial subordination. Now, I just heard the terms intersectionality. After we finished with CRT, 1989, Derek Bell, he had a protege by the name of Kimberly Crenshaw. Kimberly Crenshaw is the one who created something called intersectionality, which is about the multiple layers of oppression that people of minority demographics suffer. The cultural Marxist ideological weapons such as CRT, intersectionality, and other divisive concepts, they are suspected of infiltrating our school systems via channels of diversity, equity, and inclusion, diversity, equity, and accountability, the trainings for the teachers, as well as SEL initiatives. Promotion of such divisive concepts invariably lead to a lack of focus on instruction that matters. It leads to a lack of focus on our current abysmal deterioration in Kansas student achievement, which I spoke about during this last session, going out to look at longitudinal achievement scores put out by the state. We can go back to 2015, but COVID wasn't happening then. That's farcical. and an introduction of a whole host of negative behavioral and emotional challenges that are thrust upon our impressionable and vulnerable children. We see this in certain things like wit and wisdom down in USD 402. We see this in things down in USD 259. I can go through a few of these items real fast, but I just want to actually hearken back to how appalling the concept is that we would even allow this to come into our school system. In 1854, there was a court case at the United States Supreme Court. It was Homer Plessy versus Ferguson. We had the court case to decide and determine whether or not separate is equal. And the court got that wrong. But the court reversed itself about 100 years later, 1954, right here, Topeka, Kansas. Brown versus Board of Topeka. We answered the mail on whether or not we are going to support state institutionalized, state-sponsored racism in our schools. That's settled. This is abhorrent to even put this in to our school system. We have a mural up on the 3rd floor annotating that. Martin Luther King Jr. had an iconic speech on the mall where he says, "I have a dream that the sons of former slaves and former slave owners could join hands." According to CRT, Martin Luther King would be excommunicated from their church, the reverend that he was, because he doesn't believe in the separation of races. CRT is not the fish in the tank. You've heard that is not a class that your children or your grandchildren can pick. That's somewhat true. I can't imagine that you can go into a 3rd grade classroom and say, sign Timmy up for CRT. But with the metaphor of a fish tank, if I may expand it, CRT is not the fish, it's not the fish food, it's not the water, it's not the plants, it's not the rocks. CRT is the air in the air filter. As teachers are brought on and onboarded, talent is assessed, and they are pushed through the teachers' unions, as they are pushed through the onboarding system into the educational system. These things are being pushed and promulgated to them. Buy-in must be achieved. And in some, the emails and the conversations that I've had with teachers down in 259, they feel that this is something that can be utilized against them for employment. What I would say to you is CRT is being taught in our schools. While it might not be a direct course of curricula, this is what I have from after I asked and was told to my face that it is not being taught. And I asked for the material for equity, diversity, and accountability in 259, still didn't receive it, but it showed up miraculously. And here's what it says: equity, diversity, and accountability. Straight off their page, just printed it. The racist history of elementary folk songs. Culturally responsive curriculum scorecard. Use this tool to evaluate your curriculum to determine what degree it is culturally responsive. Monitoring your own bias in the classroom. Whether you realize it or not, there's a strong chance that implicit bias plays a role in managing your classroom. This short article provides 5 different ways that you can self-check yourself in various situations. There's quite a bit here, but I'm going to get some of the high hitters. Telling the truth about our nation's racist path. That's right in alignment with the 1619 Project. That's what this is predicated upon. This article appeals to educators to refrain from whitewashing the unflattering aspects of our history so that future generations have more comprehensive knowledge, systemic and generational racism. Avid culturally relevant teaching, CRT, resources, miscellaneous, right here. Is not there, right? That's what we've heard testimony today. I think some people's integrity is in question. Avid's culturally relevant teaching resources are excerpts from the curriculum guide titled Avid Culturally Relevant Teaching, a School-Wide Approach. It is designed to assist educators in developing and integrating culturally relevant teaching practices that create supportive, safe, and respectful academic environments for students. These resources provide educators with a pedagogy and high engagement strategies that are appropriate across grade levels and content areas is not to just be taught to teachers for their own edification. The intent is that it is taught appropriately across grade levels. That means to your children. The scripture says, by your words you're condemned and by your words you're justified. These are their words. An anti-racist roadmap for discussing tough topics in class. Breaking down stereotypes in your classroom. Measure your implicit biases. Teaching about the civil rights movement. Most of us teach a version of the civil rights movement that ignores racism in the North and sanitizes and deifies icons, glorifies government intervention, while ignoring grassroots movements and emphasizes nonviolence with no mention of self-defense and black power. Teaching hard history is an excellent resource to begin to understand a more comprehensive and accurate view of the civil rights movement. This is why I say that MLK will be pushed out of the CRT ranks. That's not even the best part. Teaching BLM in high school. For high school teachers, particularly those in the humanities, teaching about Black Lives Matter can be used to help students think critically about how resistance movements have been treated historically. What distinguishes a rebellion from a riot? Whose murders are labeled genocide? What racial groups and tactics of resistance are praised over others? These are all questions worth exploring. Romanticizing the civil rights movement is a particular concern when it comes to what students have already learned. Prevailing narratives praise respectable, seemingly passive, docile, nonviolent black leaders, I think we know who they're referring to, as heroes, while condemning louder, more militant tactics, such as those associated with the Black Panther Party and the leadership style of Malcolm X. A related issue is that typical historical narratives about black resistance often pit leader against leader and movement against movement, discounting the ways in which black people have always resisted. Students need to know what links these movements rather than what divides them. Desegregation and voting rights like police brutality, mass incarceration, and state-sanctioned violence are all symptoms of the systemic racism that has plagued the United States since its inception. That's straight out of 1619 Project. Guiding high schoolers, apparently they own your children, to identify how dominant historical narratives silence stories of resistance can help them make connections between the past and present. It also can encourage them to see themselves as activists and equip them with the knowledge that they need to keep pushing forward to our nation toward a more perfect union. It was formerly teaching tolerance, and now it's called learning for justice. And just printing straight off of their page, for your little kids as early as 3 to 6 months, is never too early to talk about race. Name whiteness and white supremacy. Silence reinforces race and racial bias. How to engage in ongoing work about race. Talk about anti-blackness and colorism. Teach kids about structural racism. Affirm black kids and kids of color. The unequal opportunity race, I'm sure you all have seen that video. Empower kids to take actions and know that actions speak louder than words. I could go on, have entire stacks of this, but in the interest of time, I'm going to cool my jets and take any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Penn, for your testimony. Very well researched. Questions from the committee? No questions. Okay, Senator Sykes.
Actually, do we have his testimony? I do not have that in my packet. Did you submit your testimony?
I did not submit my testimony in this packet. I was speaking with Norma. I can get it to you after this.
Okay, I would greatly appreciate that.
No worries at all.
Thank you. Senator Erickson?
Well, we just can't let anyone off the hook that easy. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Penn.
Yes, Senator.
Previous conferee said that there is systemic racism in our public schools. In your research and what you've learned, whenever there's a system that has racism embedded, what do those advocates say need to happen to that system?
Again, going back to the terms, because words have meaning, Senator, CRT says critical race theory. What CRT proponents offer is that you must critique it. You must problematize it, which means tear it down. Once you tear it down to its smallest parts, the thought is there is a problem with it. Everybody's had a boyfriend, girlfriend, spouse, or something like that at some point in time. You got a problem, I'm gonna tell you what it is. Do you ever like that? That's what they're doing here. We're gonna tear it down and we're gonna tell you what your problem is, and your problem is racism. That's the label that's put on it. And when it remolds and rebuilds, like a phoenix rising from the ashes in their image and their likeness, it is done under the aegis and the auspices of what they call racial, what is the term that I wanted to say? Forgive me. If you go back to the civil rights movement, a couple of things came out of the civil rights movement. Number one was a value that was called colorblindness, okay? Which basically said that whenever you create laws, you do it without respect to people's race. It's race neutral. Whenever you employ it, it's race neutral. The other concept of colorblindness is that, hey, in your day-to-day interactions, you are race neutral. You don't promote or antagonize people on basis of race in your daily interactions either. Another one of the values that came out of the civil rights movement was something called integrationalism, where we would have kind of like the busing system where we all go together at schools and have access, equal access to resources. Well, what critical race theorists do, they come back and they say, those are just ways of wallpapering over the systemic racism that is deep, rich, and pervasive. And what you have to do is have a lens called race consciousness, where you see racism in everything, as I explained earlier. So what they would say that you do is when you tear it down, you build it back up through a lens of race consciousness. This is why you see in diversity, equity, inclusion, diversity, equity, and accountability, SEL training, whatever the case might be, this premium being put forth that my sons, because they're black, must be taught that they are oppressed. They can't do right. They will never achieve. They are handicapped. They are victims in perpetuity. And that your grandchildren, because they are white, are automatically oppressors, victimizers, privileged, and the source of all problems that we have. I categorically reject and deny out of hand every single tenet that would say that my sons should be judged solely on the color of their skin and not the content of their character. That's the problem that I have with CRT. That's the problem that Kansas should have with CRT. And shame on anyone who doesn't.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do you have a quick question? Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Thank you for that last comment. I grew up in the South.
As did I. Thank you, Senator.
And there are parts of our history that are terrible, and we should learn from them. I think about this, as my children, if they take a test, a math test or a history test, and they don't do well, I don't just say, okay, you're going to do better next time. We get into the details of what they did wrong. And just a quote from Martin Luther King from his Birmingham jail. I have earnestly opposed violent tension, but there is a type of constructive nonviolent tension which is necessary for growth. He continues, just as Socrates felt that it was necessary to create a tension in the mind so that individuals could rise from the bondage of myths and half-truths to the unfettered realm of creative analysis and objective appraisal, so that we can see need for nonviolent gadflies to create the kind of tension in society that will keep men rise from the dark depths of prejudice and racism to the majestic heights of understanding the brotherhood. So I think my question is to you, yes, there are things that we can learn and we can move forward, but there has to be some of that tension of acknowledging we've made some wrong decisions. I do that. I'm probably the most critical person that I know. I am very critical of everything that I do and trying to strive to do better.
Absolutely.
So with that knowledge of, yes, we have screwed up. Yes, there is always room for improvement. How do we have those conversations and empower our children to be able to have that tension, to look at the mistakes that we've made and acknowledge those mistakes and then move forward? Thank you.
Senator, thank you for the question. And kudos to you for growing up in the South. Got that. Here's what I would say in response to that, and thank you for quoting Dr. King. That's one of my fraternity brothers, as well as Thurgood Marshall, who was the gentleman that actually fought the Brown versus Topeka as well. So kind of steeped in that history. Both of those gentlemen, like myself, were Christians. And out of the basis of the tenets of Christianity, we have hope. As I made a comment earlier, critical race theorists, critical race theory is just one of the many Hydra heads off the whole body. We'll be discussing whatever the next one is soon, and once this one is put to bed. It has no hope. It is a perpetual purgatory that offers no hope, that offers no reconciliation. As a matter of fact, one of the critical race theories, Ibram X. Kendi, wrote a book, How to Be Anti-Racist. He says that the only way to answer past racism is to institute current racism, and the only way to fix current racism is to perpetuate future racism. It's a come-upness, turnabout, let's get you back. And it goes into perpetuity. There is no hope of resolution. What I would submit to you, madam, is that we teach the whole history. I have not a problem in the world with doing it. I have not a problem in the world with doing it. We teach the warts and all, because for progressives to say that they're progressive, they do a lot of time, especially in CRT as I've researched, spend a lot of time denying that any progress has been made. Going back to your question, when you want to say that these folks are saying that systemic racism exists in the school system, who's been in charge of the school system? I would submit to you that if that system is racist and they've been in charge of it, then that might be where your racism is coming from and who your racists truly are. So let's start with identifying the truth. Let's start by identifying the whole history, the full accounting. Let's start with going back to, I don't know, Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson, when he was the professor at Princeton, took all the black history out of American history. Got elevated to being not only a professor when he made that book, but being the president of Princeton University, and then the president of the United States. And when the KKK came to town, he showed the first silent film, Birth of a Nation, inside the White House and went marching down 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Let's talk about the whole history without whitewashing any of it for political reasons or gamesmanship. Let's talk about it, and then let's move forward in hope together. But right now, I can tell you that CRT does not do that.
Thank you for that answer. And I, too, have hope. I'm a Christian. Honestly, it what keeps me coming back here, because this is a hopeless place at a lot of times. But I appreciate that. And I think that's what I wrestle with. We need to have a whole history, warts and all, and be able to have that hope together that we can achieve change and move forward. So thank you.
Yes, Senator, thank you.
All right. Well, Representative, I'm going to close with a couple questions, and then we're
Yes,
going to
ma'am.
move on to our next group. And I would also mention, after this section, we will take a break for lunch, and we will recognize those that are providing it here for us. So we will make it through all of this critical race theory so that those that are our guests here and have been very patient may then head out and do what they need to do for the rest of the day. But I just have a question for you. We heard from the Kansas City's superintendent that their makeup is 55% Hispanic, 24% African American, 12% other, 9% white. Then also, you gave us a definition of critical race theory that said racism exists in dominant cultures based on white privilege. taking this little snapshot in Kansas City, Kansas, where the Hispanic population is the dominant group, and I understand the argument that that doesn't mean they are a privileged group, how would you, or how would CRT take their definition of white supremacy and apply it to countries in the Middle East, China, North and South Africa, where white privilege or white individuality is not the dominant? Do they have, does CRT espouse racism exists in all cultures or only with white cultures?
I don't know the particular answer to that. I've not seen that in my research, but I will give you my druthers about it. Number one, CRT is something that is particular to American legal studies with our U.S. Constitution. That's the derivation for it. Therefore, it would pertain to and apply to American society more so than any other. How would they address the Kansas City piece? There's the chink in the armor. Now they have to go through mental hoops, pretzels, and twists in order to reason away something that's prima facie directly conflicting with what they have posited forward. Going into other nations, other areas, I would imagine that they would still go in and look at it in terms of power, because going back to, as we said with Marx and Hegel, you have to have that conflict going on. So we have to find somebody who's in conflict with somebody else and exacerbate that conflict in order to deteriorate the culture. That's what the end game is. If we can start doing this at the student level, then we can get the results that we want generationally. They don't have to convince you. They don't even want to try. You have too much under your belt that, evidence that shows that they're wrong. But the impressionable youth who don't have the bevy of experience that you have, those are the ones that they're trying to infiltrate in the school system now and get them turned over in that. And they would do it in other nations as well. If it were the Hutus versus the Tutsis, if it were the Sunnis versus the Shia, whatever the conflict could be.
And my only last comment is that including a neutral history is very, very important. Not creating a bias in history and sharing the ugly truths and the good things that have happened too, the progress that you mentioned that exists today. Because there was a survey that came out in 2006 or 2005, right around the time that President Obama was running in the primary election against Hillary Clinton, right around the time where we had Mitt Romney running in I think it was John McCain. And that survey came out, who would you most likely not vote for? 94% of all Americans said they would vote for a black president. 94. So only about 6% said, no way would I not. And then you go from there. The next was a woman. No, it was more like, and I'm going to try to remember it, but it was I think it was a Gallup survey, so somebody can check it out and see if what's accurate or not, because I'm not going to remember exactly. But it was more people were sexist. They were not going to vote for Hillary Clinton because she was a woman. And then the next thing on the list was, how about somebody old? John McCain. Oh, that was even worse. More people were discriminating against older people. And then the last one was religion. It was about 54%, I think, said that they would not, and again, somebody could go find that survey, would not vote for Mormon. So I think that's an example of progress is made. We had an African-American president who his right too. And I just have to say that his grandmother, President Obama's grandmother, graduated from Augusta High School. and President Obama's grandfather graduated from El Dorado High School. How awesome is that? So I think there are things that we can celebrate. And I would also mention Nelson Mandela. When he had an opportunity to divide after he could have been bitter. He was imprisoned, but instead he came out And he said, no, we are not going to do the things that would, justice is not going to be served that way. And he created a lot of healing in that nation. And I hope that our kids today have the opportunity to hear about all of those things. And so I appreciate your testimony today, laying the foundation and providing evidence, and we definitely would like your testimony.
You will have it, madam. And may I make one further comment before I leave? I'm an ex-military retiree. One of the things that really bothers me about critical race theory, divisive concepts such as intersectionality, and the focus on those things, it's in the fabric of our total society, not just in the educational sector, which I understand is the purpose of this committee. But when you look at how it affects everything, you have problems coming up. What type of talent are you developing for our business community if you're teaching kids at the early onset that they can't trust their peers on basis of their skin? Who is going to be in our workforce? When you go into the military, you do not have good unit cohesion because everyone is looking to their buddy to the right and left and saying, hey, I can't trust you. You're white. Good order and discipline. When you receive in Article 15, and you have to appeal up through the process. But the commanders have already received word from the woke generals at the top that this is how we want you to look at this. Are you supposed to get a fair shake? Because you're white. So you're not going to get the full protection, equal protection of the law. Or for promotions, also in the military. Your file goes before them, and it's a picture, and it's your list of things that you've done. Oh, no, we're not hiring that, and we're not promoting that because it's white. This is racism institutionalized with the blessing and auspices of the state against people for no other reason other than their skin color, something that they have no choice in the matter on how God made them. I take offense to it, because it's racism in reverse, saying that I can't do better. And you should take offense to it because it says the same to you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Representative Penn. We're going to go ahead and go to our next individual that's on our list. We have Denise Roberts, and welcome. Thank you for your patience. We're only 2 hours off.
That was worth it. That was worth it. Woo! I'm fangirling. Sorry. Morning now, afternoon. Madam Chairperson, committee members, I'm just going to read this straight off because I don't do public speaking, and I have to follow that. So here we go. Thank you for allowing me as a parent to voice my concerns. Oh, okay. Ooh, it's really got me now. Parents have recently been accused of terrorizing school boards across the country about CRT. I'm not that parent, but I am getting weary of seeing them be dismissed and told that critical race theory is not the same as educational equity. Although unable to name it by its correct philosophical or legal terminology, parents know something problematic is going on in the public schools. Many are busy trying to put food on the table and pay ever-increasing property taxes and don't have time to brush up on complex graduate-level legal theory. It is supposed to be a contract. We accept our collective obligation to fund the education of the community's children. In turn, we entrust our children to the care and instruction of qualified educators. Our family moved to Kansas City in 2017. We chose Shawnee Mission because of the district's reputation for academic excellence. Instead, we found schools less focused on academic pursuits and relentlessly concerned with social engineering and activism. The problem is a critical social justice worldview and the role of educator as activist, infusing critical theory into pedagogy. It is an awakened consciousness to the struggles of oppressed identity groups, a worldview that invokes a call to activism in the classroom and beyond, diversity, equity, and inclusion, social emotional learning, and sexualization and grooming of children. Critical theory looks for and finds injustice everywhere and requires that systems be dismantled. It insists on participation. It is a recipe for dissatisfaction that leads to nihilism, and now it is focused on our children. Schools of education have bought into the idea of Maslow before Bloom, meaning children must feel safe and welcome and have a sense of belonging before they can learn. By definition, academic achievement will take a back seat. Administrators will claim that the hierarchy of needs now includes diversity, equity, and inclusion. To that end, our district spent almost $1 million to hire a DEI coordinator and implement the Deep Equity Program, which is now mandatory training for all staff. Our district condescendingly tells us that deep equity is about teachers having cultural competence and teaching honest history. The stated purpose of the Deep Equity training is to, quote, hone your skills as facilitators and change agents among your peers, end quote. These are the stated goals of Deep Equity Phase 3. Exploring issues of privilege and power. Understanding the dynamics of social dominance. Linking issues of dominance to current educational inequities. Creating strategies for moving from dominance to social justice. This is cultural competence and honest history. Our district will begin training students in the Youth Equity Stewardship Program in spring 2022. According to Wade Sandoval, co-creator of the program, quote, the kids are a captive audience, end quote. Per their own literature, the YES program is designed to prepare middle, that's 11 and 12, middle and high school students, along with adult advocates from across a district, to be powerful change agents in building inclusive, inspired school climates. The youth can then contribute to larger equity work by gaining a critical lens for recognizing and eliminating educational disparities. The YES program just formalizes what is already happening. In just 4 years in the district, my child has been encouraged to walk out of the school in protest on 4 separate occasions by instructors and peers. She felt pressured the first time to leave the school grounds because she didn't want her teachers to assume that she was in support of gun violence. She was 12 years old. Next was the NEA negotiations, then Black Lives Matter, then sexual assault. How are these ideas getting into the classroom? I submit the better question is how can they not be? Under the guise of social emotional learning, students are being relentlessly surveyed to gauge their attitudes and feelings. We received an email recently asking to survey our middle school student before and after the second step lesson. When I asked my child about second step, she responded, "That's the thing that's making all the kids obsessed with their gender. You can't even talk to them anymore without them getting mad because of pronouns." Second Step is a discussion-based program led by a teacher that includes prompts for sensitive topics such as identity, bullying, sexuality, and race. This is middle school. On November 2nd, I was told by my 12-year-old that a substitute school counselor pulled her from class and discussed meeting with her once per week, a so-called intervention. This was done without our knowledge or consent, based on the Panorama survey, which we had opted her out of, but it was administered anyway. The timing of these discussions and interventions suggests that long-accepted psychosocial and developmental psychology is not being taken into account. Do we know if the social-emotional interventions at this specific time are having unintended consequences? Alternatively, is that the goal? Either way, I submit the emotional development of my child is my lane as a parent. I cannot teach my child chemistry, but their social and emotional growth is my responsibility. I suspect that the real goal is to attack and dismantle ideas of oppressive binaries, norms, hierarchy, and merit. If the instructors have embraced this critical social justice worldview, and Shawnee Mission now requires that they do, theory becomes praxis. On the first day of class 2020, a 10th grade English teacher at Shawnee Mission Northwest brought up for discussion the topic of the shooting of Jacob Blake and the Kenosha shooter. After a 10-minute rant, she told one student that he needed to get better sources because she had facts and he was reciting right-wing talking points. Her facts have been proven incorrect. That same semester, in a virtual class that my daughter was attending, a girl turned off her camera in tears because she expressed uncertainty about the Black Lives Matter movement, and she, according to my daughter, got dragged by her peers. My daughter was concerned for her well-being. What she said to me was this: "We all know, Mom, you can think it, but you better not say it." There's a popular saying among teachers: they will forget what you said, but they won't forget how you made them feel. Ask yourselves how the students I just described were made to feel. I would ask the DEI proponents, how is this a safe, welcoming, and inclusive environment for every student? I can show you lessons that my kids have done, one of which is straight out of the Deep Equity Handbook, but the issue goes much deeper. Excuse me. My concern is that they are causing chaos in the minds of our kids and directly and purposefully challenging the values we are teaching at home. In a time when mental health issues are becoming ubiquitous among young people, and in the middle of a global pandemic, do we really want to teach them that their parents are implicitly, unconsciously racist and responsible for oppressive systems, which they are now obligated to problematize and tear down? In closing, I would like to add that in our family, we profess Christ and his love. If we are truly to be Christ followers, then we must resist and do away with the practice of using ideas of race, sex, gender preference, and any other identity to divide, separate, unite, or incite people. Anywhere this is occurring is abusive to children and in direct conflict with the values of our home. Our children are empowered by their identity in Christ, in whom they can do all things, and for whom they love all people, because God so loved the world. I suspect there are people who don't agree with my worldview. I would not bring it into a public school classroom. I would ask for that same consideration from teachers and administrators when it comes to my children. When you break these children, it will be the parents who pick up the pieces. Thank you. I'll take questions if you have any.
Yes, yes, sure. Thank you very much, Denise. Committee, do you have questions? Yes, Representative Hoy.
I just, as we get this testimony submitted for public record, can we be sure that there's a name on that so we know who?
Apologies on that.
Thank you.
Many, our lobbyists are used to this, but our parents are not. And so, yes, please, if you didn't figure out which one it is, please add Denise's name. I appreciate the testimony. And I would just note with all of this evidence of what's being shared in the schools, I would hope that our state board would take a look at your testimony. All right, the next person up, we have Amy Thomas. Welcome, Amy. No relation to Representative Thomas.
I don't know if it goes low enough. Sorry, I'm pretty short. Madam Chairman Williams, Vice Chair Baumgartner, Ranking Minority Member Nguyen, and committee members, I thank you for the opportunity to be here today to present you evidence that I, along with parents throughout the state of Kansas, have accumulated that proves that CRT has made its way into our teachers' professional development training and consequently into our classrooms. I would first like to start off with the definition of critical race theory, although Representative did it really well earlier. Critical race theory is not a noun, as many have been referring to it. It is a verb. It is an action. CRT is the action of a Marxist movement that teaches people to hate America and segregates people into privileged and oppressed. It depicts all white people as racist and all people of color as the oppressors. In Kansas schools, critical race theory is being ushered in through deep equity training and social justice initiatives. I believe my testimony today will provide irrefutable evidence that although the Kansas State Board of Education and local school boards have claimed critical race theory is not being taught in classes, It is already here, and it's been here for years. My first piece of evidence is a school board memo from the Shawnee Mission School Board to the Superintendent Michael Fulton from Dr. Christy Ziegler, Chief of Student Services, Dr. John McKinney, Director of Student and Family Services, and Dr. Tyrone Bates, Coordinator of DE&I in Shawnee Mission School District. The subject of this memo is to, and I quote, gain the approval of Corwin Deep Equity Contract for professional development. Within this memo, school board is asking for a 3-year contract to be funded from federal program funds from Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services, CCEIS. The memo describes implementing deep equity training for all staff, as well as the implementation of the Youth Equity Stewardship Program, known as YES, for 100 high school students. The YES program covers the following 5 steps. Personal culture to personal journey, social dominance to social justice, creative expression to creative resistance, community awareness to community action, and stewardship motion to listen up. Those are the 5 steps. During the first phase, students are expected to explore their own personal experiences on race and differences. Corwin describes this work as being especially eye-opening for white people who often do not see themselves as cultural beings. I have included a copy of the YES workbook and documentation for your review. This is 100% indoctrination of youth to dividing students into the oppressed and the oppressors. This is the exact definition of critical race theory. I've also included documentations of accounts payable from Shawnee Mission School District to Corwin. This is irrefutable evidence that CRT is here in Kansas. My next series of documents is from Lawrence USD 497, which entails, and I quote, anti-racist conversations with families. Page 5 of this document defines whiteness and states, quote, white dominant culture grants advantages to white people, end quote. It goes on to ask who is benefiting, who is marginalized. In the worksheet provided, you will see anti-racist responses with questions. How did race play a role in that experience? This training brings race into every question, driving a wedge between white people and all people of color. The next document, titled From Social Dominance to Social Justice, which is part of the Deep Equity Professional Development Training for Teachers, highlights oppression that occurs in multiple areas to include male over female, whites over other races, and Christianity over other religions. This deep equity training goes on to list white identity orientations as ignorance, judgmental, hostility, and racist, among other things. All of these are CRT, continually labeling all white people as racist and all people of color as victims of oppression. This training goes on to vilify Christianity too. Next are books made available to students starting in elementary school in the Olathe, Lawrence, Blue Valley, and Shawnee Mission School Districts. The first book is called Stamped, which I've provided a picture of the table of contents, which are as follows. Chapter 1, the story of the world's first racist. Chapter 2, Puritan power. Chapter 3, a different Adam. Chapter 4, a racist wonderkind. On page 181 of this book, it talks about black people being free of white supremacy. The second book is UBU, made available in elementary schools, that discusses white privilege, discrimination, as well as gender and gender identity. Next are several documents provided by the Olathe School District on equity literacy. The first document is titled Equity Literacy Institute, the Basic Principles for Equity Literacy. The second is Equity Literacy for Educators, Definition and Abilities. This document discusses oppression related to race. The next document is titled Basic Principles for Equity Literacy. And in this training states, and I quote, redistribution of material, culture, and social access and opportunities, eliminating oppressive aspects of institutional culture and examining how practices and programs might advantage some students over others. The foundation of CRT is embedded into each one of these documents. Chandler USD 80 also has a YES program. And I've included, they actually had that for 2 years and did decide to discontinue it because of the pressure that they did get. I did include the YES worksheet titled Systematic Gaps. In this worksheet, you will find and I quote, "Many of us play out roles of the oppressor and victim without being fully conscious because of the oppression itself is ingrained in the system of our society." Sounds a lot like what one of our previous presenters said. This program is for high school students. It is the very definition of CRT indoctrination. It cannot be allowed to continue in our school systems. Lastly, I'd like to quote a diversity club video that was shown to high school students in the Blue Valley Southwest School. I have clips and quotes. I have clips of the videos of the quotes that I am providing. So if you would like to see them, I'd be happy to give them to you. This video was a complete missed opportunity to celebrate our growing diversity in Blue Valley. Unfortunately, instead of celebrating the growing diversity, two teachers took it upon themselves to focus on critical race theory topics, specifically discussing white dominance and white oppression of people of color. At the 2-minute and 58-minute mark in the first video, Mr. Bishop says the following, quote, "I'd like to invite you to consider who you are. Do you make an effort to understand those who are different than you? If you are Christian, do you respect the beliefs of those who are not? If you identify with the Republican Party, how well are you trying to understand and empathize with those who identify as Democrat?" This was extremely offensive to many students in the school, and there were students who actually got up and left their classroom to go somewhere they felt safe. It is not okay to ostracize Christians or Republicans and vilify them as intolerant to students in the classroom. The second video is from the same Diversity Club assembly given in May 2021, and this time Mr. Shaw starts his speech off with, and I quote, "White people, are you feeling tired of constantly hearing about racial inequalities in America? Are you exhausted by race feeling a never-ending topic when you are simply trying to live your life? Try the newest treatment, Empathica," end quote. Mr. Shaw's speech was extremely condescending to white students and insinuating they have no empathy for people of color. I hope that throughout this time we spent together, you find that sadly CRT has made its way into our schools through teachers who were exposed to this theory in college. No longer is this a collegiate level theory, but it is an indoctrination that is being ushered into our school systems through government funding, as seen in Blue Valley in the Shawnee Mission School District. I sincerely appreciate your time and consideration of these facts today. Please feel free to ask any questions.
Thank you, Amy. Committee, are there any questions? And we do appreciate all the evidence that you provided. Again, would direct this information to the State Board of Education to look at that. Thank you very much, Amy. Next, we have Josiah, is it Inyards? Yes, Josiah, we welcome you to our committee.
Hello. Thank you for having me. I don't have my name like at the bottom, but right here in the beginning I say it, so hopefully that'll work for everyone to know whose testimony this is. So my name is Josiah Enyart, and I'm a parent of 3 children. I have a 5, a 7, and an 11-year-old, all born in October, just coincidence. I also taught in the Shawnee Mission School District for over 10 years, up until this year. So I will attempt to prove that critical race theory is being taught in our schools and that it is hurting students academically and in their social-emotional development. I will also be using examples and experiences from the Deep Equity Program, as was brought up earlier by Corwin, which is in the Shawnee Mission School District and happened to cost a lot of money. Deep Equity was brought in as the program to advance the DEI, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Initiative to make Shawnee Mission School District look more diversified, equitable, and inclusive. This program is based out of the foundational ideas that make up critical race theory. There are 3 main points from CRT pushed by the Deep Equity Program. 1, you are either the oppressor, white, or the oppressed, people of color, and whiteness needs to be eradicated. 2, all systems in America are rooted in racism and are still racist today. And 3, equal outcomes is the only possible solution for ending racism versus equal opportunity, because any disparate outcome is a clear sign of racism. Diversity is supposed to be different thoughts, opinions, ideas, and even appearances. The United States is the melting pot of the world, and the amount of diversity here is incredible and wonderful. However, that is not what diversity in DEI programs like Deep Equity by Corwin actually mean. What DEI's version of diversity is more people of color, less white people. It's proven in the Deep Equity program that is funded by the Shawnee Mission School District and sadly many others. It pushes guilt and shame on white students and staff members while pushing victimhood and finger pointing for people of color. By focusing solely on race or gender, they omit the most important part, the ideas, the thoughts, the opinions. For social emotional learning, ideas, thoughts, and opinions are the most important aspect. Students learn to see people and situations based on their ideas, words, and character. This allows for new perspectives and healthy relationships and dialogue to emerge. However, by funding a program that stifles white thoughts citing white privilege, as it does many times, or demonizing whiteness, as it does many times, while pushing one-sided ideologies of gender or critical race theory, they hinder and even disrupt the social emotional learning of students. How can all students feel valued if they are told that they are only worth their skin color or gender identity? They are told by this program that they have implicit biases and they need to rid themselves of whiteness. How can this be good for students, let alone society? How can people of color improve their self-belief and ability to persevere through challenges if they're taught that everyone is against them? It's a hopeless message, and it's destroying students' self-esteem, social interactions, and ability to work on tough problems and learn new, challenging academic material. Specific examples include the whiteness walk that we had to endure at training, as well as the culture toss activity in the program, and the many Gary Howard videos helping people rid themselves of their whiteness. These conversations are all supposed to be filtered down to students from K through 12 by stage 5. Equity is supposed to be fairness based on situation. Equality is supposed to be fairness no matter what the situation. They use the baseball spectator analogy to basically say some people are being held back and others are given more advantages. Everybody would give a starving child more food than a healthy, well-fed child. However, that is not what this message is. Like the rest of the program, it's a deceptive introduction of something with much more intense and much more intense and and it's done in a non-threatening way. So you only find this out as you get deeper into the program. Normalizing little things opens the door to normalizing things that are much more insidious and divisive. The clear message is Marxist and communistic. They want to hold back the straight white males and push forward the people of color and LGBTQ. This is clear to the attempts at white guilt and desires to lower expectations for all. They really don't want accountability, nor do they want to allow those who are prospering to prosper. They do not take into account personal choice, work ethic, strong character, because the CRT model says that disparate outcomes are based on racism. How does this help our students? Why are we funding this? We are paying to teach our kids that personal choice, work ethic, and strong character are not as important as their skin color. Instead of focusing time and money on improving areas that can actually be measured and changed, they are focusing on immutable characteristics and claiming that they are the only factors for success or failure. Equity, according to DEI, means equal outcomes, not equal opportunity. That is an unsustainable and false belief that destroys ingenuity, pursuit of happiness, and equality. Martin Luther King Jr. and Jackie Robinson did not fight and give their lives for the equal outcomes, but for equal opportunity. They and every other logical person knows that there is no way to avoid different outcomes due to reasons that actually matter, such as personal choice, work ethic, and character. Inclusion also is not a new idea. The way deep equity and DEI programs push it, however, is they do not just want everyone included. They want everyone who is in leadership positions that are not people of color to get out of the way and to eliminate work and behavior accountability. This is shown in the dissolving of the MTSS program, stamping every serious behavior issue as SPED, and requiring an IEP, and breaking down the different white identities. Excuse me. By doing away with MTSS, everyone is now in the same room doing 4 different things. The students all know who needs extra help because the paras and aides have to push into the classroom and specifically help them. It's less focused, meaning that MTSS it's less focused, less effective, and takes away the empowerment and meaning that MTSS provided the staff and students. It was dissolved in the name of inclusion. By making all students with behavior issue have IEPs, they stamp students as impaired or incapable instead of finding healthy, consistent ways to modify the behavior. This hurts the student in need, but also takes countless hours of learning away from the other students. By making every behavior issue a SPED issue, they take away the accountability students and families need to learn appropriate ways to manage their emotions while subjecting every other student to being neglected academically. Prior to MTSS being dissolved and behavior IEPs becoming the norm, our academic numbers were making steady improvement, even in the schools like mine that had low income and high mobility. After MTSS was dissolved, and since the Deep Equity program was introduced, the academic numbers have steadily decreased, as have many, according to a study done by the Heritage Foundation. And it was brought in before COVID. So was the MTSS breakdown. There is a clear reason for this. The CRT-influenced Deep Equity program and DEI initiative that is being taught in the Shawnee Mission School District and many others is harmful to our students academically and socially. We should not be funding it, and it should be removed. There are many other programs that would bring awareness to difficult situations while improving school culture and academics that actually unites the school and community instead of dividing them. The bottom line is, these DEI programs are not just be nice to others and learn about culture programs. They are political and religious dogmas pushing anti-white and anti-Christian activism. No public school should be teaching political or religious ideologies. That should be up to the parents. But this initiative is invasive into parent rights, and it's disturbing and needs to be removed. There is supposed to be a clear line separating state rights in schools and parental rights. Teaching these political religious ideologies as well as other overreaches in medical decisions takes away parental rights. The more this continues, the more parents are going to pull their kids and file lawsuits, and the more teachers are going to walk away. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Josiah. We appreciate your testimony. Committee members, any questions? I think you guys did such a great job. That's why we're silenced on this. Thank you very much. Committee, we have Dave Traubert's testimony that is provided. I would note, if you just turn to page 2 in it, I was kind of shocked at the images that were provided on that page. I think that will relate to our next conversation. If we could, we have one more individual in the audience that is a guest here today, so I would hate for her to have to wait for lunch. So we just have 2 more that I'd like to get to, and then we could take a break for lunch. Yes, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for calling our attention to page 2. Might I just say that as a school administrator, had I found those graphics on a staff member's computer, I would have taken action to have them dismissed for having child pornography in our school. That is shameful and beyond the pale. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And again, I would note that I hope all of this testimony will be online. Is that correct, Norma? It is online. And again, I would really ask that the State Board of Education look at the evidence that was presented here today and to go directly to the sources, the individuals that provided testimony, if you have questions, and to the links and to the copies that were provided. I think this is just part of the evidence that has been presented to committee members and to others, and it's just a representation of what's happening. It by no means is exhaustive in what is being provided here. So the next person that we have up, and again, we will take a break right after these 2 individuals. We're going to be talking about improving parent partnerships in light of what we have just heard, in light of some of the testimony that was written and the pictures that we just mentioned. I've asked Mark Tallman with KASB to speak to parent partnerships, and then we have Tamara James, a private citizen, that will speak to that, and then we will have a break for lunch. Welcome.
Good morning. Did I have it on this time? Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I want to be respectful of the committee's time and what you want. I've prepared brief testimony responding to the specific question I had. I can read it, I can go through it, but I think what you're usually interested in is conversation and questions, and so I'm happy to just respond to the topic, or I mean, I'm trying not to waste time standing here just asking this question, but I want to make sure I get to the questions you have and make the best use of your time.
Okay, we can do that, and we appreciate that because we're all used to chatting back and forth or having discussions. I will note, committee, if you look on your desk, you're going to find this packet here, 2021 Special Committee on Education Resources. Underneath it, you'll have some attachments from the Parents Defending Education, their letter in response to the National Association of School Board letter that went to President Biden, and so that was included as it ties into the question that we framed for you. What is the appropriate role of parent partnerships with the schools? And as a leading organization that touches our children's lives, that's why we selected you to be the one to kind of address this issue, as well as that you are connected to the National Association of School Board. So with that, Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was going to ask this yesterday, but I refrained because I saw this was, so you're saying you had no knowledge of the letter. I understand that. But what have you done since? Have you sent a letter to the national organization as the Kansas Association saying, we disagree with that?
Yes, we communicated that, and they have apologized and, to the best of my knowledge, withdrawn the letter. I don't know its specific status, but NSBA has specifically apologized for that letter.
I realize they have, but I was wanting to know if if Kansas Association of School Boards sent a letter to the National Association of School Boards saying, we disagree and we don't appreciate.
We did not.
You didn't
I don't believe we sent a letter. We communicated with them.
In what way?
Directly talking to them, to their leadership. One of the members of their board of directors is on our board of directors and is a local school board member. So the concern was certainly shared.
Okay, well, I'm glad because that was infuriating. In their letter was infuriating. And I would have liked to have seen Kansas Association of School Boards come out with a public letter instead of just communicating back and forth. We've got several states that are pulling out of NASB because of it.
That is correct.
And I would have liked to have seen you guys take a more proactive stance in it. You know, I was going to say something before, but the last hour of testimony just infuriates me. We've had two, and I know this is not the association, but we've had two state school board members come up before us over the last 2 days. One of them had no idea what the regulations were that they were trying to pass. The other one sat here and told us that critical race theory was not part of any of the curriculum. I wonder, what in the world is the state school board doing? And I can't believe it. I would be embarrassed if I was a member of the state school board right now. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Let's see, Representative Hubert.
Have you considered not being a part of that association? Do you pay dues?
We do pay dues. That is a decision that our board would have to make. I think their feeling at this time, as at least it's been represented to me, and I've not been part of those conversations, is they believe it would be more productive to try to remain in and have an influence on the policies of the association rather than withdrawing. But a number of states have withdrawn.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Hubert. That brought up a question to my mind. How much are the dues?
I don't remember. I'd have to check on that for you. I would guess it is probably in, I'm going to suggest maybe in the $50,000 a year range, but I'm not sure. The only members of NSBA it is a federation of local state associations, so individual schools do not belong. The members are state board associations, and as has been indicated, some have withdrawn.
Follow up, if I may, Madam Chair. Where do you receive your funds for paying those $50,000 in dues?
Our funds all come either from local school boards paying members to us or revenues of services we provide. So it's essentially all from local school boards. And other entities that belong to us.
Who get their money from taxpayers who are parents. Would that be accurate
That is accurate.
to say? So one final question. You recently had a change in your executive director. And can you share what the former executive director left to do?
Our former executive director accepted the position as executive director of NSBA.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Hoy, and then we have Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't read ahead in here, so I'm catching up on, I didn't realize that, I want to clarify, this letter is the letter that was sent regarding the safety of school board members, and that they sent to the president, and then they have since apologized for the process that they used to say this. Is that what we're talking about here? I'm just not sure.
We're talking about parent partnerships, and that is part of parent partnerships.
Okay, well, I just want to say that I understand that they're apologetic over how the letter came about, but the fact is that there have been threats made against school board members. There have been threatening, and I don't want to say it escalates to complete violence, but when you're showing up in, masses during a pandemic without proper PPE, there are health concerns and safety concerns, and I don't think that this letter is a reason to be questioning why or why not school boards would be a member of that organization, and would encourage everybody when we are approaching topics that we don't agree on to do so. And here we have seen it today, very respectful. I feel safe here, but that has not always been the case across the nation.
I would add that I did ask that question. I directed that question to Mark. Had we had any incidences, reports? Had there been any police reports filed? Had there been any grievances that had been shared with the Kansas Association of School Board? I was told no. Well, we're not going to go back and forth. Representative Hoy, we're not, excuse
Madam
me.
Chair, I would like to share a personal experience with violence at my home.
You know, any elected official has had those nasty emails, those phone calls, or conversations. So that, welcome to the world. No, we're not. Okay, Representative Hoy, this is not a back and forth. We are not the Senate. We are in a committee. No disrespect to the Senate, but you guys stand up, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We don't do that here. We don't do that. So I know.
You certainly don't do that in my committee.
I simply commented that I inquired of Mark and have the email that said there were not any reports. Now, if an individual felt threatened by violence and filed a police report, we would probably know about it. Now, if it's just an unhappy individual, I have certainly been met by them routinely at the Capitol. And no, we're not going back and forth. If you want to take this discussion offline, you are welcome to contact Mark and report to him what it is that you know of that you felt violated or someone you know that felt violated. There were upset parents, and rightfully so. And so we are not going to go into this long exchange of he said, she said, what said. This is about parental partnerships. You disagree. That's great. You can share an email with us if you would like, whatever you would like. We have two more. I'm not coming back to you, Representative Hoy. We have two more on the queue, and then we're going to close up this and go to the next. So it's Senator Baumgartner, and then it's Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple quick questions. The NSBA letter indicates that they were going to do a complete formal review of their processes. It almost seems to figure out how this letter even got out. But I think they knew how it got out, but that's been more than a month. Have we heard anything, any update on their internal investigation of their process?
I have not heard that. As you've indicated, they have new leadership. It is my understanding they were expecting further turnover in their leadership. I don't know anything more about that, Senator. I'm sorry.
I guess my follow-up question is, you had indicated last year when you were testifying in front of the Senate Education Committee, where we don't allow tit for tat in our meetings. At least my meetings, we don't have that. But you had shared that for the first time in some time, all of the school districts in the state of Kansas were members of KASB. Is that still the case this year?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. So what direction have you given them on specifically improving parent partnership? What direction have you given school boards and superintendents? And I know that you work with both. Superintendents routinely will contact KASB.
Probably the best example I can point to is on the second page of my testimony. I give you a bullet-pointed list of trainings and activities we do with either requested by board leadership, by superintendents, to come in and talk about these things. This services we provide are ways that parents can be involved in, surveying your community. We have also provided sample policies and directives on how to effectively manage meetings, take public input, retain order while letting people have those expressions. All of those are items that either may be put out, but often are maybe on request, either through our leadership services people, through our legal department, where they may provide resources on how to do that. Certainly, we strongly believe in the importance of parental involvement. As I indicate, overwhelmingly our surveys show that board members themselves are parents or grandparents. I don't think there's any debate over thinking that's important. I guess the question is, how can we continue to do better in that area? Because I think people broadly agree that the more involved parents are, the more successful their students are going to be.
I guess just one final follow-up. I think it might be helpful if you gave them guidance or direction from the standpoint of public forums, having them allowing parents and community members to come speak. I know there seems to be a hesitance or a reticence to do that, which I know in rural as well as our suburban districts has really kind of created some unnecessary tension. It doesn't always have to be that the communication has to be at the once-a-month board meeting, but separate forums to give people the opportunity to simply share their concerns. And I think it might be helpful. It took the Department of Education or the Department of Health a while to figure this out, but having people stand outside of a building for maybe up to an hour's time waiting to come in to speak, just like they waited to go in to a small building to get vaccinated when it's 30-some degrees, isn't conducive to a relationship. And the bottom line is, and I think I tried to start with this yesterday, but there has to be a relationship and a partnership. For schools to do work in the classroom with students and not involve parents, for parents not to be involved, for organizations such as the State Board of Education, the Board of Education, the Legislature to not be listening to folks, all it does is it creates new friction, new resentment, and lack of trust. So transparency is important. I know we still have school districts, that haven't live streamed, that haven't created opportunities for people to safely, openly share their concerns. And I think that there's a lot of heavy lifting that needs to be done all the way around. But I think that guidance coming from KASB, especially since they're fee-paying organizations, school districts need to hear that guidance from you. And I think that, quite frankly, when I look at what has happened in some of 8 school districts that I represent, a lot of that anger, tension, and frustration, when we say it's all about communication, communication has to be two-way. And you have to give people opportunities to really be heard. So I think anything that you could do for many of our more rural districts, the schools are what people circle around, what they gravitate toward. And I do think, thank goodness our state wasn't one of the states that had the yard signs that said, keep parents out of schools. But I know that other states have had those yard signs. And I think that quite frankly, I'm hoping that you hear us loud and clear. There is concern about that kind of money going to NSBA when they have not been vocal in opposition to states that have those signs saying, keep parents out of schools. When we have parents out of schools not participating, we lose the benefit of that partnership. So thank you, Mr. Tallman, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Our last individual that will be asking question is Representative Thomas. Representative Thomas, before you do that, just a quick question on that. So what amount of money do you bring in from taxpayer dollars that funds memberships? You said 50.
Our due.
Your budget, your membership dues. If 50,000 approximately goes to the National Association, how much goes to just the membership dues, not your pay to play?
I'm embarrassed to not, our total operating budget is over $2 million. I can't tell you specifically. I can certainly get that for you.
All right, thank you very much. Representative Thomas.
No, I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mark. We appreciate you coming today and bringing us some information about parental involvement. The next person that we have on our list is Tamara James, private citizen. And Tamara, are you here? Okay, yes, okay. And we are, I personally am so sorry that you've waited so long, but
That's okay.
Yes, all right, glad you're here.
Ready to go. Chairperson Williams, members of the committee, my name's Tamara Seiler James. My husband and I are the parents of 4 children, all of whom have attended or are attending Blue Valley schools in Overland Park. We have been Blue Valley parents continuously since 1998. I thank you for this opportunity to address the critical topic of student achievement in our Kansas public schools. I wish to pay particular attention to school library holdings and the parental demand for higher standards. The goal of my testimony is threefold: to describe certain objectionable books held in our public school libraries, to examine why our schools would offer children such books with reference to third-party influences and education theories, and to point out how materials of this nature undermine rather than promote student achievement and parental control. When controversy erupted nationwide over salacious books in schools, I wanted to know if the problem was also local. I was shocked at what I found in our Blue Valley school libraries. I found a memoir with sex scenes that fit the definition of obscene under Kansas law, specifically Kansas Statute 21-6401, in that the book contains, quote, descriptions of ultimate sexual acts. That's from the statute. This book is held in 4 of our 5 high school libraries. I found a so-called young adult book with teen dialogue that would violate our district code of student conduct. That code subjects students to, quote, corrective measures, unquote, for engaging in, quote, obscenity, profanity, or indecency. Yet, this book unabashedly models such behavior. It is also in 4 of our 5 high schools. I found a work of fiction that depicts a sexual encounter involving a 4th grader and either an adult or an older teen. There is at least the suggestion of pedophilia. That book is in 2 of our high schools. I discovered a picture book for elementary school children about whiteness that calls whiteness a bad deal and suggests whiteness is the work of the devil. And you can see images of this in Dave Travert's written testimony. This book is evidence in an equal protection and Title VI lawsuit now pending in federal court in Illinois. The book is held in 2 Blue Valley elementary schools and 1 middle school. And I found a novel about a girl abducted by a man at age 10 from a school field trip. She is held captive and repeatedly raped by him over the course of 5 years until he tires of her and craves a substitute victim. And I can say this is one of the most disturbing books I personally have ever read. That book is in 3 of our high schools and in 1 middle school. So to the question, why are these books in our schools? Learning resources should feature a broad diversity of people and experiences. The laudable push to diversify children's literature began several decades ago and is sometimes described as offering children windows into different worlds and mirrors to students as a means of self-affirmation. However, windows, mirrors, and self-affirmation must not come at the expense of high standards. No one needs a window, for example, into the kidnapping and rape of a child. Schools regrettably depend on third-party vendors and interest groups to steer their purchases. These third parties aggregate book reviews and awards, prepare content summaries, then feed this information to local decision makers who don't have the time to screen every title, but are trying to keep their collections current, relevant, and diversified by interest and identity group. The results of this process are twofold. One, the offering of degraded and divisive resources to students, and 2, the alienation of the parent community. According to our district, only 56% of Blue Valley students rate effective or higher in reading on the Kansas assessments. Expletive-laden young adult books will not improve this metric. When parents object to the coarse or politicized nature of school library books, organizations such as School Library Journal, one of those prominent outside influencers, accuse them of censorship. Or outlets such as NBC News accuse them of interference with the remarkable statement that, quote, part of the problem is the parents think they have the right to control teaching and learning because their children are the ones being educated, unquote. But this is Kansas law, quote, it shall be the public policy of this state that parents shall retain the fundamental right to exercise primary control over the care and upbringing of their children in their charge, unquote. And that is section 38-141. If our schools continue to offer students degraded learning resources and fail to respect the rights of parents to demand higher standards, the result will not only be a stumbling block to student success, but an exodus from our public schools. And I thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tamara. And it was apologies for mispronouncing your name, even though we've had conversations. Committee, are there any questions? Thank you for providing a lot of research. All right, committee, it is 1:21. At about, I know, it's crazy. At about 1:45, we will attempt to reconvene. Give yourself some time. And we do thank, I'm actually going to have Senator Baumgartner thank those who provided our lunch yesterday again and then today. So, Allie Devine.
Yeah. So yesterday we had, Yesterday, Allie Devine and Dan Murray provided lunches, and they are lobbyists for Kansas Association of Community College Trustees. And today, Stephen Durst of Federico and Durst is supplying our lunch.
Are we not finishing the rest of this section, or is these written? The mental health? The mental health? Okay, it's gonna be after. Okay, I thought we were going to the 11:40 time. Okay.
Welcome back to the interim committee meeting, and I would ask that if you're a member, if you'll please take your seat. If you're a guest and would like to stay inside, please find a seat. We do have some strategic plans to expedite the process. Is the mic on? Sounds like it's on. Okay. All right. I thought I heard a mic. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the next section. I hear it. Okay, it's on. All right, so we're going to go, I'm going to kind of give you an overview of how we're going to catch up just a little bit. We're going to do the mental health, the impact of masks on student achievement. Then the next section that we would have done before lunch, remote learning and quarantine, we're going to use that section as just written only testimony. So we're going to be moving off of that. If that's something that the chair of the Senate Education or House Education wants to review in the session, they can do so. Then on the next page, we will continue on with the recent shifts in educational delivery methods, and Norma will be very brief on that. She's provide pretty thorough overview in written testimony, but she will just give a quick update on that, and then we will move on to virtual schools. We do have a guest and we want to hit that. And then we will have discussion, because that's the important part, is for our committee to have some time to share what we've learned. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and move to, lost my place there, the mental health and its impact on student achievement. We have Elaine Clough. She is online today, and I'd like everybody to first find her testimony. So everybody find her. She's from Lenexa. Oh, yes. And as we're bringing Elaine online, I would also note that Craig just delivered to us a Kansas State Board of Education document that answers some of the questions that were left unanswered by the school board chair. So that's provided for you in case you have any questions on that. All right, Elaine, are you there?
I am.
Awesome. Welcome to our committee.
Hi, thank you. Are you ready for me to go ahead and start?
You
Sorry.
bet.
Okay. So, dear Honorable Chairwoman Williams and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony to you on student achievement and concerns I have about the current situation in our public schools, specifically the impact it is having on our students' mental health and student achievement. My name is Elaine Clough. I am a mother of 4 children with one school still school age. In May of 2020, I graduated with my degree in elementary education and then moved to Lenexa, Kansas and the Shawnee Mission School District. Due to this being in the middle of the pandemic and school being remote, I decided to wait a year to learn more about the school districts before looking for a teaching position, and this allowed me to be home with my son. I quickly realized that I could not teach in any district in Johnson County or have my son participate in public education any longer. Fortunately, this morning we learned of another suicide of a teen in Olathe. On February 8th of this year, I spent the day listening to my 8th grade son and his classmates trying to come to terms with the suicide of one of their classmates. Just a few months prior to that, sophomores in Blue Valley were doing the same thing. At the end of October, Olathe lost 2 of their high school students within a week of one another. Over the past year, I've been to several school board meetings in Johnson County where mental health professionals explained that they are being overwhelmed with referrals and they cannot keep up. Parents have shared how their children are developing eating disorders, are harming themselves by cutting, or that their child is so full of stress and anxiety that they are scratching themselves raw. We have heard reports that there has been a substantial increase of children being admitted to the hospital for self-harm or suicide ideation. In May of this year, I asked the Shawnee Mission School District if they had followed the increase in referrals to mental health professionals. Have they tracked the increase in calls to suicide hotlines? Have they looked at how many students in our district and county have committed suicide? I cannot find any type of tracking on a local, county, state, or national level, but we can see that there is something happening with our students' mental health which is impacting student achievement, and we need to ask why. To really understand what is happening in our schools regarding student achievement and their mental health, we have to look at social emotional learning, deep equity training, which go hand in hand, and the actual assignments our students are being asked to complete. In the ks.gov Spring 2020 report, the Shawnee Mission School District stated that the deep equity work is connected to social emotional learning, which is connected to increasing student achievement. I started the Corwin Deep Equity Training while student teaching and could spend months talking about this topic, but I'm just going to give you a brief overview. Throughout these trainings, teachers are told that they are inherently racist, that students are not achieving because of their implicit and unconscious biases, and that their classrooms are equal to a police state where students must give up a piece of their identity when they enter the classroom. Teachers are told that white people are racist and oppressors, that students of color are victims, and every interaction needs to be examined through a racial lens. The training leans to the teachers using their classroom as a platform for activism. Teachers are instructed to observe their peers to ensure they are utilizing this training in their classrooms and are required to report back to the administrators. The facilitators are trained on how to deal with the peers who do not agree with this training to get them on board or to remove them. This creates a very hostile environment for the teachers that seeps into the classroom, and many are leaving the profession because of this. Through the Deep Equity program, they've started affinity groups that are segregated by race. The next step in this training is to start the Youth Equity Stewardship Program, which Shawnee Mission will begin in spring of 2022. While social emotional learning has always been a part of a well-rounded education, these programs have moved from learning social skills to teaching our children what to think and how to feel. Through social emotional learning, we are telling our students that there are specific things they should care about, have empathy for. Through social emotional learning, we are asking our children to constantly self-reflect on their thoughts, actions, and feelings. They are also asked to complete panorama surveys under social emotional learning that ask very personal and intrusive questions of our students, as well as they are collecting and storing this personal data. Social emotional learning is part of Kansas state standards, but how can you standardize emotions and behaviors? Who decides what attributes and behaviors should be taught or what are appropriate? Then we are adding on positive behavioral intervention systems that use public shaming to drive positive behaviors. Right now, there is a push for schools to focus more on social emotional learning attributes than on academics, with little data supporting that social emotional learning does improve student achievement. However, it is placing undue pressure on our children to act or behave in specific ways. Through their assignments, you can see how deep equity and social emotional learning are being used together to promote activism in the classroom. They are asked to watch a documentary on whiteness and reflect on it. They are asked about policing in America and defunding the police. They are asked to research George Floyd, Black Lives Matter, what is racism, and create projects. These are very politicized, divisive topics being pushed on our children in the classrooms. So how can our students have academic success when we are putting so much stress on them? We are sending them to school where they're being taught that they need to worry about racism, sexism, gender inequality. Students are being told that they are privileged or a victim based on the color of their skin or their sexuality or their gender identity. Our students are being encouraged to take a stand on these issues, even if it goes against their beliefs. Our districts are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on deep equity training and social emotional learning programs, citing that this is the answer to increasing student achievement without providing any evidence that it is working. Instead of seeing an improvement in student achievement, we are seeing a decline in the mental well-being of our children, and we need to address what is causing it. Thank you for giving me this time to speak to you, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Elaine, thank you for joining us today. And committee, are there any questions for Elaine? Yes, Representative Nguyen.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for appearing. You're not on screen, but I know you can hear. Thank you. And I may have missed it because of the technology, please. But the question is, what do schools need with regard to student mental health to help improve outcomes from students, for students?
Unfortunately, I'm not a mental health professional. I am just a mother who has had a daughter that did try to commit suicide. And I was very lucky that we were able to save her. Um, it's not that the school is responsible for their mental health, but there needs to be, we need to be careful with what we're pushing in the classroom. We are telling their kids through social emotional learning and this DEI program, we're giving our children, telling our children that they need to worry about adult problems, that they need to worry about things that is really not something they need to be worried about right now. They need to worry about their education. They need to worry about learning. We shouldn't be pushing ideology on them, having them question who they are or what their family beliefs are.
Okay, well, thank you for appearing today, and thank you again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee, any other questions for Elaine? Elaine, we are so sorry to hear that. We're glad that it had a happy ending, and I think it's important for parents to make sure that they're keeping up, of course, with their children and what's happening with their children in school. So we wish you the very best. Thank you. Committee, we are going to go on to Linda Highland. And if you do not know Linda, she is the wife of Representative Ron Highland. Welcome.
And Ranking Minority Wynn. I really honor you for your service to Kansas and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I am Linda Highland, and I wish to address that Kansas Social Emotional Character Development Curriculum, which they refer to as SEDC, and its accompanying data collection is a blockade to academic achievement for students. My concern as a trained professional in secondary education and as a parent and grandparent is that the practice of giving certain tests, questionnaires, surveys, and examinations is overused in our schools and takes away from academics, and that the collection and storage of data on students is a violation of students' rights. What kind of behaviors are our youth focusing upon in school today? And I think you just heard an example of that in the previous speaker. But increasingly, the school day is concerned with surveying as a tool in social emotional learning. Now, SEL is what Kansas calls SEDC. It's the same thing. And that's how I'll term it. SEL became a trend 27 years ago when introduced by CASEL, Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning. It had been called for Advancing Social Emotional Learning, which is funded by many foundations. In a press release, CASEL announced in part, SEL advances educational equity and excellence through authentic school-family community partnerships to establish learning environments and experiences that feature trusting and collaborative relationships, rigors, and meaningful curriculum and instruction, and ongoing evaluation. SEL can help address various forms of inequity and empower young people and adults to co-create thriving schools and contribute to safe, healthy, and just communities. Kansas Department of Education was the first in the nation to fully adopt a comprehensive SEL K-12 curriculum. They proudly talk about this on their website. Unfortunately, the lessons under SEL give more attention to harmful behaviors than to a healthy lifestyle. This is most evident when it comes to the widespread use of the 20 or more behavioral tests and surveys promoted by KSDE in the SECD, Social Emotional Character Development Curriculum. That list, which comes directly from KSDE Measuring Social Emotional Growth Locally, 182-page document, is included in my testimony. Now, I refer you to this. So what I did was I went out and read the 182 pages and asked myself how many surveys, behavioral tests, and so forth are included here, and I came up with 20. Now, some of these have been referred to today, but you'll notice there's one on equity screening. On number 13, second step, you had a speaker here today talk about that. I'm going to be focusing on the Communities That Care survey. Let's take a deeper look into behavioral data collection questioning. The Kansas Communities That Care Youth Survey, which is termed KCTC, is just one example of a survey that has been widely used in Kansas schools 27 years as a tool for collecting data and receiving grants for many programs. It is worth noting that the Communities That Cares organization, and there's a lot out there on the internet, you can read about them, and CASEL, the Collaborative for Academic Social Emotional Learning, both began 27 years ago and are used in conjunction. A growing number of agencies use the unreliable data collected from KCTC survey. It is also the survey used to support the need for social emotional learning and to establish the need for drug testing students. This hour-long survey, administered 4 times in a student's life in 6th, 8th, 10th, and 12th grades, uses very leading questions and violates a student's right to privacy by asking very personal questions about drug use, drug and alcohol use, family life issues, gun usage, violence, and worst of all, if, and I quote, made a plan how you would kill yourself. The questions are depressing at best and in some cases place dangerous suggestion in the minds of our youth. Now I refer you to another document I attached. On page 124 of the Measuring Social Emotional Growth Locally document, I found this, and it's a sample report from the KCTC survey. And I encourage you, as all legislators and anybody listening to me today, to go out and read this 182-page document. But if you glance down through it, there's they summarize about all these things that children might be doing. But if you go to the bottom of the page, they're reporting that 18.7% of Kansas children are seriously thought about killing themselves. 11.9% have a plan how they would kill themselves, and 5.3 did try to kill themselves. Now, just as a side on this is an anonymous survey, and I would hope if a student has checked this, that somebody is looking into it, but I don't believe that to be the case. The KCTC program, it comes from the Office of the United States Government Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, who funds it through the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services Behavioral Health Services, KDADS, and administers it through the Southwest Kansas Education Service Center, Greenbush. It has been given in Kansas since 1994. And was first developed by doctors J. David Hawkins and Richard Calanto at the University of Washington Social Development Research Group. As it turns out, this author feels the best training for alcohol and drug abuse and other dangerous behaviors is the KCTC survey. After you read this survey, please ask yourself, if a 6th grader, or any student for that matter, should be asked the KCTC survey questions. I feel this These questions are never appropriate for a sixth grader or anyone. Students are told in the instructions, this is not a test, so there are no right or wrong answers. However, the survey incriminates the students and feels very much like a test. In fact, I printed one off today, and it looks very, official in how it's done. So, I think I lost my track. Young adults whom I've asked if they recall taking a drug survey in school state that occasion was one they never forgot. It is disturbing that of all the tests in their education career, this survey stands out and is always remembered by young people. I am also told that they so dislike taking the KCTC survey and reading the questions that many reported the worst possible answers just to get it done. And who could blame them? More and more legislators, parents, teachers, and citizen groups are questioning the validity of the KCTC survey and all such surveying based upon the known widespread false reporting by students. Data from this survey is not valid. Why are we using it? Juvenile justice reliable data should be used in its place. So I ask you, how would you have reacted as a sixth grader to these probing questions? And I'm just quoting directly from the document. How old were you when you first smoked marijuana, smoked a cigarette, had more than a sip or two of beer, wine, or hard liquor, began drinking alcoholic beverages regularly, got suspended from school, got arrested, carried a handgun, attacked someone with the idea of seriously hurting them, and belonged to a gang? How many times in the past year have you been suspended from school? Some of this is repetitive, but it's repetitive in the survey. Carried a sold illegal drugs, stolen or tried to steal a motorcycle, such as a car, a motor vehicle, such as a car or a motorcycle. Been arrested, attacked somebody with the idea of seriously hurting them, been drunk or high at school, taken a handgun to school, stolen something with more than $5, worth more than $5, purposely damaged or destroyed property that did not belong to you, not counting your family's property, taken something from a store without paying for it. Should your sixth grader be asked if they want to kill themselves? In the past 30 days, in the past year, have you ever tried to kill yourself? In the past 30 days, in the past year, have you ever made a plan about how you would kill yourself? In the past 30 days and in the past year, have you ever seriously thought about killing yourself? Is this appropriate during the recent difficult years or any year? Next, the KCTC survey inquires about your sixth graders' drug usage. Now, they've already done it partly, but they'll go into more depth. On how many occasions, if any, have you used in your lifetime and during the past 30 days marijuana, LSD, or other psychedelic, cocaine or crack, ecstasy, MDMA, sniffed glue, breathed the contents of an aerosol spray gun, or inhaled other gases or sprays in order to get high? Tarextine, T-Rex, or rack, methamphetamines, meth, prescription opiate pain relievers such as Vicodin, Oxycontin, Tylox without a doctor's orders, prescription tranquilizers such as Xanax, Valium, Ambien without a doctor's orders, prescription stimulants such as Ritalin or Adderall without a doctor's orders, or other illegal drugs. So leaving nothing to chance exposure, every sixth grader has lost all innocence after just reading the questions. Remember, there's nothing wrong with any answer, say the instructions. Questions probe into the family and community life with your sixth grader. Do you feel very close to your mother and your father? Do you enjoy spending time with them? Do people in my family have serious arguments? Have any of your brothers or sisters ever, and there's a long list of bad behavior, if you carried a handgun without your parents' permission, would you be caught by your parents? This is training opportunity to turn in family members. What is the outcome for students taking this survey? Naturally, youth will learn that all the dangerous behaviors listed in the survey are normal. The school has just reinforced and normalized all the possible ways to consume drugs and alcohol and how to get into trouble. I believe the KCTC survey is a teaching tool that trains students in many dangerous lifestyles just by the very reading of the survey. What youth focus upon comes about in their lives. By taking this survey, a young sixth grader is fully introduced to the world of drugs and fully informed on all possible dangerous activities of which they could become involved. The questions are worded assuming that the youth have engaged in all of this activity and are guilty of any number of dangerous decisions. Why are we as a state, and in particular you as legislators, allowing this to be done to these young minds? After statistical analysis of the surveys, it may be determined that the students in the school district have problems so serious that the next obvious step must be drug testing. Oh, so the answers did matter after all. If they come up positive on the real drug test with consequences, it could mean suspension, having it reported on their school record for at least 2 years, and off extracurricular activities. The positive things in life are taken away. The parent usually is not allowed to opt their child out of the drug testing program. I am outraged by the nature of these questions, and probably the questions on all those other surveys, all those other 20 surveys. Our own children were coerced into taking the KCTC without our consent. From that time on, I have wanted Kansans to read that survey and other offensive and dangerous surveys. Parents and guardians have the right to read all documents when very personal and destructive lines of questioning is going on and administered to their children. Okay, questions must be asked. Is any of the behavioral data being collected valid? Where is the data stored? Are the sites secure? What kind of data records will the schools have accumulated on students upon graduation? Will this follow them for life? Is taking surveys going to solve anything in a student's life? How will the damage from the very taking of behavioral surveys be reversed? Are the millions coming into Kansas to survey students a good investment in education? Is money being made selling the student data? Has SEL and behavioral testing become a blockade to learning? Is the well-being of our youth and pursuing excellence in a student's academic strengths really the focus of Kansas schools? In summation, social emotional learning and behavioral surveys and data collecting, 1, have failed to solve anything for our students. 2, promote dangerous lifestyles and drug and alcohol usage. 3, have questionable data validity. 4, violate a student's right to privacy. 5, violate parental and guardian rights. 6, is costly to the state and local school districts. And 7, wastes precious classroom time and is a detriment to academic learning and achievement. I humbly ask you to recognize that behavioral testing and social emotional learning is being overused in our Kansas schools. Hopefully soon, the KCTC survey and other such behavioral testing violations of students and families will no longer be used. Please help protect our Kansas students from social emotional learning and growing data collection invasion of their private lives. Parental oversight is needed to correct this ominous trend. Today, I call upon parents and guardians to take action. Let your child's school know in writing that all behavioral data collection and SEL curriculum may not be used with your precious child. Now is the time for parents in control. Thank you so much. I'll stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Linda. Committee questions. Questions from Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question for the conferee, but for the revisers. I believe that this survey and all with personal are opt-in. Is that current law?
I could answer that. The revisers.
So Kansas statute at 726316 provides that no tests, questionnaires, or surveys containing questions about a student's personal beliefs or practices on these types of issues shall be provided to the student unless the parent or guardian of the student gives written permission for the student to take the test.
Thank you.
And I'll just comment, and then Representative Adam Thomas has a question. As a parent of 4, I may have opted in terms of when I do digitally enroll my kid, but I had no idea. And I have a senior and a junior, and one that's a teacher and one that is at the University of Kansas, and I would have no idea that they potentially could have spent 4 hours of their education, 1 hour at a time, taking a survey like that. So I don't think as a parent, I was aware. And I think that that's probably consistent. I had no idea to the length at which our students were being questioned. So that's just a comment on that.
I appreciate that, but I know as parents, we do get that information, and it is our responsibility to read it. I got it, and I opted my children in.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. I'm so glad that you did. You're a better parent than I am, because I don't recall ever seeing it. It was probably a digital check mark, because I've not seen anything about surveys. But good news is I have great kids, but that shouldn't be the standard. I should know what surveys they are taking. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can tell from personal experience that I won't get into, but we all know recently, if you know me, that my daughter specifically multiple times has been given surveys without my knowledge and without my permission. The only reason I saw them is because she screenshotted it and sent it to me. So that may be the law, that may be the statute, but I'm telling you, there are certain instances where that law is not being followed.
I will add that we also heard testimony in which the student was counseled without the parent knowing about it. So there may be good intentions, it may be in statute, but as we know, something in statute does not mean that it's going to occur. Questions, committee? I think that based on your testimony, I think there are probably more questions that I would have for the Department of Education or the state school board, because again, going back to the rules and regs and the changing of the accreditation standards, the one piece in the accreditation standards that it requires assessment for is have in place a method of assessing all students' social emotional growth. So my question to you, does that mean that it's not private? Are they, in what you read and in your research, are all of these anonymous surveys, or are some of them digital and connected to their laptop? Because here it makes it sound like they're assessing all students' social emotional growth. Do you know that?
Are you speaking about the KCTC survey?
Just any survey. In your research, did you find they're all?
I don't have copies of all of this. So I assume much of it is online and in their computers.
So then we would know.
That the parents, and possibly due to the pandemic and the students being home, parents were seeing more of this, and that could be shining a light on more of this. This survey that I highlighted, that is anonymous, and it very much disturbs me that some of the lines of questioning and then it's just handed in. I have brought young people to the Capitol to testify about this very survey, and it's very interesting to hear from them.
Well, I appreciate your testimony, because it is shining a light on something that I don't think many parents really have understood fully. But I think that question of assessing all student social emotional growth, perhaps Craig can address that when he speaks, whether those are all anonymous or if they're digital or if they are linked to a child. Sorry. Did you want to comment
Well,
on that?
I'm wondering also, is any of this reported to the U.S. Department of Education through the codifying of SEL through Every Student Succeeds Act?
And of course, to the individual companies that are promoting or providing that type of resource, are they receiving that data back as well? Senator Erickson and then Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is more of a request, is I'm concerned if these are anonymous, what the data is being used for. If we're taking time, we've been criticized for taking time away from instruction for academic assessments. How much time is being spent on all these surveys? Who is collecting the data? Where is that data being used? And in this case, I'm familiar with CT. I'm familiar with the Kansas Community Care Survey. But on the other surveys, is that part of a student's academic record that parents have access to through their student records? I would just like to know more about the purpose of the surveys, who's getting the data, and what it's being used for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And again, Craig will be speaking in right after Linda, and so maybe he can answer that question. Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation today. The interesting thing with the KCTC, it is administered each year, and the driving force is based on what the results are statewide and regionally. That's how we get federal funding. I'm sorry? For services such as drug addiction, alcohol abuse, things like that. What's interesting is actually Senator Sykes and I served on the bullying task force. And I was in a breakout committee, and we specifically were looking at the information from KCTC. In fact, one of our meetings was down in Greenbush, and they were presenting data from the year prior's survey. What was interesting was to hear from superintendents and from principals. They don't administering it because it takes so much time. I've administered it when I was at the high school 7 different times, and it takes truly more than an hour to get through. You don't have more than an hour to give it to students. There is fatigue. There's the repetition of questions. And, even Greenbush did admit that they knew that students, you can kind of follow and track at a certain point in a survey if they're just going A, B, A, B, A, B, or if they're creating a little pattern, a little zigzag pattern. And so they have a way where they kick out those responses. But what we heard from principals and superintendents, the thing that they dislike about it is anonymous, and this is where the issue comes with the parental consent. I had 27 students. I was given a stack of 27 surveys and said these need to be administered today. No listing of whether there was a parental consent or not. So it is that issue of, does the school provide the list to the instructor so that the student that doesn't have the parental consent won't be given it to fill out. Likewise, there is that what we know to be true as far as peer pressure. What assignment or what activity do you have for those students or the individual student that's been opted out for them to do so they're not ostracized while everyone else is there going through and filling it out? What really bothered principals and superintendents the most is the students fill it out, they put it in an envelope, it gets shipped to Greenbush, they process it, they get the results the next year. So there's nothing that they can do at that point in time with what's going on in their school building that perhaps they could take action then. And when you think about the ages, so 6th grade, 8th grade, so let's say this is what we got from the 8th graders. By the time the results are back, they're now in high school. So it is a disconnect. It really makes it impossible to address the issues that are going on at that point in time. Also, there's that concern of just the validity. So we know why they do it. And in fact, Greenbush and others have been to the legislature repeatedly wanting us to reverse so that it's a mandated, or rather than the opt-in, that it's an opt-out so that there are less kids not filling it out. One thing of note, because teen suicide is such an issue for us, we have invested a lot of time, energy, effort, and funding for mental health. The component about suicide is a separate component, and the district has to request to have that be a part of that assessment. And you did bring up some interesting, it really is prying. It asks the question if the child has ever seen a sibling, let's say, consume alcohol. It doesn't ask then, was that sibling an adult? And there is a distinction between if you're a 6th grader and, yep, I saw my 8th grade brother drinking beer, or if it's my 28-year-old sibling that came home for Thanksgiving and had a glass of wine with dinner. So it doesn't ever make those distinctions. I share your concerns. They are confidential to the frustration of administration in school districts because they don't know who to go and give those services to.
Yeah, and I
Thank you,
know
Madam Chair.
that students aren't happy with being given it. And I am aware that under that category where it asks about suicide, I've seen another test where it asks the student, is your life worth living? Are you worth it? And that's equally dangerous.
Thank you, Linda, for
Thank you.
providing us this research. I think this gives us a lot of potential questions to look at and opens our eyes a lot more than maybe when we arrived here today. So thank you very much. Craig Nyan-Swander, he is up. He is going to discuss mental health in Kansas. And Craig, if you can remember any of the questions that were asked by Senator Erickson or myself or others, feel free to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. And I will tell you, Senator Erickson just told you more about the survey than I know, as far as what happens after it's taken, in the uses by agencies other than school districts. I will tell you the State Board of Education's goal for social emotional learning is measured only at the local level. We do not collect any of that data at the State Department of Education. For many of the reasons that were listed here. That's personal information. We don't have any business with it. In some cases, it would be counterproductive if people knew it was coming to the state and would not serve the purposes of helping the students. So we don't collect that data. For the survey, or for the districts, those surveys are optional. Some take them, some do not. And just Norma can tell you this. She sent a request yesterday for information on those 20 surveys. So we are compiling that at this time and probably as we speak, in fact, and should have that back to her before the week's out. So you'll have more information about all of the surveys that were mentioned. Questions on that, Madam Chair, before I go on to the mental health topic?
Committee, are there any specific questions you would like to ask Craig? And go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Craig, that list of the different types of surveys that Linda Highland shared with us, are we to understand that those results are just kept within the school district?
Yes. That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
I know it does not come back to us.
Okay. And I raise that question because, like, the Spence Children's Anxiety Scale is just looking, it's on the list. So I guess the question that I keep hearing from parents, when these surveys are taken of my child, where they are identified that my child was surveyed, sampled, whatever, tested, where does that go? Is it in their file? Is any of it on any type of a school or district computer? What security is there? Who has access to what's in that file?
And I can't answer that directly, but I'll find that out, and we will add it to the information we're sending.
Okay, thank you. That's a big concern.
And I need to back up. I just told you, yes, that information all stays with the district, but as you just talked about, KCTC does not.
No.
But it doesn't come to us.
Thank you.
Representative Hubert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you also find out the amount of money that we receive based on these surveys? I think that's probably one of the drivers. I don't know, I've had hearings on this issue in my committee, and so I would just like to know, in regards to what's the carrot as far as the money that we receive, and then how that money is being used.
Norma, are you able to make a list of these questions? Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So adding to that list of questions, so we've talked about what happens to the data collection. Is it possible that it's going to the maker, the corporation, such as Panorama or any of these other corporations? Are they getting access to this data? So, I think that we touched on that, so I would just like to find out what happens to it for sure. How much time are kids spending on this on average? I wonder if that's something we need to survey our schools, because I guess I'm concerned how many hours of surveys, because one of the things that we hear back from the legislature requires one state assessment. That's it. And I've heard principals and superintendents talk about, well, they're just tested too much, and then we hear about this. So that's concerning. And another question is, since social emotional health and mental health is such a important topic, and we heard someone provide testimony of someone that committed suicide in Olathe this morning, and we have heard of it in our communities. And in the pandemic, in my own 77 district, there were 3 suicides that I know of. It's not reported on. So my question is, who is monitoring what's happening in terms of the mental health referrals and the number of suicide attempts and the number of suicides? Because I think, since Kansas was the first state to incorporate SEL, is that helping? Is it hurting? What's going on? Setting the pandemic aside, I think that's a question that maybe the department can help us with.
Great.
And also the final one is the question versus digital versus written. I think, again, if it's digital, I think it's traceable. And I don't know, and maybe that it's intended, maybe there are some surveys that aren't anonymous. Maybe we could just verify what surveys are anonymous and what surveys are not anonymous. And how many districts, I'm going to have to go back and check mine about that opt-in, because I just do not recall that. I have no idea about that. So, all right. Yes, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question, just want to clarify that suicide in Olathe schools was 2 days ago. It's at my son's school, so I just didn't want to cause any more alarm, but thank you.
Thank you for correcting me on that. Also, they did mention something else I'm curious about in testimony. Were the increases in special education related to behavioral issues or social emotional issues? What would be the maybe not this moment, but what are the qualifiers to get special education services, special education funding based on social emotional health? And is that percentage of students, because we heard from the superintendent from Atchison, it sounded like a very high number, 27%, I believe she said, that are receiving special education services. How has the number of special education students, that population, how has it changed over time? I think we just need to get an understanding and who and what number of special education students are it's social emotional versus those that have a learning disability. Did we miss anything? Yes, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a point of information, I know that folks are really wanting to keep track of what's happening with regard to youth suicide. The Child Fatality Review Board under the Attorney General's office reviews all deaths, and there usually is going to be a lag of about 2 years before you get an official determination as far as the number of suicides. It is just a slow, deliberate process. It would be your local mental health officer that would be able to give you really kind of a running tabulation of what's going on in the county. And even then, they will caution that it's unofficial because sometimes the report, at least the police report, might not indicate suicide, but then when it goes through the Child Fatality Review Board, it may. There are lots of different reasons that it may not be designated as a suicide to begin with, but that's why there is a significant lag, and it's difficult for people to find that up-to-date information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think that's an excellent point, and I think that it's such a sensitive issue that even a parent might not report it fully in that way because having to deal with that. So I think that's a very good point. I had another thought on that, on those lines, but it's escaped. So continue now. Thank you for being here and giving us a little bit of information on what we're doing for social emotional, well, actually mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. One piece of information that Norma let me know did not make it to you, so I will resend it. We do have a pamphlet on school mental health services just in general that KSDE tries to support school districts with. So I'll get that to you. One of those in particular is the one I was going to talk with you about today, dealing with mental health intervention team pilot program.
Greg, I think we have it. Is it?
You do have the pamphlet?
Yes.
Ah, okay, I apologize. So you have this that you can peruse through. I'm just going to touch on the one program. As I said, the Mental Health Intervention Team Pilot Program, we're in our 4th year with that program. So we've talked a little bit, does the term pilot still apply? But at the moment it does. Started in 1819 with 9 school districts. Choose the right term, primary supporter and leader of the program, I think I can unequivocally say, at least in the legislature, is with us today, Representative Landwehr. Has carried this through the 4 years and been provided a lot of leadership for it. We currently have 55 districts. It is funded by the legislature. The funding provides 75% of the salary for a school liaison, and that individual does just as the name applies. They serve as a liaison between the school district, the family, the student, and a community mental health center. And the purpose of the program then is to reduce the barriers for parents and students to receive recurring mental health services. So in addition to paying 75% of the liaison salary, the state also funds what would be the other 25% equivalent goes to the community mental health center to help cover some of their costs, and they have other revenue sources as well that they can access. The school district and CMHCs sign a memorandum of understanding to work together. In some cases, mental health services are provided at the school, which can be very effective for families that can't travel, don't have the time, so forth and so on. In some cases, it takes place at the community mental health center. It's available during school, before school, after school, through the summer. The intent is to provide the services whenever the student needs it, whenever it works out for the student and the family. I have not personally spoken with all 55 districts, but I have yet to speak with one that has not said it hasn't been a great success for their students. And some of the issues you heard addressed today, several of them will talk to you about students who had a plan and had means, and suicides were prevented because of the relationships that were formed with this program and the services that were available to those students. If you ever have an opportunity to speak with some of the liaisons or CMHCs involved, it's worth your time just to listen to some things that have taken place and help that's been provided for some kids that may not have been available otherwise. So it's been a very successful program. There is a specific focus, not solely on students in foster care, but there's a specific focus on students in foster care so that those services, we in particular, I say we, the school districts in particular, try to make sure are provided for those students who might not otherwise have that connection and the ability to take advantage of them. Some districts are now working with mental health centers other than a CMHC. Not many, there are a couple that are doing that, I believe. And then the final thought I would leave you with, I guess, on this, there is research nationally that tells us students are 6 times more likely to receive therapy services when it's offered in schools. I don't know that we had that research when the program started, but we certainly have it now. And I can't speak for, again, all 55 districts, but I think they would probably bear that out, that has been the experience they've had. One other comment, I already said that, but I've got another one. I gave you the table with the information that the school districts collect about different areas that students attend, and I just need to explain one thing. If you look at the table, and the first district listed, for instance, is Bonner Springs, and you see total students served is 105, and then if you go over to column 4, improved attendance says 75. That does not mean 75 out of the 105. Not all 105 students had attendance listed as one of the areas they needed to improve. So the 75 is 75 out of those students who had picked that as an area where improvement was needed. And the same thing is true in each of those columns. So I just want to clarify that when you have a chance to look at that. And that's a very brief overview, and I know I left some important information out, but I would answer any questions.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation. I especially appreciate that you have there in column 10 foster kids being served, because I think it's really important for us to know that they're getting those additional services. And I do want a special shout out to Representative Landwehr, because she was truly the early advocate. I don't think that we would have had this pilot program without her, and I think credit is due where it is deserved. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so Representative Hoy. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this information, and we did in K through 12 budget hear some really excellent success stories and information from those who are a part of this program. And one of the issues that they explained to us that we're seeing in the state is that social workers don't have the advanced credentials, and so in order to get the therapist credentials, clinical psychotherapists, there are some issues getting folks hired to be able to implement these programs. Do we have any updates on that, and what could we, as the legislature, do to help out in those efforts?
Good question. One of the issues, and you've heard about it in every area, but even pre-COVID, it was an issue to find enough social workers in CMHCs. It was an issue for school districts. And in some cases, you will find CMHCs and school districts a little bit at odds because one's trying to hire the other's workers. So just because of the shortage. So that's an issue that we run into. I think Kyle from the CMHCs could probably give you a better idea of what it's like for the CMHCs and what their issues are as far as finding staffing. For school districts, initially in this program, the liaison was required to have master's level certification. As we went through the program, we learned, one, those folks, as I said, aren't abundant, but two, to serve the liaison duties, it was not necessary to have that level of certification. So that is now a requirement of a bachelor's level rather than master's. That's helped a little bit, but still we have that shortage statewide. and probably nationwide, but statewide for our purposes.
And I'd like to call on the expert in the House. Would you like to add anything to that? Representative Landwehr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it has been and is a big issue, and it's all across the country. It's not unique to Kansas. The Mental Health Modernization Committee is now working with the BSRB, and we're trying to figure out, is there any changes that we can make in some of the credentialing to expedite some of this? We're looking at some certification programs, perhaps with some of our community colleges. So we've got a lot of people, and it's exciting that it's being done bipartisan, because everything on that committee comes out by consensus. So we're definitely working on it. You know, one of the big problems that we've run into, and I think Craig alluded to, is that unfortunately our school districts turn around and hire the social workers from our CMHCs because they can pay more money. They can work less hours and get better benefits. So we lose several of them that way from the program. We're hoping that once we have everyone up licensed as a CCBHC, and they're able to bill at cost like our FQHCs, that they'll be able to retain more of them, pay the higher salaries, and have better benefits.
All right, thank you, Representative. Committee, any further questions for Craig? Thank you, Craig. Yes, did you want to finalize?
I just have to say,
Yes.
because of some of the discussion we've heard earlier today where collaboration doesn't always seem to work real well, in this program, collaboration has been very beneficial, and it has worked well from the beginning. And that's a tribute to the school districts, the CMHCs, and the leadership that we've had.
Yes, I agree, Craig. And actually, Senator Baumgartner was just mentioning the spreadsheet that was in this pilot program that could be used in other ways. I think she'll probably share that in our discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, we are going to our next item, impact of masks on student achievement. We did find, actually, Senator Baumgartner found someone locally who had actually done a study on it, so we just wanted to give her an opportunity to share her research. So, Lauren Watson, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Williams and members of the committee, for the opportunity to share my research with you all. This was done with the help of my research supervisor, Dr. Stacy Campy, and together we looked at how face masks impact the speech understanding of normal hearing listeners. So first, I will share some important background information from some other studies that have been done in 2020. So we know that all masks attenuate high frequencies or high pitches. This primarily affects consonant sounds, which make speech clear and intelligible. Most significantly, this impacts FS and TH sounds, which are usually already challenging for people with hearing loss. We know that surgical masks attenuate sound the least, and clear or plastic masks tend to attenuate or distort sound the most, and face shields actually reflect sound behind the speaker. There was a great study done by the Moog Center for Deaf Education. They looked at how masks affect speech perception in a classroom with 6 feet of separation between the speaker and listener. They had normal hearing adults look away or close their eyes and repeat back words while the speaker wore different masks with or without the addition of a remote microphone. On slide 3, there's a chart that shows the error rate for each condition compared to the baseline with no mask and no microphone. The conditions are ordered from best to worst. The error rate for the face shield with a remote microphone was nearly identical to the baseline with no face covering. The highest error rate was with the clear mask and remote microphone. The authors also discuss how in some classroom environments, children may experience increased listening difficulty depending on their hearing ability, the amount of new vocabulary they're being introduced to, if they're greater than 6 feet away from the speaker, and if there is background noise present. So with the information on specific frequencies being impacted by various forms of face coverings, and because some people with normal hearing are reporting that masks are interfering with their communication abilities, we wanted to assess the impact of commonly used masks on normal hearing listeners' ability to understand speech in quiet. So in preparation for this study, I created a recording of myself reading lists of words while wearing no mask and 6 different commonly used masks. We tested 15 normal hearing adults. The recording was presented to participants through speakers in a sound booth at a normal conversation level. They were instructed to repeat back each word from the recording to the best of their ability. The 7 conditions that we tested include no mask, cloth mask, surgical mask, N95, a clear mask, a cloth mask with a plastic window, and a face shield. On slide 7, there's the average scores or percent correct for each mask in order from best to worst. So nobody missed a single word with speech presented through a surgical mask, and the worst average score was 97% through the clear mask. The 3 plastic face coverings resulted in the 3 lowest scores. Based on these scores, none of the masks had a statistically significant impact on the speech understanding of normal hearing listeners in a quiet environment. And although the scores are excellent, participants noted that they were working harder to listen in some of the conditions, and they were sometimes guessing which word they thought would be most likely to be what they heard. So research still needs to be done on people with varying degrees of hearing loss with and without visual cues. Plastic masks have worse acoustics, but the benefits of lip reading still need to be researched. All right, are there any questions on that?
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren, are you currently in the speech pathology program?
I am a final year Doctor of Audiology student at Wichita State.
Ah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes. And I think it would be of interest to know from speech pathologists with children and how they are doing. I think I have normal hearing, but I don't feel like I do when I'm listening to individuals speak with a mask. So I must have been a reliant user of facial expression and lip movement. So I think it does kind of create an echo mass. So with that, committee, are there any questions? Representative Nguyen.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. Of your references, what was the population used in those studies?
So for the one done by the Moog Center for Deaf Education, they also tested, I believe, 15 normal hearing adults.
And the other 2?
The other 2, they actually ran studies using a artificial mouth with masks on it, and they measured the output of the acoustics.
So are they comparable?
They are. Everything is in agreement that, well, unfortunately, the study done by the Moog Center for Deaf Education did not test surgical masks, I don't believe. But it is in agreement that plastic masks have worse acoustics, with the exception of the remote microphone done by the Center for, the Moog Center for Deaf Education. They got better results when they paired a remote microphone with the face shield. But the face shield and other plastic masks by themselves have had consistently worse acoustics.
So as you said, there needs to be further research because there are kind of different factors that are factored in that may not make them comparable studies.
Right, so dependence on lip reading, the classroom environment, things like that would all play into it.
Is the hearing review a peer-reviewed article? I would imagine the journal is.
That's a great question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Any other questions? I think that this is a good opportunity for you to share your research. We appreciate you coming up here. Do you live in Wichita?
I'm currently living in Kansas City.
Oh, well, then it's not too far of a drive.
Oh, not too bad.
And it's something that we should all be aware of and consider our kids when we're dealing with mass and how that may impact them positively, negatively. So thank you very much. Just a quick look at it. All right, committee. We're going to move on to our next item. Remember, we are moving past the remote learning. That's something I hope you will take some time and review at your leisure. We're going to go on to recent shifts in educational delivery methods. Norma?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members of the committee, you should have a few documents from me, the first of which says Kansas enrollment data and is a very colorful chart. So I'll be going through about 4 different individual documents. Starting with that one that just has some of the head count, unaudited head count, FTE enrollment and weighted FTE enrollment data, as well as some data that you should have seen yesterday for virtual schools, as well as data for at-risk schools, or for the at-risk weighting, and then special education, FTE and aid. Just to kind of give you a snapshot of where Kansas schools have been for the last 5 years in those different categories. And then the chart is just for those first few columns, so the head count, the FTE enrollment, and the weighted FTE. So it's just kind of a quick snapshot for the enrollment data. And then moving to the next document, it should be entitled Homeschooling in Kansas and Nationwide. So homeschooling in Kansas is governed by KSA 72-4345 through 72-4347, which provides for non-accredited private schools. It sets forth just a few things, including that they must regularly offer education, satisfy state attendance laws, and these are not accredited by the state board. I will note that non-accredited private schools are different from other non-public schools, which are generally referred to as accredited non-public schools, if they are, of course, accredited by the state board. So you typically see that accredited non-public schools language in things like the tax credit for low-income student scholarship program. So that's where you might see some of that language. Those are 2 different types of private schools. Turning to the back of that, you'll see recent trends in homeschooling. So according to data from the National Center for Education Statistics, homeschooling has started to stagnate in 2016 at about 3.3%. However, more recent data is showing that there has been an uptick, or at least a possible uptick, in homeschooling. Again, this is nationwide, so in Kansas, the number of students homeschooled is not tracked, so whether or not this correlates to Kansas, it's more just a nationwide trend. So the U.S. Census Bureau, as part of its experimental household pulse survey, did note that about 5% of households were reporting homeschooling in the spring of 2021, and that increased to about 11% in the fall of 2021. Now, I will note they might not have been distinguishing between them homeschooling their children and their children being at home and going to school. So what would have been remote enrollment, remote learning, the parent might have noted as homeschool. So there wasn't necessarily a distinguishing factor from the survey. They weren't attempting to distinguish between those 2 things. The purpose was to get at homeschooled students, but the parents, when reading the question, may not have been able to distinguish between the 2. However, there is other surveys. So EdWeek Research Center noted that 9% of parents who had not previously homeschooled their children would be homeschooling at least for part of 2020-2021. According to an EdChoice survey in the fall of 2020, homeschooling increased from 7% to 16%. And you can see that graph kind of shows the shifts in student education. It is a little blurry. So that light blue column is those public charter schools. The pinkish red is the homeschool students. The yellow is private and religious schools, and the dark blue is public schools. So that can just kind of show the shifting of student populations according to who they surveyed. So you can see public schools did decrease, homeschool students went up. Private and religious schools stayed about the same percentages as did public charter schools. And then at the bottom, I will note that the pandemic has also seen an increase in different methods of instruction. So for public schools, you were seeing remote learning. For homeschools, you were seeing what was called pandemic pods or home co-ops, homeschool co-ops. So these are basically small groups of maybe 3 to 4 families who came together, hired a teacher or a tutor, or had one of the parents teach. EdChoice did include that information as well on their survey. So they had 31% of respondents saying they were participating in a pod. However, in a later survey, they wanted to clarify, was that pod replacing school? Or were you participating in a pod as part of an after-school tutoring program? And so only 15% of those families considered the pod a replacement for school. So most of the families were using pandemic pods as essentially supplemental learning. So that really equates to only about 5% of respondents using a pandemic pod as school. So there was some clarity, but that is 5% saying they're essentially homeschooling their children. It's just through a pandemic pod. So I can pause for questions on homeschooling, or I can move to school choice.
Okay, any questions on the homeschooling? And I'm actually going to take the purple sheet and have that just be read only so that we can move forward. And yes, Senator?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies for not being here in person yesterday. I was taking my daughter to returning from National 4-H Congress with my daughter, but this specifically hits home for me, and all of the testimony that we've heard over the last 2 days have just reaffirmed my decision to both publicly virtual school my children and privately homeschool my children over the last 15 years. I can really relate to a lot of this information. And one question I have is, for those families that had enrolled their children in public schools, did those public schools receive funding for those students that were then withdrawn and privately homeschooled? I think I know the answer, but I'm just asking it.
So just to clarify, so are you asking if in Kansas, if any parents who, because again, most of this is nationwide data, but there are count dates and they audit school districts for funding. So I think that would perhaps be a better question for the Department of Education for exactly if any school districts saw those kind of decreases. This is just nationwide data, so I don't have Kansas specific, oh, this child was removed from public school and was homeschooled.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just wait for that information. I mean, I believe the answer is yes. Those public schools did receive funding for those students if they were enrolled as of September 21st or whatever day it ends up being for count days in Kansas. But I think a number of those students were then withdrawn from school. So those schools were actually receiving funding for students that they were not actually teaching then. And then that burden has been put on the parents. I shouldn't say burden, that privilege to teach their children at home, educate their children is then put on the parents, but the parents have not been, the parents don't have, I guess, the funding. The state's not providing any longer for the funding of the education of those children. And in Article 6 of the Constitution, under the education article, the state is to provide for education. In fact, I had a copy of it pulled up here earlier so I could refer directly to it. Let's see here. This legislature shall provide for intellectual, educational, vocational, and scientific improvement by establishing and maintaining public schools. But also it goes on to say that where is it? The legislature shall make suitable provision for finance of the educational interests of the state. So I would assume that all students in Kansas, regardless of public or private or homeschooled, are considered an educational interest of the state. I have actually personally introduced legislation this previous session in the Senate Education Committee that would provide for a tax credit for for all students. If your child was not enrolled in public school, you would still be eligible for that base aid per pupil, because it is the responsibility of the state to provide education for all students in the state, all residents of the state, not just public. I think some of those things we've been discussing here is we're not just concerned with the mental and mental health, academic achievement of just public school students. We are concerned about all students in the state of Kansas. So anyway, I appreciate your information on the rates of homeschooling or private schooling or whatever. I do believe that those are accurate. I've seen the similar data that homeschooling rates have over doubled in just the last year and a half. So thank you for this information on that.
Okay, thank you, Norma. Norma has also provided information. It's the purple sheet that is on alternative school programs, school choice programs, and you can take a look to see what other states have done during or post-pandemic. That's all provided. Norma has also provided a pink sheet on virtual schools. This is information that we have reviewed before, but I think it's updated. It gives information for all of us to look at and understand. So I appreciate that. If you have questions on either one of those documents, then we can circle back to Norma on that. So thank you, Norma.
As if I might just, Madam Chair, yeah, so page 4 of that purple sheet is going to have what's the 2021 legislative trends. Yes. It's focused just on those private school choice programs. You will see a number of states passed education savings accounts, which are where you use private or public funding, and it instead essentially goes to an account for the student's use.
Correct, because that's what we did pass in the House initially, was an ESA, Educational Savings Account, for students that were at risk. So yes, thank you very much. It looks like there are 27 states that enacted 48 bills related to charter schools, and then there's additional legislation related to choice. So thank you for putting all of that together. The virtual school information as well, so really appreciate that. With that committee, we are going to go to Cassandra Barton. She is the head of the School Insight School of Kansas for virtual schools. Thank you for being here. And thank you for your patience. A lot of patience today.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. Happy balmy December. I know you've spent a long day in here hearing a lot of wonderful information. I really appreciate you having me. I am Cassandra Barton. I serve as the head of school for Insight School of Kansas and Kansas Virtual Academy. So virtual person, excited to be in person somewhere. I am here today just to talk a little bit about our virtual schools, and then we'll stand for questions. Both of the schools that I serve are full-time virtual public schools serving kindergarten through 12th graders, and we serve students across the state. They're part of the Spring Hill School District, and we are just two of around 60 virtual schools or programs in Kansas. Last I kind of looked at that list. If you look at slide 3, you see some of our demographics. Roughly half of our students qualify for free or reduced lunch. Around 20% of them are identified as needing a special program. And we do have students who are McKinney-Vento, as well as students who are in the foster care system. About half of our students are new to us each school year, so we also have a transient population that we are working with. On slide 4, you can see some of the common buckets for reasons that families choose virtual schools, and you can see that those reasons really do run the gamut. Everything from parents wanting to be more involved and play a bigger role in their students' education, to things like our students are parents themselves and they need some flexibility to be able to play that role. For some families, virtual school is not meant to be the permanent schooling setting. Some enroll with the intention of staying with us for a short term, maybe a semester, maybe a school year. Within KSVA and Insight, we have 4 school models. We have an elementary school, middle school, high school, and an adult high school. Our grades kindergarten through 5th grade have grade level teachers with whom they work for the school year. Middle school and high school, as you would expect, have teachers that are assigned per course, and they work with them on each course. Our high school students do earn a true high school diploma, and that is granted by the Spring Hill School District. In the 2020-2021 school year, we began to offer a career prep program to our high school students, and we currently offer 6 pathways in the clusters of business, health and human services, and informational technology. I'm also asked a lot about socialization for our students. Our students do have the opportunity to socialize in their live sessions, at school level club meetings and events, assemblies, and hopefully soon we'll be able to be back to resuming some of our face-to-face events. We're hoping even this spring semester. Slide 6 gives you a little bit more about our model. Students at Insight and KSVA have daily live sessions with Kansas licensed teachers, and those sessions are scheduled per a master schedule, and live attendance is expected. Sessions are recorded so that students can go back and review any information that they might need to later on, or if they happen to be absent, they can catch up and get that information that they missed. Our live sessions are held in a common platform. We have a common learning management system across grade levels. Students can access their live sessions, recordings, courses, assignments, their school email, communicate with staff, et cetera, all through their student account. We do use the curriculum from Stride K-12, and our licensed teachers have aligned it to the Kansas standards. As a public school, our students do take the state assessment. Another key component of our model that I didn't have on the slide is the learning coach. Every student enrolled with us is required to have an identified learning coach who's responsible for providing support at home. Learning coaches are typically parents or guardians, but it could be just a family member, a friend, another trusted adult that is with the student during schooling hours. As you can imagine, being a learning coach for the little ones is a little bit more involved than it is for our older students. But we work to train our students, no matter the age, to take ownership of their education and to be able to navigate school independently as appropriate for their age. We communicate mainly through live sessions, emails, and phone calls, and encourage our students and the families to reach out at any time to ask questions and or get support. We've had some popular questions over the last couple of years regarding COVID and its impact to us at Insight and KSVA. Because we were always operating fully online and we were able to conduct business as usual for the most part. Our system platforms were already in place. Our staff were trained on how to deliver content in the virtual setting and how to engage students in a virtual setting. So overall, our models and our plans were not substantially disrupted. However, as everybody was, our students and families were dealing with disruptions to their lives outside of school, which did impact the academics, and we did work to bend and flex to support our students while they navigated the new normals that we were all facing. We did have a significant increase in enrollment in the 2020-2021, that's a mouthful, school year. And while enrollment is down this year over last year, it is still up over pre-pandemic years. So we did see some of those families that joined us last year during the pandemic remain with us this year. A few challenges, as we all do, we all face challenges. A couple that we face, one would be funding. Our funding has been stagnant for virtual students since the 2015-2016 school year. As public schools in the state, we complete the count day process, and students who do so fully are funded at $5,000. And students who do not complete the process fully are funded as part-time, and that is a portion of $1,700. Virtual school students are not eligible for any weightings, so it's the flat rate for whatever their count day comes out to be. Graduation day, in my opinion, is the best day of the year. A few of you have actually had the opportunity to experience the celebration with us and have witnessed students who, had we not been an option for them, would not have been earning that high school diploma. We celebrate every graduate, no matter how long it took them to earn that diploma. And in my time at Insight, that has been 1,078 graduates. In Kansas, The last school of attendance owns the student for graduation rate purposes, and graduation rate has been a challenge for us. Insight exists to serve as an option for students who need something other than their current schooling situation, and this brings students who were credit deficient, students who had had gaps in their educational experience, maybe a semester out of school here, a semester there, students facing non-academic struggles that are impeding their academics, transient students who enroll in several schools, maybe throughout one school year or over their time, especially in high school, and then maybe they enroll with us, withdraw, and don't go anywhere else, and also students who have maybe previously dropped out at a local district building and decide to try one more time in a different method, and our graduation rate has reflected that. With the move to district-wide accreditation through KISA, accreditation for our partner district, Spring Hill School District, was at risk due to our graduation rate and our cohort sizes. Our high school was about the same size as their brick and mortar high school. We have spent years improving academic opportunities and supports, as well as operational processes, with the intentions of increasing the number of students earning a high school diploma with us and thus positively impacting our graduation rates. We've seen significant improvements since 2017. I'd say unofficially about 37% increase. On slide 10, you can see our graduation rates in the last few years, how they've been increasing and how that has then impacted our overall district graduation rates as well. Are we happy with where we are? We are celebrating that it's some improvement, but it is not where we want to be. Of course, there's always room to improve. Actually, the theme of our school year is chasing 100. We chase 100% in all that we do. Graduation rate is one of those items, and we will continue to make this a focus and continue to strive for improvements. In doing that, we did do some deeper dives into the last couple of years of graduation cohorts. So looking at just 2021, since that happens to be the most recent, we see that 86% of our non-graduates were not at Insight for their entire high school career. We see a lot of new students each school year. A lot of them are not there with us their entire high school career, which may be different in different educational settings. 45% were enrolled with Insight for less than a year, and a portion of those for even less than a few months. 65% of the students that did not graduate and counted in our graduation rate as a non-grad came to us credit deficient, meaning that when they walked in our door, they were already not on track to graduate within their 4-year cohort time. And over half of the students on our non-grad list for 2021 were at risk. We have a passionate staff who works tirelessly day in and day out to provide the best educational experiences for our students. As a tight-knit community, we tackle challenges and celebrate successes together and are thankful to be able to provide options to Kansas families. Thank you for your time today, and with that, I will stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Cassandra. We do have some questions. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do the credit hour students, the ones 19 and plus, do they go against or go for or against your graduation rates?
No, if they are past their 5-year or their 4-year cohort, they do not.
Okay, so they're not included in that?
They are not.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Other questions? Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. On slide 2, I'm just looking, is that your current enrollment? I'm trying to decide that between 7.
Yes, great question. That is of November 22nd.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, we have Representative Thomas and then Representative Wynn.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, it's great to see you again.
You too. Thank you
Huge
so
fan
much
of
for joining us
Insight.
last year.
No, it was a good time, and I certainly appreciate Insight, what you've done. So I want to be clear on this. So your funding has been stagnant since 2015.
Correct.
And yet from 2018 to 2021, your graduation rate increased 34%, pretty much, 34 points.
Yes.
Isn't that odd? That's all I got. It's great to see you again.
We did put some things in place as far as students enrolling with us to help with our graduation rate, and that has been a factor. But we've been working very hard on a lot of different fronts to make an impact.
Well, and I'd be happy to meet with you and talk about how we can help, obviously. So you have my number.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate you.
Representative Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Just in general, excuse me, you've been here all day, right? Most of the day.
Half of the day. I've been listening all day.
Okay.
Yes.
So would you say that you face, and I guess I'm looking at page 11, if I'm reading it correctly, not 11, well, I guess it's slide 11 and 12.
Okay.
Page 6. Nevertheless, do you find yourself as you listen to the challenges? I mean, we're here because we're concerned about student achievement, all students, brick
Yes.
and mortar, not brick and mortar. Do you find that you're faced with some of the same problems?
Absolutely.
And so help me understand again, what have you done to address, not so much the graduation rate, but that to face those challenges that, let's say, your homeless students have? What are you doing?
We do a lot of different things. We do have a licensed social worker on staff. We have since I came on board in 2012, so that role in our schools predates me. And so they are there to help with those kinds of things, kind of act as a liaison and connect our families with resources and supports in their area to make sure that we're kind of doing a wraparound support of those families. Our staff, we work on relationships and having those relationships and building rapport with students so they can reach out and disclose that information to staff, ask for help, advocate for themselves, has helped tremendously. Again, our theme, Chasing 100, we're always trying to get 100% of our students engaged with us and building those relationships. But we definitely see that those that are doing that do have more success, and we're able to better support them, of course, because we know what's going on in their lives outside of the virtual school, and how we can help support them and connect them to people and places in their areas and resources to help take care of some of those basic needs so that they can focus on the academics.
So would you agree that when you have a virtual student and a brick and mortar student, you could have the same problems and really couldn't tell a difference?
Yes, I think you could.
Would you agree that it appears that for different reasons, the child that goes to virtual school, there's some reasons relative to brick and mortar. Would you agree that at the end of the day, some of the achievement is the same?
I would have to look at data more for both sides to really be able to speak to that.
But you're saying your graduation rate is, you still have, I think you say, well, interpret again for me your slide on 11. And while graduation rate is going up, and it's class of 2020 is at 45%, and class of 21, 63.
Correct.
So 45 could have been comparable to a brick and mortar.
Yes,
So,
it could.
I mean, that's not to disrespect you, but to suggest that this committee is about student achievement in any form, in any fashion. But it seems like we have similar, not the same, because you have 300,000 different students.
Right.
But would you agree that this same boat, be it virtual or be it brick and mortar, has some of the same problems and same challenges that the students meet?
Yes, students are facing the same things no matter where they're attending school. They are facing things pandemic-driven, but that's just, there are things that have been there before and maybe just were amplified.
And that they were coming and needing you.
Yes.
In 2015.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. We have Senator Erickson, Senator Baumgardner, and then Representative Thomas, and then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this. I appreciate it. And I just have some questions on your adult
Okay.
students here. First of all, how many adult
Right
students
now,
do you have?
currently, we have about 40. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head. We do enroll students year-round, and we have seen a decrease over the last couple of years, specifically in that population. A lot of it, I do believe, is dealing with other things that have their attention, and maybe this just is not the time for them to be going back to complete their true high school diploma, such as schooling their own students at home, working multiple jobs or changing jobs because of things going on in the world.
So it's been a while since I've been in this arena, but it used to be that to count for funding, an adult student would have to be on a specific date, or there's a couple of dates that they can come, and they have to actually be online doing coursework a certain amount of time a day, and then you get that funding for them. So is that still the case? And if so, do you get the full $5,000 per adult student?
No, adults are funded on if they pass courses or not, up to 6 credits per school year.
Okay, very good. My last question is, what's your graduation rate for those who, I know it's a very small percent of the students you have per your charts, but what's your graduation rate for those who are a cohort for all 4 years through?
That are with Insight all 4
Yes,
years.
yes.
I don't have that off the top of my head for 2021. It is significantly higher than our overall graduation rate, and I can definitely get that back to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Madam Chair.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. You indicate with demographics that whether they're in that elementary or the middle high school level, that roughly 50% free and reduced. The Spring Hill School District doesn't get to count them as free and reduced, do they?
No, they do not.
Okay.
No.
So let's talk a little bit about that graduating class, so slides 11 and 12.
Okay.
So when you indicate, if we just look at, we'll start with slide 11, that 62% of that 117 that didn't graduate were with Insight for less than a year. So they came in after the semester started?
They maybe started at the beginning of the school year, did not remain for the remainder of the semester of the
Okay.
year.
But they were there just for that senior year?
Yes. Well, potentially. So graduation rate, it could be a freshman that came to us, went to school for a few months, withdrew, told us they were going elsewhere, and then maybe that elsewhere never actually saw them walk through the door.
Okay. So when we talk about 68% coming credit deficient last year or the year before, and then 65%, so mid to late 60% credit deficient, how many semesters are we talking, possibly, in a range of being deficient?
Sure. With some of our enrollment criteria, it's 1 to 2 semesters now at this point that we still will take them and try to work with them to catch them up in various ways. We offer credit recovery opportunities. And then also we look at offering, we have 2 different diploma types we can offer, the 24 credit, 21 credit diplomas. So we look at what's a better fit for them based on their plans after graduation and guide them that direction. And then we look at, what kind of threw them off course. Are they in a place now where they can be more focused academically and maybe take more courses per semester to get caught up a little bit faster, et cetera?
So for the most part, the kids that are coming into you as high school aged, are they coming from a brick and mortar setting?
The majority of them are, but we're getting them from homeschool settings.
Right.
We talk to families that have been doing that, and you hit high school. I know I'm learning, I might tap out at 6th grade math. We'll see. So they want to try something different where they have access to licensed teachers to support them.
Okay. And last question is, if funding were to be changed, what would additional funds be used for?
I would love to be able to offer more courses, specifically with that career prep program that we just started last year. I'd love to, of course, add pathways and work to get our students earning certifications before or right at graduation time. I would love to roll that down into the middle school where we have them doing some exploratory courses, maybe get them interested in a future career, potentially trade school, get them thinking about it and having a plan that we can get them excited about to hopefully then capture their interest and encourage them to finish out their high school. Staff, of course, to support. The smaller the numbers, I think the more impact we can see from that. Professional development for my staff to better help them support these at-risk students that we're serving in a virtual world, looking for some of those types of things. Those are just a few of the things that come to mind right off the bat, but we come up with a list, I'm sure.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I did think of one last thing that I did want to know. So if a student comes to you after the count date, you receive no funding for that student.
Correct.
If there were to be a count similar to military, where not only in the fall, but a count in the spring, would that benefit virtual? Since it's not weighted, it's a flat rate. If it were just half of that for that, would that benefit virtual in any way?
We have enrollment windows, so we don't have a ton of students that come to us after we close enrollment for the fall semester, the first Friday of September. Then our kindergarten through 8th grade students, there's an opportunity to continue the enrollment process and join us in January, backfilling spots of students who were with us in the fall, were receiving full funding or we claimed for full funding and then withdrew to go elsewhere. So it wouldn't have a huge impact.
Okay. Thank you.
We have two final questions, and then we will end on that. So we have Representative Thomas and then Senator Fagg. Since he's been so quiet, I cannot ignore Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we talk about the struggles that both virtual and in-school students take, I'm curious, we continue to throw dollar after dollar at other school districts. Meanwhile, we're not achieving the results that we want. You guys have stayed stagnant, and yet your results, while not where you necessarily want to, have improved immensely. It's huge. And so you may not want to celebrate the graduation rate, but I'll celebrate the improvement with you, and I know you guys will get there. So my question is, while certain districts got millions, some of them hundreds of millions of dollars in ESSER funds, how much did you all get?
We didn't get any ESSER funds.
Thank you.
That is really interesting. That is. We'll hold that question for Craig. He's next. Craig always gets the best questions. Okay, Senator Fagg.
When I look at slide 11 and 12, you talk about special education students. For non-graduates, what was your definition of special education students age plus? And I was wondering how your graduation rate, how many special education students were there?
So my definition of special education student would just be a student on an active IEP at that point in time. And I'm not sure I'm clear on the second part of your question. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I was wondering in your graduation rate, how many special education students were there?
I would have to go back and look again to see how many of them graduated versus were non-grads. I can get that to you.
And Senator Sykes wanted us to stay longer. So Senator.
Sorry. No, his question raised a question. So you said you get funding based on that original date. So my question, and I mean, it kind of translates. So on slide 7, you had 995 students in the high school, and now you're at 964. So you went down in that, but you went up in the education. So would that be, you got your funding based on slide 7, but you're currently, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, good. Thank you so much for your testimony today and getting those extra hours with us. So we appreciate that.
Thank you so much for having me.
And for Travis Lowe in the back who invited you here, we appreciate that. I think this is a conversation we'll continue to have. Craig, come on up. Norma, did I forget something? Okay. And now, Craig, you have an option. You can do an overview or you could stand for questions. Which would you prefer? We do have your testimony.
And the majority of my testimony she covered because she told you how they're funded. The only thing I would add, you have enrollment numbers, and you can see they have steadily grown over the years until the pandemic arrived. And then a year ago, we jumped by about 5,000. So far this year, we're back down 800. Those are obviously unaudited, so we'll see how that changes. And given that, I believe I would stand for questions.
Okay, that sounds great. Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, based on the last question, next to last question, why would a virtual school receive ESSER funds? What COVID issues would there be? Well, first they didn't, but if they could.
Okay. Starting from the top, ESSER funds were defined by the federal act to be distributed to public school districts based on Title I funding. So virtual schools in Kansas are a part of a school district. As she mentioned, they're part of the Spring Hill School District. So the money goes to the school district, and then they can choose how to spend it based on COVID-related factors. I don't know of anybody that made, as you said, a COVID case for virtual schools. And I don't know if the wording in the federal act would allow the school district to apply it to virtual schools, since it was distributed based on Title I funding.
Well, thank you, because that then broadens the context of the answer and clarifies some of the perhaps confusion, for lack of a better word. That may not be the best word, but.
Confusion and ESSER funding, I think, goes together very well.
Good,
Thank
good.
you. And Representative Thomas will verify that.
But I will note, they are not receiving any additional funding, correct? It's $5,000 flat, but we did see in the testimony the number of kids that were, was it free and reduced that was listed? Yes, 49% were free and reduced. So in a sense, they could have potentially qualified that way. Could they not, Craig, if we had wanted to fund it?
For COVID funding?
Mm-hmm. Or at least for the free lunch, because then that would, or no?
Free lunch by itself, I have to be careful I say this because somebody can prove me wrong. Free lunch by itself would not be attributed to COVID, so I don't think they'd let us distribute
No,
that
I
money.
meant in terms of poverty, in terms
Correct.
of COVID money.
COVID money is tied to Title I, not strictly to poverty. Poverty is a part of the Title I formula, but not entirely. And the federal government told us which year to use the Title I percentages for each school district.
It's interesting because there are a lot of states that are doing a lot of interesting things with their ESSER funds. For many of us that have been going to national conferences. So I'm not sure what they're following that's a little bit different on that Title I question. But I know that we thought, how are they doing that? So next question, Representative Thomas.
Okay, so qualifications for ESSER funds. Let's just start at the top real quick. Any activity authorized by ESEA of 1965, the Elementary and Secondary Ed Act, access to education to shorten achievement gaps, that would qualify for the virtual. Provide principals, other school leaders, resources for addressing individual needs as the numbers increase. During the pandemic, folks couldn't go back to school. They went virtual just to make sure they were getting educated. That would qualify. Purchasing of education technology, mental health service and support, all these things I think would qualify for ESSER funds. It's just my own personal opinion based off the interpretation and what I've seen.
Okay, good to know. Yes, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Thank you, committee, for all the great questions. And I did a quick search while you were all still talking. And Title I funds are to provide Title I services to eligible children enrolled in private schools also. So I'm not for sure why the ESSER funds wouldn't also be allocated to our public virtual schools if they're being allocated to private schools already.
Through the EANS. I don't know if Craig can
Yes,
elaborate.
That's correct. It's a separate funding pot known as EANS, but Title I, non-COVID times, just Title I in general, is available services for private schools. So that is not a change due to COVID.
So Representative Thomas, a little homework for you. Since you are on that task force, maybe you can dive in deeper with the legal team of KSDE and look and see whether or not there were potential qualifications. Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, because I think, when we are looking at what you provided us with regard to the FTEs, when we look at 2021, that was more than a $5,000 or 5,000 student jump.
Did I do my math wrong?
In 2019, 2020, the FTE statewide was 7166. And in 2020, 21, it jumped to 12,224. So that meant that these virtual programs, the funding was from the year prior.
Virtual is funded in the current year, unlike the rest of the formula.
I've asked that question before, and I've been told that virtual is based on enrollment the prior year.
I'm pretty confident, but I will double check.
Let's double check that. That would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Regardless, that was to take on 5,000 additional children, that would be some considerable manpower that they would need to hire. But please do check on that funding.
And before Representative Hoffman goes, let me just tack on to that. I think originally, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, when we were doing a review of virtual schools, there were only 100 plus public schools that were offering it. And just doing a quick look through your spreadsheet, it looks like there may be over 280 school districts. Or are there duplicates here?
We listed every school district. If you go across the lines, not everyone necessarily has virtual students. So we've got all the districts listed.
Oh, okay, so my bad, and a quick look. So how many school districts now are participating?
I was afraid you were going to ask that. I'll find out for you.
You can send that information to Norma and she'll send it out to us. But I think it was just over 100 years ago, a few years ago. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, going back to the funding, so because every virtual school is part of a school district, if that school district got ESSER funds because they're part of Title I, or since everybody did actually get money because that's part of what the state school board did was to true up some of the other districts, then those districts could use some of that money for certain things in those virtual schools. The money, I think they're right, and the money would not go directly to the virtual school, but it's going to the USD because that's where the money went. They could then use that money in their virtual program if they chose to do so. Under certain stances.
Yeah. I'll say maybe, and I'll tell you why I'm thinking that, but then I'll double check.
Okay.
For the other applications that have come in, as Representative Thomas pointed out, it has to be related to COVID and what's different now because of COVID. For virtual schools, what's different now, obviously, is there's a lot more students because of COVID. But if we're correct and the funding moved with them, then the amount of money they're receiving per student hasn't changed. They haven't, and they've received more money, which would help cover some of the additional costs. Now, I'm not qualified to make that argument because I don't run a virtual school. I'm sure there are other issues that are related to COVID that maybe they could make a case for. So that's why I say maybe.
And I understand. I think a case could probably be made for some of their technology, some of those things. But again, it would probably go back to that decision by the school district in spending some of their funds for that. So
yes. I believe that part is correct, yes.
All right. Representative Thomas again.
I know. Question I just thought of. So the at-risk students that are virtually, are they counted in the school district at-risk numbers?
No, there are no weightings
Okay.
counted anywhere for virtual students.
Okay.
Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you. Do check on that, because if we were to track this, and we'll just use Spring Hill School District as an example, from those 2 years, their enrollment more than doubled. So the students transferred to the virtual from other school districts, so are we double paying? Are we double funding? Even because if a student is attending, we'll say Olathe School District in 2019, 2020, and then they shift to the virtual of Spring Hill 2020, 2021, Olathe is still counting them because they're looking from the year prior. And then please do check, because it doesn't make sense that we would be double paying the same student. And like I said, I have heard several times that the virtual is based on year prior. So we do need to check that, but I don't think that it's been contemplated before if in fact it's prior year for brick and mortar, but current year for virtual, then we are double paying a student. Thank you.
Yes.
And in a
If they
sense-
were there if that wasn't their first year in Olathe, for instance, so for most of them, yes, that would be the case.
If they were there for the count day.
But if it was your first year in Olathe, you didn't get funded for them, because we're counting the prior years. But the majority, it was not their first year, so.
Right.
Yeah.
But we're taking the highest enrollment of the previous 2 years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So it's basically 3. So the previous year plus 2, correct?
Prior year or second preceding year. So this year being, what year is it, 21, 22, we will look for,
I feel like
in
it's
funding purposes, we are looking at 2021 and 1920, but not the current year, until we get the weightings, and weightings are the current year.
We don't like things to be simple, do we?
It would appear
Anybody
not.
that's looked at the education funding, especially the transportation weighting, that's a little complicated. Okay, so committee, any further questions for Craig? Craig, we appreciate your time here today. We thank you for providing us information, feedback, and I know there's more information coming, so thank you very, very much. Committee, how many state board members are left? Is just Dina back there? Just Dina? Dina, would you like to come up and sit by Norma so you can hear? We would love to have you. If you don't feel like you have to, but if you would like to join us, the question that, and I also want to make a quick explanation. When we've had our discussions today, and we see Commissioner Watson here, so good to see you, a lot of times I reference or I look to the elected officials to answer some of those tough questions because we know Randy has all the answers. So we wanted to hear from our elected officials. So I just wanted to explain the importance of that from our perspective. Thank you for staying for 2 full days. So now the question is before the committee, and I am going to let Steve go first because he has a situation at home he needs to address. But the question before us, if you look on your sheet, is if the legislature and the state board join together to accomplish a common goal to improve student achievement, because that is why we are here today. What would that one goal look like, and how would we measure that goal? And Dina's here, and you're welcome, Dina, to add to anything as we have this conversation. And of course, we appreciate Randy and Craig here as well. So we're going to start with Steve. Steve's got something a little different, but if you could focus on this question, we'll take notes and see where we end up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first started working on the computing science issue about 3 years ago, and had a bill, and the bill didn't go anywhere, but the state board and Randy did form a task force and allow me to appoint a couple of people to that task force. And the bill is dealing with letting computing science classes count as a science and math credit. And I do appreciate that the state board in June of this year did make the decision for that to happen. Since then, there were some groups that were wanting to continue to advance computing science in some other ways and talk to me about how that might be accomplished. And I suggested that I would be willing to look at legislation again. And so I have a bill that I'm working to pre-file, and I've shared it with the state board. And I put out a press release about 3 months ago in order to facilitate communication and cooperation. And I have heard back from numerous people in regards to how we can work together to improve computing science opportunities for our kids. The Board of Regents has reached out to me as far as how we can work to get teachers trained in this area, because the primary thing in my bill that I think that we can focus on is getting new teachers trained, and then getting teachers that are already in the school districts trained to teach computing science so that we can get more classes offered. That's our biggest area of growth right now that we can focus on. And as I worked with the Board of Regents, they hooked me up with Kansas State University. Scott Deloche is a professor who has a program that they've developed that's online, but that's also working with teacher training. And I'm going to get to meet with him next week to see how we could incorporate what they're doing into our efforts. Next week, and I think we might have talked briefly about this when Ann was here, Ann is going to be at the December 8th meeting, and it's called CompuCon. And it's an opportunity to promote and with school districts around the state to build on the successes we've had. And so that is being kind of driven by a gentleman named Nick Poles, who's with Network Kansas. And I'm trying to incorporate what's already happening in the state right now and to get some funding in order to get teachers trained so that we can offer more classes. I have had a lot of good feedback, and I'm working with Nick to kind of clean my bill up a little bit before I officially get it pre-filed. I just mainly wanted to make kind of an update to you as the committee and to the people in the room and anybody listening or watching. I don't think it's too late for any school district that might have an interest in this to get somebody signed up for the CompuCon in Salina on December 8th. So I'm just getting a promotion out there for what's going on. And I do think there's great opportunities for us to do a better job of reaching more kids with computing science opportunities. In my committee last year, we heard from Andy Schlapp about 70% of all new jobs are going to require computing science skills. And that's why it's so important. We're talking about jobs for our kids in the future, and this is going to be a big area where they're going to be necessary. I hope that we can all work together to accomplish this goal. I know that sometimes when legislation gets introduced, that's been challenging in working together, but I hope we can overcome those hurdles in regards to this issue, because it is so important. We've already made good strides in the state of Kansas in this issue, but when we look at what other states are doing, we're still behind the curve, and we need to catch up quickly. And so I hope this will at least be an area that might not be the one issue that this group, agrees upon in working with the state board, but at least is one area where we already have had some success in working together, and we'll continue to try to find that common ground. And I thank you for the opportunity of at least educating the committee on this computing science issue. Look forward to a bill being officially pre-filed and me having hearings on it, hopefully in January. And I would appreciate any support, or if you know anybody who has an interest on this issue, please have them contact me, because it's a work in progress, and I would love to get feedback and find other people who have ways that we can do a better job.
All right, thank you, Representative. And actually, if you wanted to provide a quick summary of that to Norma, she could send it out to us. We know just a little bit more about the work that you've done. We'd be happy to do that. So committee, it's open. We aren't going to reach a consensus today, but I want to hear everybody's ideas on this question. If you're ready to provide your item, then the floor is open. And it doesn't have to be the perfect, it doesn't have to be this well-formulated idea. It's just you brainstorming based on what you've heard, and you might change your mind tomorrow. I don't want you to feel as if this is the only thing, but what would be something that stands out to you that you could see us working on together? And just let me know. Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to go ahead and just get us started on this. Yesterday we had the chair of the State Board of Education talk to us, and part of what was discussed was the KSDE rules and regulation changes. And we did have a spreadsheet that had been prepared that showed portions that had been changed. But it was kind of bits and pieces, and I think that from a legislative standpoint, we are so used to that process whereby we have a hearing on a bill, then the committee works the bill, vets it, amends it, and votes it out of committee, and then the decision is to bring it above the line by the majority leader. And at that time, when we are contemplating as the body of the whole, we do have essentially that white page. We have what's been prepared through legislative research and the revisor's office, the explainer for the bill. And I think, quite frankly, for us to continue discussions about just where we are with regard to those changes in rules and regulations, so that we as a legislature can be talking using that same language. I think it would be helpful if such a document was prepared for us, for this committee. Then when we receive that, we review it and have that sent over to the Board of Education for them to look at to see if that's basically their understanding of what they approved. And I think then if we have a common document that we can work from together, we can have our discussions, probably more clear discussions about, are there concerns? Is there a need for any type of legislative accountability that's different from what's in the State Board of Education's rules and regs? Because that really is that guidance that it's giving school districts for that accreditation process. And so I think before we can move much further on that, I think that we really have to have a shared document to work from. So that would be my initial recommendation.
Okay, and Dina, does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay, all right.
Because we often read and frankly, we have attorneys that are working on those documents because they need to be in legalese. And as a result, they're interpreting, we may be interpreting, and if we're all meaning the same thing, I think we can come to a better agreement.
For those committee members that have an interest in this area, then I would also suggest that we could compile a list of questions and send them to the state board relating to the changes in the rules and regs. So then you would have some specifics from us based on not only our testimony, but maybe things that we weren't mentioned. So we'll try to do that. For those of you that are interested, you could provide rules and reg questions to the state board. Norma, would you be willing to do that? Okay. Or Gabby, and however that would work out. Okay. Yes, Representative Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would love to see the term home rule addressed. I know when Spring Hill, when we were talking at the school district level about mask mandates, the county had one in place, K through 12, and Spring Hill basically tried to apply home rule, and there was a whole lot of confusion around it. And so, number one, if there's a chance we could get sort of clarification, or possibly if we need to update that rule or that statute, that would be amazing. In the meantime, I would certainly like to discuss perhaps in this committee just ending these mask mandates altogether and let it be the choice of the student at the district level, because I think the ship has run its course, and the youngest that have the highest survival rate are suffering. And I think it's absolutely ridiculous that I could take my kids out to a restaurant and they don't have to wear a mask, and that's a tight, crowded place. But yet when they go to school, their faces are covered all day long. They don't see their teachers. Their mental health, their immune system is all suffering. And I think that's something it would, I think, do a lot of justice to our children if we at least address that in this committee.
I do remember one time, I think it might have been right when school was out, that there were 77 cases at one of the children's hospitals in Kansas City of RSV, respiratory virus, and there were 11 COVID cases. That was at kind of a peak of children, and then they said there were 11 or 12 young children, that means under 18, that were arriving daily with mental health crises, severe mental health crises. So it's a good question. We'll just put it on our list. Yes, sure. Senator Dinah Sykes.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this has been a good discussion, and I appreciate that. And I know Molly and I work together in committee. Well, I think my ask is that, both sides of the aisle, that we discuss things even before we get to committee, so that we kind of can collaborate. And I know Senator Masterson and I do that. We meet regularly, and we do not always agree, but we have that relationship so that we can build that. So I think that's something that, we're trying to build that relationship with the state board, but I think we still have to do some of that work in our own committees and across party lines. So that would be my request. And, at the end of the day, I think we are all looking at how do we do a better job of helping students understand the choices that they're making, parents, the choices. But I think we could do a better job of having a better communication between each other as well. Thank you.
I am sure you're absolutely right. Senator Sykes, do you have anything in particular that you think we could work, the legislature could work with the state board on to improve achievement? Or are you still kind of thinking on that? That's okay. That's okay, because that's a big question.
Well, and I think that goes back to the part, this is something that I saw just a few days before we came in here. And so I am one of those data, I like to digest, I like to get all of that. So if I had been a part of that conversation before, I'm not even ranking on this committee, Val is. But I think if we had had that, we would probably be in a better position to bring some ideas to the table. But when this was sprung on us without having any prior communication. Thank you.
Okay, and I do appreciate that, but the request was made. I made the request on September 8th, a formal letter to Chairperson Masterson, and it actually laid out the reasons for requesting this. And I know that Senator Baumgartner and I we talked about it, and I understand your point that I didn't come and talk to you or Representative Nguyen, but at least the concepts of why we were going to be here were published, and you did receive a copy of
Yeah,
it.
and I absolutely did, and I appreciate that. And part of this is on me. I did not come to you. But I also had a lot of those questions answered because I have ongoing relationships with the State Board of Education, my own school boards. So I did not know what you were particularly looking for because I had some of that information, and I will put that on me for not reaching out to you. So yes, I did know those broad, but your specific concerns within those because I'm having those conversations.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. And then you were also part of and I appreciate that. That's very generous of you. Yes, no, you're right. And when we were at the same meeting for the state board, that was the item that I left when we all shared, okay, what could we do? How do we go from here? The item that I shared that day was what's one thing that we can do to work together. So I really meant it. And so that's why I'm bringing it up here today. So, but points noted, appreciate that. I can always do better. You're good? Okay. Other items, things that we can do. What could we do? And Dina, if you have an idea, do you want to throw it out there or you want to just listen, or if you want to comment at any point, you can just let me know. Representative Hoyt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just have more a process question. Do you vision this being the end of this committee's discussions? Are we trying to produce, is this a collaborative discussion here? I'm not sure that I feel totally comfortable saying we need to join together. We do have separate calls for the legislature and state board. Collaboration, discussion is always good. But what is your final goal for this committee? Are we trying to produce a product? I guess is there going to be more after this day?
Sure. So we will always have the priorities that each of us have that relate to education. That this meeting today doesn't detract from that. The State Board of Education will always have their priorities, and we have their legislative priorities, so we're not detracting from that. We are two separate entities. But what I am trying to do is, okay, so they have a set of priorities, we have a set of priorities. What's something where we intersect? Now, whether or not we find something that we successfully agree on, whether or not that's today, tomorrow, a month from now, I don't know. So I can't give you that, but I just wanted to listen to what your thoughts were. So if we are going to build a better Kansas for our kids and focus on the things that we can agree on, there's a lot we can't agree on, but there's more that we can. And so why don't we try to find something that we really can agree on? And wouldn't it be amazing, as we're looking at achievement, if we actually worked together and successfully moved the needle? And I'll just give the one example that I did in the state board meeting, the third grade. I don't know why, but I kind of have this, I'm stuck on the third grade because I see the statistics that when they're in that level one, whether or not that's a true depiction of where they are, because we heard examples today from Terrell that said it doesn't always mean what it looks like. So let's take that in consideration. I understand that, but let's just take the trend of students in level one, and they're below grade level at third grade. What's the trend or the likelihood that that student ever gets out? What's the trend? Are summer schools now the trend because of the pandemic? Will it go out of trend again? Because I have had heated discussions with administrators that say it's not helpful before the pandemic. They said it's not helpful. I didn't really understand that, but so I guess my point is there something that we can really quantitatively do together? That something we can measure, something that we can do?
Let me ask you this.
Yes, Representative Wynn.
So I don't have the answer to your question, but let me follow up on Representative Hoy's process question. If all the stars are in alignment, are you seeking, and some of your other members, for lack of a better word, an MOU between the two? So you don't want anything that formal?
No, it's more about more like a project-based learning, where you have a project that you're working on. That's how I view it. It's not that we are going to have the we have the shared ultimate interest, and that is the achievement of our kids. Yes.
We
and that was
disagree
right
on any part of that.
Okay.
Now, but, you know, if you don't, I hear more formal. You maybe don't want to say it, but if in my opinion, it has to be a little formal or people don't take it seriously.
Yes, I actually agree, Representative. And so to that point, if there was something that we all agreed on, and it was something that was tangible that we could work toward, then we start formulating it and putting it in writing, and it might end up being partially legislation. It might be partially implementation.
Okay, let's start this
Okay.
way. Maybe a working paper that
Yes.
you're trying to not so much strive for, but strive to reach some working relationship. I mean, those are really weak words, but something like that.
And I think that's right, but instead of saying that it's going to be a working relationship, because I agree with you, words don't really mean a lot if they don't ever, I'm actually talking about something tangible that we can do. So not that we just hope that we will meet, because I know we all get meeting out, but what is something we can do? That's kind of what I'm looking for. And I don't have the answer, I have ideas. Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I have one that I'll throw on the list. And I think it's, we're highlighted here, but that public-private partnerships with businesses, we're worried about the liability with some of those internships. I think that's something we could dig into because we know we have a workforce issue. And when I was on Commerce Committee, this was something that we dealt with. It's still something. So I think working and trying to find that coordination between businesses and schools and making sure that we can participate with the students and getting that on the job. And I actually think Missouri has done some of this, so I will be requesting that information. Thank you.
That would be great. And Senator Sykes, on that note, I think that there was a bill in commerce related to that, and I know that there's ongoing discussions, but I would challenge this group to go deeper. And, because that is something that we can do, and that's something legislative that we can accomplish. But when we're talking about moving the needle of achievement, that's kind of where I'm thinking. So I know, I'm not, it's valuable. It's a super valuable topic. So I wrote it down. So we have Senator Erickson, Senator Straub, Representative Hoffman, Representative Hoy. Was your hand up? Okay, sorry. Okay, we'll add, yes, you're in the queue.
Am I up?
Okay, go for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think these 2 days have been invaluable, so I thank you and the Vice Chair and Ranking Member and all the committee members for the discussion and for all the conferees. I think it's been a good process. I would suggest in listening that we already have established a successful working relationship around reading through dyslexia, through some other reading initiatives. And I think that might be our common ground since we've already worked on that. And I would hope we could all agree of the importance of students being able to read on grade level by the end of third grade. And if we could come up with some plans to increase, to show growth in that measurement, I think that might be a good starting point. So I just want to throw that out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I can't get over the fact that I first knew you as a representative. Senator Erickson, so you mentioned dyslexia first, but you also mentioned growth in reading. But are you kind of marrying the two together? Because as kids are able to overcome and learn the science of reading, then that's going to impact a larger group? Or how are you seeing that?
To the state board's point, I don't know that we need to micromeasure or micromanage everything that goes into that. How can we work together? Like, we know dyslexia is an issue. We're working legislatively on that with the board. There are other factors as we've seen that impact student achievement on that. So staying in our own lanes, how can we as a legislature and the state board work together and stay in our lanes to make sure that students are reading on grade level or above by the end of third grade?
That sounds good. Now, Commissioner Watson, I'm just going to put you on notice because you and I visited shortly about something that we could do. So I'm going to ask you in a few minutes after we go through the queue here, I'm going to ask you to take Steve Hubert's seat, or you can take it now if you like, because then you can use that microphone. And tell us a little bit, because if you feel comfortable, you had something came to mind that piqued your curiosity, and so I want to hear if that's something possibly relevant to what Senator Erickson just said or our earlier conversations. So we're going to go to Representative Hoffman, then Representative Hoy, Representative Tom. Oh, shoot, nope, we're going to go to, let's go to Senator Straub next, and then no? You sure? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to keep this brief. I've had many comments I wanted to spew over the last couple of days, but have really tried to listen and give everybody else here an opportunity to share all of this information so then that we can digest it. And something came to my mind as we've been going through all of this, and it's a quote from Albert Einstein. It is, in fact, nothing short of a miracle that the modern methods of education have not yet entirely strangled the holy curiosity of inquiry, for this delicate plant, aside from stimulation, stands mainly in need of freedom. Without this, it goes to rack and ruin without fail. It is a very grave mistake to think that the enjoyment of seeing and searching can be promoted by the means of coercion and a sense of duty. And I think what a lot of people probably do know is that Albert Einstein struggled in school. He was not a high achieving student. In fact, I think he dropped out at like age 15, was primarily self-taught mathematics, struggled with language arts, wasn't able to speak fluently until he was maybe 9 years old, 5 or 9 or something like that. Anyway, I want to challenge this committee and the entire state of Kansas to dare to raise a bunch of Einsteins. I don't think that we can contain our kids to a certain assessment. And assessments are necessary to measure improvement, but I don't think that we need to make that the ultimate goal is that an achievement test score. And this is coming from somebody who I scored, I believe, above a 30 on the ACT. I can't remember my exact score, but I also had lots of time, because I was a good student, I had lots of time to peruse through the ACT test, you know, the practice test book while in school. So I don't think we can tie success to just an achievement test. And I also don't think that more funding creates better achievement scores. I think what we do with the money that we currently have ultimately really determines how successful our kids are. I mean, I think I know some very poor students that have just beyond measure achieved their wildest dreams. So I don't think that, you know, while we've been talking about funding and achievement and all these measurements, Kansas has actually kind of failed all of the students of the state when they created their own state assessments in, well, actually, I think it was 2014. 2014, I was publicly virtual schooling my children, so they were subjected to the Kansas Achievement Test. And I think I even still have a copy of the email that I received from the school. Due to, you know, measures out of their control, they were not able to implement the Kansas assessments that year. I believe somebody had hacked into the new program that the University of Kansas had created. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but my children weren't able to take achievement tests that year. So that created a whole year of gap in the measurement of, you know, the measurement of their achievement in learning. Did my kids still learn that year? Absolutely, they did. And they continue to learn. So while, you know, we can talk about all of this, I would dare Kansas to do something drastically different than anybody else is doing. And I think there are states that are doing some really positive things with education choice and education savings accounts, but I would dare Kansans to take it to the next level. I think we're out here, we are pioneers, we are trailblazers, and there's no reason that we can't do the same with education. So, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Straub. So are you saying that dare to do something different? So you're talking about more freedom, more school choice?
Yes, I'm talking about more school choice, funding following the actual student, allowing public funds to be used for private, homeschool, virtual, whatever. And you can still measure, you can still give achievement tests and still measure achievement if that's what you want to do. But we all know that those aren't the ultimate, that's not the end all of whether that student achieves success as an adult. Of course, these are, yes, they're indicators, yes. A student's class rank is determined by age 9. I agree with you 100% is that, and studies, study after study has proven that by age 9, a student's class rank is pretty much set. And it would take a lot to change that. So if we're going to put a lot of money into something, then put that effort into early childhood, put it into reading and literacy. I absolutely agree with those things because being a homeschool parent or public virtual school parent, I've been through 5th grade 4 times. 4 times. And I've substitute taught and done other things over the years. But I'd like to think that I'm smarter than a 5th grader. I enjoy learning. And somewhere amongst all of this, I don't know that we're teaching our kids to love to learn. School becomes stressful for some kids. It should be a place that they want to go every day. So anyway, I think we can try some really drastic different things and not be out anything that we would have otherwise.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I've written that down. Representative Hoffman, are you sure you don't want to chime in? Everybody's got to say something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing I would say is that I do agree with Senator Sykes. This is probably not the first time, I'm sure, but, pretty close. I know. But
Why don't you agree with me?
well, I probably agree with you too on this, yeah.
sure.
Okay. The issue of insurance or liability for those going out is a pretty big issue. And I mean, I suppose you could kind of say it's tied to achievement if they're able to achieve more through, and I don't know if there is something that the state school board could help us with. I know a lot of it is I've been in a few meetings since the legislation has been put out, and a lot of it is insurance issues. But it might be something that we could possibly look at. I mean, we may not be the top priority, but it could be something that we look at.
All right, thank you. Yes, Dina.
That really is one of the things on our list is to work toward work on the liability issue for kids that are being mentored in private businesses.
Okay, good. Representative Hoy, and then Representative Witten.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thought of a few things here, hearing what others are saying. The Senator Baumgartner's passion about addressing dyslexia, I'll drink your Kool-Aid any day on that. I think it's really important, and I appreciate you being such a strong advocate there. I think the testimony we heard earlier today from this state board member about the capers, I think we should look into that, take that seriously. And Senator Sykes had mentioned some about working with students, and I think hearing that we're concerned about when they get to college, are they prepared, are they ready, are they needing remediation, could we help inform students better on the choices they're making on classes they're taking and what that means down the road. Like, hey, I don't need the stress of some tougher math when I'm working on other classes that are more important to me, but maybe if I make it through in high school, it'll benefit me in college. Just some more education to help students understand what their choices today could mean for them down the road. That can be really hard to realize at that age. And then just overall, we've heard some tough stories. People worldwide are going through a collective, difficult, hard time together. So I also want to show a collective gratitude for our educators and provide some grace when they're under so much pressure. And I know that most of the educators in this state, we don't have a direct control over raises and salaries, but we do, when we look at our K through 12 budget, have educators employed at the state. We oversee the state school for the blind and the state school for the deaf. And so when we approach budgeting next year and think about raises for our employees, I hope we will remember that we do have educators and people who have been working so hard through really difficult times.
All right, thank you. And Representative Thomas, or let's go to Senator Fagg. Let's go to Senator Fagg, yes. Representative Thomas has already talked.
Thank you. I'm glad I didn't get all that on there. So no blame. We look to tomorrow. But the measurable results on improvements need to be there. We're accountable to the taxpayer. And we need everybody to understand what those measurable results are so that we can all see that. Not only from the local people, but from people out of state. The other thing I wrote down was CRT. I heard enough today, folks, that we need to turn the needle on that one somehow. Now, I do not have the answers to that today, and I don't think it's going to change tomorrow morning, but if people are feeling that way in the state, we need to listen to the people. And somehow, it would be interesting to see what the board plans on CRT after listening to this. But to me, moving in the right direction and accountability needs to fit into that. The third thing I wrote down was mental health intervention team. If we got 55 districts that's in that right now, and we got 286, we never heard a bad thing about that. With what we got going on with mental health, we need to say, why are the other school districts not in this, and how can we get them in this? So that could be a measurable thing to work on. And then a big thank you to the teachers. If we really want to learn what's going on, we listen to the people that's on the firing line. And sometime you need to sit in with a group of teachers, not the KNEA, not the state board, not the legislators. Listen to the teachers to see what's really going on in that classroom and understanding what's there and then how their input into how this goes on. So. And as parents, it is tough. I'm glad I'm a grandpa. So it is tough being a parent today. And I look at single parents that work all day long, got 2 or 3 kids at home. I don't know how they do it. We need to try to focus on somehow listening to them and say, how can we help? They are raising the future, our future. So how we can help through that process. So that's a few of my ideas, Madam Chairman, that you can
All
take
right,
pieces of
thank
that.
you. I listed every single one by your name. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep it brief. I promise y'all are tired of me. I would love the chance to work with the state board and whoever else wants to be involved on updating their bullying policies. That was something we touched on a couple years ago, and we had a couple of great bills, but I would just love to see that addressed. And I'm happy to work with any of you all on it, and I have some other friends that I've worked with on that I would love to work with as well. The only other thing would be, I don't have a number, I don't have a percentage, but I would like at some point to address the virtual learning. As we look at the data, the numbers go up during COVID, they go slightly down, but I think after next year, that'll balance out. But with stagnant funding over the past 6 years, I kind of want to see if there's a comprehensive way to fix that and put a little more emphasis on that.
Okay, good. All right, Representative Nguyen.
Thinking, I thought of a couple listening to people, and then I like whenever you decide to make closing remarks. I have some.
Absolutely.
And I don't know, does the state board establish the criteria for teacher ed programs? Do they look at the curriculum at the teacher ed programs? That's your responsibility? That's one that I think has, I've mentioned it in committee. Part of these, in my opinion, these scores could be related to our educators not knowing how to teach. I can't say it any other way. I mean, I'm an educator, and I've made this comment before. When I first started teaching at the community college, many years ago, I was fresh out of college, and my students were older than I. So that fear factor, I'd walk into class, I'd have an hour lecture, I'm over in 15 minutes, because I'm like, zero. So I think the teacher education programs, we could work together. Dina, do you establish criteria, qualifications for paras and things like that?
Not the paras, but we do approve the programs and we approve the standards that the colleges use.
Okay. But
Is that basically what you're trying, or you're saying we need to address?
Well, my point is, every person that has interaction with those students, that student's achievement is related to is correlated. I think there could be a correlation to that connection, that education. I think, and this is totally off the subject, Senator Baumgardner mentioned, we were talking about the $500 stipend. Someone said, if it wasn't you, I thought it was you, that even the cafeteria worker may have made an impact that day. May have been you, may not have been you. But just that whole thing of I guess it's licensing and our education programs, but those folks who provide the support systems for our students are connected to their achievement. Second idea, and I really don't want to go down this path, but I'm going to. Senator Fagg, I don't believe we heard CRT today. I think we heard issues of curriculum, that parents, and some of these pictures, I don't even know if they're in Playboy, but nevertheless. So I would say the big picture is curriculum. Now, we're going to have to address critical race theory, and I don't know anybody in this room that has a PhD in history like I do from KU. So we haven't talked about how you teach the history of the United States. Now, if you want to do that, let's do it correctly and factually. But today, we did not hear critical race theory. In my opinion, we heard legitimate parental discontent with curriculum. Now, that is something in your realm of your arena, right? State board's arena.
We deal with standards,
Not curriculum?
not curriculum, because that's a local
Okay, so
decision.
maybe we need to look at standards, but I believe we dealt with curriculum today. We did not deal with critical race theory. When we get around to closing remarks, please.
I'm going to pause here for a moment and ask Randy. Randy, what were your thoughts related to Senator Erickson's comments, my comments about achievement?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to give you a little bit broader, Senator Erickson, but what I was sharing briefly with you as you were leaving, and then I mentioned it in my testimony. We're looking at kind of pivot points to kind of give an interim where are we at relative to those exit outcomes, that we have at the end, the successful high school graduate. And right now, we're in discussion is at age 5 when they enter kindergarten, age 9, which is at 3rd grade, or where we typically call 3rd grade. And then certainly at age 16, where we start to think about transitioning to young adulthood in that 4 or 5 year period. There may be another in there, but we're looking at how do we identify the critical benchmarks that are necessary to be at that level, and then helping districts measure that as they go. So I think that would fit in, whether it's reading, math, science, social, emotional, chronic absenteeism. Those are some things that we're discussing that seem to impact, as you've all mentioned, long after that. I might mention a couple other things, if you would, Madam Chair. Senator Bumgarner and I and President Flanders worked a lot on the first 15, really and the Promise Scholarship does a lot toward that, but really trying to figure out a low to no cost way for at least students in poverty to achieve the first 15 credits, because we know that around 12 to 15 is the biggest bank return on investment for them to go on, because they can now see I can do that work. That's one item. One of the things that scare me to death, and you'll hear me talk about this with every superintendent and special ed director, we are artificially putting in money from ESSER to support special education that will leave the budget, maybe after some of us are even gone, but in 24. And I mean leave the budget, not just be flat. And that's going to then create a demand transfer to special ed out of the general fund. We need to long-term be thinking about that, just because that's going to happen. And then the last, maybe the biggest, Senator Bumgarner raised it. How could we look at risk funding in ways that maybe we've looked at ESSER funding to really impact not only student achievement, but social, emotional, and getting them to graduation and go on to be successful, but really focus on that? It's a big topic, but really doing that. We've had to combine those efforts with the federal government efforts of, where you can spend Title I money, which is at risk and at the federal end. But those are just some ideas and some things that we've been working on internally with the state board that we don't have, finished yet, that we'd love to work with you on.
Let me ask you a question, Commissioner. If on your pivot points, let's just take one of them as an example, age 9 pivot points, and you might have various criteria that you're going to use rather than just one standardized test. Maybe it's some formative tests, the screening, maybe it's something else in there that you think helps measure where they are. Is that kind of what you're talking about?
Yes. Yes. So we're looking at what are the factors at age 9 that somewhat start to determine future success when that student gets into young adulthood. And we know it's a combination. And so it's academic, it's social, emotional, It's do you come to school? Can you self-regulate? It's those things that I think we could put together. Here are the measures that we're really trying to help schools look at. For example, chronic absenteeism is the strongest predictor to whether you're going to graduate high school and go on past high school if you're in elementary. Strongest predictor. Chronic absenteeism, by the way, is I miss more than 10% of the days of school, non-school related. So I'm not out for debate and in general, if you just think about that, that would mean more than 2 days a month on average. So that's the biggest predictor. Well, so if we can drop chronic absenteeism from 13% statewide to 5%, we're going to impact that other. If we can increase academic achievement out of level 1 in particular into 2s and 3s and 4s, we're going to impact longitudinal. If we can get students to self-regulate and start to persevere and start to do some of those things and social emotional. So those are the things I was thinking about. But we're still in the process of really looking at the research about what all those are. But I think that goes into Senator Erickson's thoughts.
Okay, I appreciate that. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and maybe I misunderstood the point of this. I thought it was to come up with something, a starting point for something that we could work tangibly, measurably with the state board on. If we want to broaden that discussion, I'm happy to do so. And frankly, if we can't have honest discussions about the facts that we're dealing with, if there's not trust in a relationship, it feels very contentious to me, the relationship between the legislature and the state board. Are there a lot of areas that we need to work on, to Commissioner Watson's point? Absolutely. My point in bringing up the on-grade reading by third grade was I would hope that we could all agree if a child can't read. I've seen it many times as a middle school administrator and as a high school teacher. If they can't read, let me tell you what that does to their social emotional state. Let me tell you what that does for their ability to be successful in college or career. That's critical. That should be non-threatening to all of us, because as we know, a student who can't read, they will act out because they would rather be bad than stupid in front of their peers. So I just see that as a starting point. Does that encompass everything that Commissioner Watson? Absolutely not. But as a starting point that's measurable, that we should, I would hope, all agree with the critical importance of reading at a young age, that's something that we should all be able to start building a relationship so that we can address that immediate need. We can't afford to keep losing class after class after class after class, and as our data bears out, decreasing achievement results in reading and math. We have to have that foundation before we get to the high school and deal with all of that. And so I was hoping that might serve, since we already have a track record of working together on that, as a starting point. So if I misunderstood kind of what you wanted from this conversation, Madam Chair, I apologize. That was my rationale, not to minimize that we need to look, to the bigger goals, but as a starting point for forming a relationship, for working with the board on helping our kids. That was my impetus for that.
Thank you, Senator. And ultimately, I think our goal is to find that one thing that we can all, circle our wagons around. So I do agree with that. But at the same time, I'm taking notes on all the other issues that everyone's bringing forth so that we can, who knows, we might find two. That would be miraculous, and that would be good. So I'm gonna spin off of that and ask you all, on that one thing, reading, number one, do you agree that that's something we can all agree on, that reading at third grade is important? And number two, and I'll start with Randy, what would be the best method to measure that?
Well, there's not one best measure to measure that.
Well, it could be a couple. It could be 3, but
Well,
what would be your best?
I think I was trying to give you those that we're looking at. What are the things then that look to future success? Academic is certainly one of those. So
We're just looking at reading. If reading were the item selected for
so,
3rd grade, how would we know that they got it?
well, you're going to have to assess that in some kind of reading exam. Part of the problem, and you hear superintendents talk about this, when the state board raised those standards and those cut scores to the highest, textbooks and other third-party vendors don't manufacture those things for Kansas. We're not a big enough state. So when we're using a supplemental and oftentimes showing growth, it won't get us to where we want to be on the state assessment necessarily, because those are nationally averaged, if that makes sense. So there's lots of ways to measure the reading. State assessment, we certainly have that. We have interim state assessments that are free for any district. We have formative, but they all start at 3rd grade. We also have some screeners that could lead up to that. But we have to be careful that those screeners are going to tell us who's going to be there. So there's still going to be some kind of standardized assessment in some way. I mean, that's how you're going to measure reading. We could do it in a lot of different ways, but that's how you're going to measure reading.
Sure, and that's kind of what I was thinking, that you would have multiple methods to measure it, but they would all be quantitative in an analysis so that they could see, do they or can they read? It wouldn't be subjective, it would be an objective test. I was just thinking that maybe more than one point would be helpful, so it wasn't you fail this, you fail 3rd grade. Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think our starting point is 3rd graders. I mean, there is so much data about gifted females, and at 3rd grade is when they decide, am I going to continue academically or am I going to veer off because maybe I'm academically achieving a little bit more than the boys in the class. And 3rd grade is considered to be that crucial grade. I think if we were to focus simply on 3rd grade, and I say simply knowing that it's a heavy lift, but 3rd grade, you know, we're not talking about, there aren't extracurricular, there aren't co-curricular, they're not necessarily in cliques yet and things like that. 3rd grade should be fairly easy in the context of, we do have the state assessment, but not just the state assessment, is we have those 4 or 5 practice for free. Would love it if all school districts were using that. We heard reference today from the different schools about the universal screener, the iReady data. There are many ways to determine if a 3rd grader is reading at 3rd grade level, period. And when we are looking at some of the other things that we talked about with regard to school districts and how they aren't necessarily using that student needs assessment the way we would like to have documented, the at-risk and documenting, that would be one area. And, you know, I did feel that the document that Craig provided us with regard to the mental health, if you go back and look at that spreadsheet, here were all of the school districts using that spreadsheet, or that have mental health programs. And then there were those different columns. There were 10 different columns, and they identified that, you know, it reduced absence and so forth. But instead, there could be those columns for what are the interventions that have been put in place. So it would be very easy by mid-3rd grade to know which children are and aren't at 3rd grade reading level. And that would be that point in which, you know, if we're going to ease districts into really documenting remediation, what programs, how many kids, let's start it at 3rd grade with the 3rd grade reading. Let's not muck it up and confuse it with anything else. But again, it gets back to, on the one hand, we're able to look at graduation, 12th grade, but let's look at that really key point. And you think about your grade schools, you know, kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and then they switch to the other side of the hallway in those older, smaller schools. That that third grade is just so crucial because it's when they pivot to the fourth grade that more and more of the learning is based on reading. And that's when we start to see the drops and the spreads occur. So by that point in time, we're not talking about IPSs or anything else, but at that point in time, those kids should already have been screened to see if they have a dyslexia or a dyslexic type of reading issue. And hopefully that will have already been put into place. And that just seems to be something that I feel our elementary schools, it would be a very clear direction for us to rally around.
Okay, I think that's great. And to note on that chart for mental health pilot, it is online, but I think that's a really good tool and a really good idea that we could use and trying to create some continuity with it. I think we're getting somewhere here. And so, yes, Dina, and then I was also just going to add, go ahead.
I was just going to say that it seems to me if we focus on third grade, and specifically the reading, we may find other things that the reasons why that child is having difficulty reading may not be dyslexia. It may be mental health. So we know by focusing on that area a little bit more, one grade level, we might actually find out a whole lot of things that would make all of our kids a lot better learners as time goes on. So I think I'd like to see us work on the reading and focus on third grade. And
Dina,
think that's a great place to start.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, and I think that would help us really see perhaps what's happening because it's a real, it's a real sharp focus. I'd also say this. If the legislature and the state board worked on this together, collaborating with our local boards, whether we succeed or fail, it's no one's fault. We are trying. And so that takes off any pressure that you have to reach a certain point where we would try to. That would be the goal. But we're in it together fully at that point. And so I think that's a huge win for Kansas kids. And if we're successful at that, then they go on to fourth grade. And so I think let's don't quit talking about this quite yet because I want to kind of formalize this. I feel like we're kind of in a good spot, but I want to hear from others on this topic here. But I do think that's a potential for us to have a roundtable during the legislative session with state board members to talk about this idea. If that's the idea. And then all of these additional ideas are still good ideas. We can still work on those. But maybe and those are submitted to the state board also. The concerns that you've heard during this interim, as well as the suggestions, as well as maybe that one thing. So let's zoom in on the third grade reading, and I just want to hear comments from committee members on whether or not you think that's an attainable goal, a realistic goal, something that you could get behind. Representative Nguyen. Sure. She said sure. Representative Thomas? I think Representative Thomas said enthusiastically yes. Well, how about, could we, you're good? Okay, so Senator Sykes, what are your thoughts?
No, I think that's great. I also, not to change this, but I think this is a great start, but I think we also need to be looking earlier. And Senator Petty and I started the Early Learning Caucus, and so I think starting at third grade, but then also making sure that we're even looking earlier, because a lot of those, the preschool program. So yes, I am on board.
Okay, so I think that to that point, we'll come back to Senator Erickson. To that point, when we start the third, we might say, we learned the things that Dina is saying, and that may make us move backward in 2 years, Senator Sykes, and say, okay, now we need to go start this sooner. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, exactly. I think it's whatever it takes to get the student to that point. It's not just, okay, third grade we want to see. I think it's looking at what are the factors that we can work together on to make sure that that student is there and successful in their reading by the end of third grade. So,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, do we have a general consensus? Representative Hoffman, you're kind of quiet over there. What are your thoughts? You're good with that? Senator Straub?
100% on board with this. I've known for many years that third grade is that critical age 9, and I'm 100% on with this and agree with Senator Sykes also that I think we could take this back earlier to make sure that they're getting all of those building blocks that help develop those reading skills. So thank you.
Okay. All right, so then what that does is that leaves us in a position where this may be a place that we can find common ground. Of course, Dina, Randy, you'll want to take this back to the state board along with the other comments. And then we need to start thinking, what would that look like? What would we be able to do? How would we be able to measure it? What would we need in terms of funding? Is the funding baked in already, or do we need to supplement? How are we going to promote this? How we get the schools on board? There's so many questions. We're not going to answer them today, but if you would each think about that and start keeping, some records maybe of what you think would be good ideas, and prepare yourselves to come back if that's agreeable. And we'll have other important topics, I'm sure. But prepare yourself to come back in 2022 to see if Kansas can do something hand in hand together. Sound good? Okay, great. So glad that you were here. So my vice chair and Senator Baumgardner and my ranking member, Representative Wynn, want to make sure that they have an opportunity to say anything they would like to wrap up. I would just simply like to thank you all for being here. We are definitely not going to agree on all issues, but I think the most important thing is that we actually communicate those concerns, listen to each other, and then we may just have to agree to disagree, but I'm so glad we found consensus at least on something we can do together. So who would like to go next? Representative Wynn.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I'd like to thank staff for all of your work, always. You always answer our call, and we can ask you a million things, and you'll do 1,000,001. Secondly, it was nice to work with the new senators. We don't see you, and some of the old senators. Nice to see you. When you mature, you can say that to other mature people, okay? So then, what I want to share with you, Madam Chair, is that reflecting on these past 2 days and reflecting on the goal that we all put at top, student achievement, the 3 members, Representative Hoy and Senator Sykes and myself will review your legislative ask. We'll look at the agenda. We'll look at all the data presented. We will review the testimony of all the conferees, and we will reflect on conferees that weren't asked to testify that we thought could have been here to add more data. And we will present you a report, a summary of our reflections. And as you have said, in the spirit of cooperation, we hope that you take them seriously, and we hope that it is something that we all can grow together. And the next time we have a committee like this, that you will look for ways to broaden the planning for something like this. So thank you very much, and you have a great Christmas.
Senator Baumgartner is going to speak, and then I want to close out with just a few announcements.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank the committee members for their participation, because we talked about a lot of issues that, are emotional for parents, they're emotional for legislators, they're emotional for our teachers, our school board members. And I feel like we were able to listen to some very sincere testimony from parents who got an opportunity to share their concerns in a manner that they haven't really had an opportunity before. I do appreciate that our focus was primarily on our kids, because regardless of where our kids in Kansas are going to school, we need to make sure that we're not in the way of their future. I think that part of what was revealed in the last 2 days is, assumptions that we had about reporting that isn't necessarily happening. We've had discussions about, we're not even clear yet how virtual payment, or how payment for virtual students, if it's the count for this year or the count for the year prior. So there continue to be learning experiences for us as legislators, which I think is important. I want you to know that I will be speaking to the State Board of Education in 2 weeks. And one of the things that I will be doing is updating them not only on the Promise Act and how that's been doing so far with that throughout our state, but also to talk with them about, because there is a desire to continue communication. And so my office will be scheduling a location here in the Capitol during session. We'll try and coincide so that one of those days is the second day that the board's actually here for their meeting. So we'll reserve a large enough space. I'm not so sure that we'll be having lunch brought in for each of those, so it might be a brown bag, but we'll make it open for any of the folks, any of the legislators that want to attend. Of course, we'll have to be really careful that we don't violate, so we don't have majorities of committees, as well as we don't have a majority of the State Board of Education, but that will be an opportunity to just continue to discuss educational issues. Obviously, top of mind is going to be third grade reading. And so it will be just another opportunity if you have 10 minutes, 15, 30 minutes to come in and participate, but my office will make sure that you know when those are. So we'll try and have 2 of those per month. And it will just be a means of communication. They will share with things that are coming up. We can share things that we're hearing, but how we're trying to move forward. And I think as a legislature, regardless of what party we are, how many years we've served or haven't served, as long as we continue to focus on what's best for our Kansas kids and for the future of Kansas. And I absolutely agree with Senator Straub. There is always room to just take that box and bust it open and look at a way to do things differently from what anyone else is doing. And so I think we always need to make sure that there is that opportunity, as long as there truly is going to be a growth and a learning experience and opportunity for our kids. So I have appreciated this, these last 2 days of meetings. I don't mind one bit when we run over. I don't mind one bit when we ask questions, because that's where we get to the meat of the issues. I do want to say a special thanks to our reviser as well as to Norma. And Norma, I want you to know that you will be missed, and I give you my congratulations again to your future. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. And I was going to, throughout these 2 days, I didn't really mention our staff specifically. So yes, Nick Myers, thank you for being here. Tamara, I think, was behind the scenes a little bit. Nick got bumped on a couple things, but he's gracious enough to talk to our committees regularly, and I appreciate that. Xavier stepped in and did all of our IT, so thank you so much. Gabby, I don't know if Norma had officially announced yet, but I think we've outed you. So she is, Norma is leaving us, and I take full blame. It always happens to me. No, I'm kidding. Actually, I'm not. But she's going to Washington, D.C., and she's going to be working for the U.S. House of Representatives in the parliamentary office. So it's going to be an exciting opportunity for her. And so we wish you the very, very best. And Gabby she's the lucky one that's going to step into Norma's shoes, and we appreciate that. And then, of course, Deborah. Deborah is Steve's assistant, and she has stepped in and helped make this meeting run, and will help make sure that the minutes and everything are compiled. Thank you to the state board. Thank you, Dina, for being here faithfully, and to Randy and to Craig, Brad yesterday, and for, of course, the committee members for being here. I could say more, but I think it's time to adjourn. So